Chapter 1: Kidnapping in Broad Daylight? In an apartment in Qingfeng Community, Shanghai. Hurry up, Sagittarius, why are you hiding in the back? We even lost this team fight. What the hell, what bad luck? Just as Wang Yang was cursing and typing King of Glory, a strange phone call suddenly came in. Normally, when Wang Yang is playing games, he will not answer calls from anyone except his immediate family members. But Wang Yang, who had just graduated from college and was in the job hunting stage, gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button when he saw that the phone number was a local number. Brothers, I'm sorry. What if it's the company HR calling me for an interview? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Besides, we've been beaten to a pulp in this fight, so what's the harm in me answering the phone? As a traveler who has been in a parallel world for nearly a year, Wang Yang feels too much pain in his heart. Others travel through time and are blessed by various systems. But when he came through, not even a hair could be seen. Now that I have just graduated from college, I can't even find a job. The root cause is that the host had previously applied for an extremely outrageous major, archaeology. This host is actually an antique enthusiast who loves to study all things from ancient times. So when he applied for college, he secretly applied for the archaeology major at Shanghai University despite his family's strong opposition. This made his parents very angry. At the same time, according to Wang Yang's memory, on the day he registered as a freshman, the director of the archaeology department grabbed his hand with tears in his eyes and said excitedly to him and the other 4 unlucky guys, "Students, welcome to the archaeology department. From now on, you guys will be the key training targets of our department. And I will definitely train you well and strive to make you the most dazzling existence in the archaeological world." At that time, Wang Yang and his friends were quite happy, thinking that this leader really valued his students. But later they found out that if one of the 5 students had failed to apply for this major, the archaeology department of Shanghai University would no longer exist. So the department head, who had kept his job, was naturally very emotional. But after 4 years of college life, all the promises made became empty talk. What is 100% employment? They actually asked Wang Yang and others to be tour guides at the city museum. Wang Yang's temper flared up immediately. I am a time traveler after all, and you want me to be a tour guide? Isn't this a waste of talent? So I immediately rejected the department head's proposal. The final result was that the other 4 classmates successfully found jobs, but Wang Yang stayed at home and lived off his parents. What made him even more desperate was that when he was planning to change his mind and was thinking of gritting his teeth and continuing to work in this iron rice bowl, he was told that the tour guide positions had been filled. Now, Wang Yang was completely lying down. I can only randomly submit my resume online every day, and then lie on the bed playing games to kill time. After sighing for a while, Wang Yang put his ear to the receiver of the phone and asked expectantly, "Who is it?" "Is it Wang Yang?" A cold voice came from the phone. When Wang Yang heard a female voice, he was overjoyed. After all, these days, HRs in formal companies are all girls. I am. Wang Yang nodded wildly. But the next second, the other party suddenly said something shocking. "Are you willing to help me raise your own flesh and blood temporarily?" "What is that? Blood and flesh? Did you dial the wrong number, sis?" Wang Yang was stunned for a moment and then replied. "I didn't find the wrong person. Your child is already born." Hearing this, Wang Yang instantly lost his patience. I thought, have scammers gone crazy these days? If you want to cheat people, you have to prepare some advanced tricks in advance, right? I don't even have a girlfriend, how could a child appear out of nowhere? Then, he impatiently replied, "Big sister, if you want to cheat me out of money, forget it. I am a freshly graduated college student, how can I afford to be cheated out of money by you? Besides, your trick is too exaggerated. I just graduated from college and you said I have a child. Isn't this nonsense? Okay, I'm going to play games now. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore." After saying that, Wang Yang hung up the phone. "Humph, you're wasting my precious time." But only half an hour later, Wang Yang heard an urgent doorbell ring. Ding dong, ding dong. Who is it? It's broad daylight, and you keep pressing the button. What's the point? Wang Yang got up, put on his flip-flops, and walked to the door with an unhappy look on his face. But when he opened the door, he was completely dumbfounded. Standing in front of the door were 4 burly men in suits and sunglasses. Seeing that the other party was not friendly, Wang Yang thought to himself, "When did I provoke the gang?" Thinking of this, he subconsciously planned to close the door. But several people had already rushed in and dragged him out. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Kidnapping." Although Wang Yang struggled hard, there were no neighbors in the corridor at this time. So soon Wang Yang was dragged into a business car parked downstairs. "Brothers on the road, what are you doing? Are you going to take me to northern Myanmar? I don't do internet fraud." Recently, online fraud has been rampant, with media reporting from time to time that some people have been deceived into going abroad to commit fraud. The end of these people is usually not very good, so Wang Yang started yelling anxiously. But the next second, his mouth was blocked by a towel. After driving for about 20 minutes, the car finally stopped in front of a luxurious villa in the suburbs. After being pulled out of the car, Wang Yang's tense emotions were instantly relieved a little. After all, it seems that the owner of this villa must be someone extraordinary. And he was secretly kidnapped. Obviously the other party had something to do with him. As he thought about it, a strange smile appeared on Wang Yang's face. "I see. This must be the plot of a melodramatic urban novel. The richest man recognizes his relatives. I am the long-lost son of the richest man. Now the other party has finally found me through various means, so I went to great lengths to kidnap him and then tell him the truth." Thinking of this, Wang Yang began to think internally. The old man is going to ask me to call him dad. Should I be reserved and pretend to be cool? If I agree to it right away, won't it seem like I'm too impatient? No, I still have to pretend and let my richest dad think that I am a promising young man who regards money as dirt. But just as Wang Yang followed several men in black into the villa, preparing to meet his richest father, he heard a childish cry coming from the living room. Wow! Chapter 2. What the hell, I have a child. Then, a young woman wearing a black long skirt, wavy hair, delicate features, a jade-like face and a graceful figure raised her head and looked at Wang Yang. And at this moment, the baby she was holding in her arms was the one who had just cried. When he saw the other person for the first time, Wang Yang couldn't help but shudder secretly. Because although the other person has a great appearance, his face is frosty and his whole body exudes a chill that makes people shudder. A young woman actually had such a strong aura, which made Wang Yang suspicious. Who is this woman in front of me? Everyone, have you found the wrong person? At this time, Wang Yang swallowed his saliva, plucked up his courage and took the initiative to speak. Since it wasn't the richest man recognizing his relative, then naturally he had nothing to look forward to. So it's better to resolve the misunderstanding quickly and get away with it as soon as possible. But the next second, the woman sitting there spoke up, "You guys go out first, I have something to talk to him about." "Yes, miss." Several ferocious-looking bodyguards immediately walked out of the villa respectfully. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the door. Seeing this, Wang Yang became even more nervous. This woman, is she attracted to me? Now they are forcibly bringing him back to be their husband? While Wang Yang was muttering, the other party spoke again. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Ruoshua." "Hello Miss Lin, my name is Wang Yang. By the way, we didn't know each other before, did we? I wonder what Miss Lin wants to do by asking me to come here." Lin Ruoshua glanced at the baby in her arms, then said calmly, "I called you here just to ask you whether you were willing to raise your own flesh and blood." Here we go again? I am still a virgin in this life. You have to do a background check before you commit fraud. However, Wang Yang did not say it clearly, but smiled and said, "Ms. Lin, you may have misunderstood. I have never been in a relationship, so how can I have my own children? I guess you just remembered it wrong, or you recognized the wrong person. After all, there are so many people with the same name as me. Humph, I won't admit my mistake. That night 10 months ago, in the night bar. Do you remember?" Lin Ruoshua snorted coldly and reminded in a cold tone. When the other party said the name of night bar, Wang Yang shuddered instantly. A long-forgotten memory suddenly came to my mind. That was not long after he traveled to this parallel world. Due to the inability to activate the system and the fact that I have no relatives around me, there is no one I can talk to. So under various pressures, Wang Yang just found a bar and prepared to get drunk there. But I didn't expect that my romantic luck would be so great that night. Not only did he meet a gorgeous woman, but he also had sex with her without even realizing it. But after that night, he never saw the other person again. Wang Yang also went to the night bar many times to inquire about the whereabouts of the woman, but still no news. Gradually, he forgot about it. But unexpectedly, today, the other party appeared in front of him again. Even brought himself a baby. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yang sorted out his thoughts and continued, Ms. Lin, I remember what happened that night. But I still have a question, that is, how can you prove that this child is mine? Wang Yang's words had a deeper meaning. What this means is, who knows how many men you have out there? What if you just think of me as a scapegoat, then wouldn't I be at a huge loss? But when Wang Yang expressed his thoughts implicitly, Lin Ruoxue stomped her feet in anger. She bit her red lips and said excitedly, Wang Yang, don't slander my innocence. I, Lin Ruoxue, have only had sex with you once in my life. If this child is not yours, whose else could it be? Only had sex with me? Are you sure? After hearing this, Wang Yang asked in surprise. You still say such disgusting things? Are you still a man? Besides, when did I, Lin Ruoxue, ever need to be reduced to looking for a poor boy like you to take over? It's just because you are the biological father of the child that I want you to help raise the child for a while. Besides, don't worry. When the child grows up a little and my career becomes stable, I will naturally give you a sum of money so that you can leave here decently and satisfactorily, and never have to meet my daughter and me again. Every word Lin Ruoxue said was heart-wrenching, and now it was Wang Yang's turn. Indeed, what the other party said is right. I am just a poor loser. Although I look a little handsome, I am not enough to make a rich girl fall in love with me. Besides, he is not a confinement nanny. If the other party really wants to find someone to help take care of the baby, they will not come to him. Thinking of this, Wang Yang slowly walked up to the other party, and then looked at the baby lying in Lin Ruoxue's arms. The moment he looked at the other person, the baby girl who was still crying miraculously stopped crying. This scene made Wang Yang and Lin Ruoxue stunned for a moment. After looking at the other's pink little face and three-dimensional facial features, Wang Yang felt more and more that this baby girl was indeed somewhat similar to himself. She's really my child. You're still asking? Are you looking for death? I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with you. At this time, Lin Ruoxue also became impatient and glared at Wang Yang fiercely. Seeing this, Wang Yang didn't think too much about it. If it was really his child, then he certainly wouldn't abandon it. Okay, since you said so, I believe you. Now, just tell me what you want me to do. Seeing that Wang Yang was willing to take responsibility, Lin Ruoxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he softened his tone and said, My family's business has run into some troubles recently, and I'm not very good at taking care of children. So I called you here today, just to let you live here and take responsibility for taking care of the child. But I can't take care of children? And isn't this child only a few days old? Looking at the baby whose face was slightly sallow, Wang Yang asked puzzledly. That's right, she was just born yesterday and I haven't even given her a name yet. Hearing this, Wang Yang was shocked. This baby was only 1 day old. Then why don't you find a nanny or a confinement nanny? Given your conditions, you shouldn't be short of this little money, right? No, I can't let anyone know about this. Lin Ruoxue said with absolute certainty. Ah. At this moment, a series of system prompt sounds suddenly popped up in Wang Yang's mind. Chapter 3 The system arrives, God of War Dad. Ding, it is detected that the host has become a father, and the God of War Daddy system is activated immediately. Ding, the Ares Daddy system is activated successfully, and the host is rewarded with a novice gift pack. Ding, the novice gift package automatically opens, rewarding the host with a memory fragment of the Encyclopedia of Parenting Knowledge. Ding, please open the system panel immediately to view the character attributes and related content. A series of system prompts made Wang Yang instantly overjoyed. The next second, countless information about how to take care of the baby poured into his mind like a flood. While receiving the relevant memory information, the corners of Wang Yang's mouth couldn't help but begin to rise. After all, the system I have been looking forward to for a long time is finally here. It's just the God of War Daddy system. What the hell is this? Does he want to make himself the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? But having a system is better than having no system at all. So the next moment, Wang Yang immediately controlled his brain consciousness and quickly opened the system panel. Then, a string of data emerged clearly. Character attributes, skill talents, system store. When Wang Yang saw 3 category columns, he was immediately puzzled. Isn't this a game setting? Afterwards, Wang Yang opened the character attributes column first. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.1. Force, 2. Physique, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 0. Experience 050. PS, for each level up, the host will gain 2 attribute points. After adding the corresponding values, the corresponding abilities of the host can be enhanced. At the same time, the only way for the host to gain experience points is to take care of the baby. The more times you take care of the baby, the more experience points you will get. And for each level up, you can get a coupon to redeem any item in the store. Now, Wang Yang was completely dumbfounded. Am I afraid that I have entered a game world? And his profession is to be a stay-at-home dad. But fortunately, he only needed to take care of the baby to upgrade his level, which made him feel a lot more at ease. Then, Wang Yang opened the Skill Talent column. But this column is currently empty. Wang Yang didn't have any doubts. After all, he hadn't completed the task system task yet, so how could he get a system reward? So next, Wang Yang couldn't wait to open the system store. The next moment, a wide variety of goods were lined up and displayed in front of Wang Yang. Bagwazang, the indestructible body of diamond. 13 Ghost Gate needles, Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine. Shooting an arrow through 100 steps, treasure identification. The countless books and information made Wang Yang dizzy. Soon, he understood. The products here are used to improve your own strength. As long as he can level up quickly, he will be able to get enough coupons to spend in this store. While Wang Yang was still immersed in joy, Lin Ruoxue could no longer hold back her temper. Seeing that Wang Yang was silent, she mistakenly thought that he was sulking, so she couldn't help but say, "I have my own unspeakable secrets. I hope you can understand and don't ask too much." In short, for the next period of time, all the expenses you incur while living here will be borne by me. In addition, I will give you an extra living allowance every month. What do you think? Wang Yang pretended to think for a while, then slowly nodded and said, "As long as the child is mine, I will definitely be responsible to the end." After all, regardless of whether the child is his own or not, as long as this system exists, even if he wants to be a father, he will definitely take care of the child. Good. Just agree to it. That's where you live, go in and take a look. Besides, I may have to work outside a lot during the day, so I'll leave the children's care to you. Wait a minute. Who will feed the baby if you go out to take care of it? Wang Yang thought of something and asked immediately. Drink milk powder. Don't you have breast milk? Why do I remember that newborn babies should drink breast milk? Since Wang Yang has acquired a complete set of parenting knowledge, he is very experienced in how to take care of newborns. For newborn babies, the best way to feed them is breastfeeding. After all, milk powder not only causes body heat in babies, but also the baby's spleen and stomach functions are not fully developed, so it is difficult to fully absorb all the nutrients in the milk powder. On the contrary, breast milk is secreted naturally and fully meets the growth and development needs of infants, so naturally the original flavor is the best. I. Faced with Wang Yang's questioning, Lin Ruoxue was suddenly speechless. What's wrong? Since we are going to live together and raise the child together, I have the right to know everything about the child. Wang Yang said slightly unhappily. After all, he is the father of the child, and Lin Ruoxue is still hiding everything from him, which naturally makes him uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just that I don't have any breast milk. How is that possible? You are so big. Wang Yang was about to continue talking about the topic, but suddenly he felt a chill. Seeing Lin Ruoxue's face suddenly darken, Wang Yang quickly changed the subject. Is your approach wrong? I think even if it's the worst, there won't be no milk at all, right? In fact, Wang Yang already had the answer in his mind. It's not that Lin Ruoxue doesn't have milk, but she hasn't mastered the right method yet. A mother who has just given birth for 2 days is usually unable to secrete milk immediately. During this period, scientific methods must be used to help the mother breastfeed. As long as the technique is correct, within 2 days, the mother will slowly and automatically secrete fresh and natural milk. I don't know either, maybe it's because of my physical condition. Also, I think science is advanced enough now, and the milk powder that babies need can fully meet their needs, so feeding with milk powder should be fine. Lin Ruoxue explained. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. We'll talk about it when you start to secrete milk. Seeing that Wang Yang finally got past the topic, Lin Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was also anxious inside, wondering whether she could secrete milk. And what should I do if milk really starts to be secreted? After all, things at home are in a mess now. How can she have the time to run back to the villa to breastfeed every day? What's more, this matter cannot be known to those old foxes. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoshua began to have a headache. At this moment, the baby in her arms started crying again. Wow, wow, wow. This time the crying was even louder, so much so that Lin Ruoshua's constant shaking and comforting had no effect. Stop shaking, the baby must be feeling uncomfortable somewhere. Give me the child, I'll check what's wrong. After saying that, Wang Yang took the baby in his hands. Chapter 4. Oh my god, the child's mother is actually the daughter of a gangster. As soon as he took the baby, Wang Yang smelled a foul odor. You don't have to think about it to know that it must be the baby who has pooped. The spleen and stomach of a newborn baby are extremely fragile. Once you drink artificial milk powder, it may be excreted from the body in this form before long. So Wang Yang went up to the baby's diaper and sniffed it, then said, "The baby has pooped, let me change her diaper." Lin Ruoshua was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Yang in surprise. After all, for a young man who had never taken care of a child, he was able to discover the problem within a second. This made her feel very surprised. What made Lin Ruoshua even more unbelievable was that Wang Yang actually changed the child's diaper very quickly right under her nose. Wang Yang first laid the baby flat on the long sofa beside him. Then gently opened the other person's diaper and lifted the baby's feet with one hand. After quickly taking out the dirty diaper and throwing it on the ground, he took out a wet towel from the table next to him and gently wiped the baby's butt to make sure it was clean. After wiping, Wang Yang took out a new diaper and put it on the baby neatly. The whole action was done in one go, without any delay. She's just like a confinement nanny who has been working in the industry for many years. So when Wang Yang finished changing the diaper, Lin Ruoshua was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, the reminder sound of system reward popped up in Wang Yang's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully changed the baby's diaper once, and the reward experience value is plus 20. Just by changing a diaper once, Wang Yang gained 20 experience points. This made him ecstatic again. After all, if he continues at this pace, he will be able to reach the maximum level and leave the mountain in a few days. Okay, I've changed the diaper. Do you think the baby is not crying anymore? At this time, the child really calmed down and lay in Wang Yang's arms with a comfortable look on his face. Seeing this, Lin Ruoshua took a deep breath and then asked, "Have you ever taken care of a child before? Why are you so skilled at changing diapers? You don't look like a stranger at all. In fact, I have helped my family take care of children before, so I know a thing or two. I even have my own unique ideas on how to secrete breast milk quickly. So if you need anything, I can help you." Wang Yang took the opportunity to suggest. But Lin Ruoshua subconsciously took a step back and said hurriedly, "No need, I'm very busy these days, let's talk about it later." That's fine too. You should have a natural birth, right? Although it was a natural birth and I was able to get out of bed and walk around the next day, I still had to be careful not to move around too much to prevent the wound from healing smoothly. Judging from the parenting knowledge Wang Yang had, Lin Ruoshua was actually holding on to her fragile body. In ancient times, giving birth was like walking through the gates of hell, and many women would die in bed due to various reasons. Even with the development of modern medicine, it is impossible to achieve completely painless childbirth. Even a mother who gives birth naturally needs several days to gradually recover her strength. What's more, Lin Ruoshua doesn't even have the concept of confinement. Otherwise, she wouldn't appear in front of him wearing a long dress. I can take good care of myself, but the most important thing is the safety of my child. By the way, I plan to give her a nickname, Moo Moo, what do you think? Moo Moo? That's a good nickname. But what's her name? As far as I know, the baby will be registered within a month of birth, and her name will have to be filled in then. Wang Yang asked. The child is her own, so her name is obviously of great importance. After all, Wang Yang is still somewhat traditional at heart. If the child cannot take his own surname, he will not know how to explain to his ancestors when he returns to his hometown. However, Lin Ruoshua said generously, the child will be registered with you temporarily. It doesn't matter if he has your last name. So reasonable? Wang Yang was a little surprised. But Lin Ruoshua said helplessly, my situation is a bit complicated, so the child cannot follow my household registration for the time being. Also, don't walk around randomly during this period. If you want to buy anything, you can tell my bodyguard directly. Lin Ruoshua's tone was very serious, which made Wang Yang very interested in her background. Who is this woman in front of me? Why don't we put the naming of the child aside for now? After all, we still have a month to think about it. Also, may I ask, what kind of business does your family run? We're in the nightclub business. Lin Ruoxue thought about it and blurted out the explanation. Although Lin Ruoxue didn't say it explicitly, Wang Yang had already guessed it. It seems that the mother of this child is most likely the daughter of a gangster. So, you guys are kind of dark? Lin Ruoxue didn't expect Wang Yang to speak so bluntly, so she could only nod awkwardly, a little bit. But I have my bottom line, and I will never do anything that is against the law. So you don't have to worry too much, just take good care of the children. What you do has nothing to do with me, and I will do my best to take good care of Mumu. Of course, if you need any help, just let me know. After all, our relationship is there, and it can't be severed. After obtaining the God of War system, Wang Yang spoke much more confidently. Since the other party is the daughter of a gangster, then he, the war god dad, is obviously a professional match for her. Even Wang Yang began to wonder whether this system was tailor-made for Lin Ruoxue. After all this is just too much of a coincidence. Lin Ruoxue naturally didn't take Wang Yang's words to heart, because before that, she had secretly investigated the other party. Wang Yang is just a recent graduate from an ordinary family. How could a weak young man like him help me? Then Lin Ruoxue shook her head gently and said, I can handle my own affairs. But at this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. After picking up the phone, a noisy voice came from the other end. Miss Lin, the Viper gang has come to our nightclub to cause trouble again. Do you think you should personally come forward and have a good talk with the people from the Viper gang? If this continues, the business of this nightclub will be ruined by them. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue gnashed her teeth and said, didn't my father make an agreement with their hall master before? Why did he keep crossing the line again and again? Hey, I guess it's because the leader's life or death is uncertain, so the Viper gang is so reckless in causing trouble. These guys deserve to die. Chapter 5 The Viper gang is causing trouble. Wang Yang didn't hear it clearly, but he guessed it roughly. It was obvious that Lin Ruoxue's home was being disrupted by people from other gangs. The purpose is also very obvious, just to bully her. As for what exactly happened in her family, Wang Yang still doesn't know. In the current situation, it was not easy for him to ask more questions directly. I just asked out of concern, is it troublesome? Lin Ruoxue nodded with a serious expression, and then ordered, I'll be out for a while, you stay home and take good care of the baby. Here are all the baby products Mumu needs. If you feel they are not enough, or if the quality of the brand is not good, just tell the bodyguards outside and ask them to buy new maternal and child products. After saying that, Lin Ruoxue stood up and was about to go out. But at this moment, Wang Yang suddenly got hot-headed and blocked the other party's way. What are you doing? Although you and I are not lovers, let alone husband and wife, you are the mother of your child after all, so I have the responsibility and obligation to remind you that you can't go out like this. Why? Although it's summer now and the temperature outside is not high, this place is close to the sea after all, and there will be sea breeze blowing in at night. And now that you have just been discharged from the hospital, your body is in a very fragile state. If you are blown by the wind, you may catch a cold. Besides, you just gave birth a day ago, and your body, including uterine contractions, hormone level adjustments, and body functions, have not yet fully recovered. So once you catch a cold, at best you'll just have a cold for a few days, but at worst you'll probably develop a chronic illness. And you are still young, your body may not react too much. But if you develop a chronic illness, you'll have something to cry about when you get older. Wang Yang explained to Lin Ruoxue word by word from a scientific perspective. Now Lin Ruoxue was confused again. As a woman, she certainly knows the importance of confinement. And if the situation wasn't urgent today, she wouldn't have run out in the middle of the night to deal with things. But the problem is that if she wraps herself up like a dumpling, not only will it arouse suspicion from the outside world, but even her aura will disappear completely. So no matter what, you can't lose your aura. I know you mean well, but you also know that my business is very special. Dressing like this is actually showing my courage and majesty to the outside world. Wang Yang took a look and saw that Lin Ruoxue was still wearing a pair of black high heels. Lin Ruoxue's outfit really gives her the aura of a queen. If she were to change into casual clothes and flat shoes, she would be an ordinary girl next door. After thinking for a while, Wang Yang made a suggestion. How about this, you put on a small suit jacket, and then put on a pair of black stockings on your legs. This way, not only will it not affect your temperament, but it will also have a certain warmth-keeping effect. After listening to Wang Yang's analysis, Lin Ruoxue also felt that it made sense. In addition, she was also worried that if she caught a cold and got sick, wouldn't it be easy to infect her children? So Lin Ruoxue hurried back to her room and put on a pair of sexy black stockings and a small suit. When he came out again, Wang Yang felt his eyes brighten. Lin Ruoxue is indeed a great beauty. A graceful figure, a cool appearance, and exquisite facial features. She is simply the image of an icy beauty. This is really suitable for being the queen of the underworld. Then he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Your temperament and aura instantly improved to a higher level, not bad." Lin Ruoxue is a woman after all, and she is only in her 20s. When she received Wang Yang's praise, a smug smile immediately appeared on her face. "Then I'll leave the child to you first? I'll try to get there and back as quickly as possible." "No problem, go out and do your work without worry, I'll be at home, so there won't be any chaos," Wang Yang replied confidently. Good. Lin Ruoxue didn't waste any time, picked up a Chanel handbag on the sofa and went out. After a while, a black business car was seen quickly leaving the villa courtyard. At this time, only Wang Yang and the baby were left in the villa, along with 2 bodyguards outside the house. Afterwards, Wang Yang held Mumu in his arms while he began to carefully check the maternal and child products bought by Lin Ruoxue. This silly girl must have bought a bunch of useless stuff based on recommendations from some trolls online. Looking at the maternal and child supplies on the ground, Wang Yang smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Lin Ruoxue is very generous to her child. The diapers, milk powder and other baby products she bought for her are all high-end and classy brands. At least they are of good quality. So Wang Yang didn't think about adding anything else, he just thought about how to convince Lin Ruoxue to breastfeed. Especially for baby girls, their bodies are weaker than those of baby boys. If sufficient breastfeeding is provided, growth, development, and even physical health will be better protected. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Wang Yang's mind. After a flash of inspiration, he exclaimed happily, "Got it. She said she couldn't secrete milk, so I'll try to help her through external force." Then, Wang Yang called a bodyguard over. "Mr. Wang, what can I do for you?" Just before Lin Ruoxue left, she had told him that these bodyguards had been following her father for many years, so they were very reliable and trustworthy. So when Wang Yang saw the other party, he didn't waste any words and directly ordered, "Go to the vegetable market early tomorrow morning and buy me a few crushing carps and some other ingredients." "Ah, Mr. Wang, I'm not very good at buying vegetables." After hearing this, the other party looked confused. Wang Yang was speechless and said, "You can't do that, but your wife can. If you don't have a wife, your mother can do it, right? Besides, buying vegetables doesn't require much technical skills. Just do what I say." "Oh, that's no problem. I'll call my wife and ask her to buy it." The bodyguard suddenly realized. "Well, by the way, do you know where your master went?" At this time, Wang Yang planned to take the opportunity to test the other party's attitude. But when the other party heard this, he immediately looked embarrassed and shook his head. "You should ask the young lady in person about this matter. It is not convenient for me to disclose any information." Hearing this, Wang Yang quickly waved his hand. Don't worry too much, I'm just asking casually." "It's okay, just pretend I never asked that. But can you tell me briefly what happened tonight? Also, I just heard about the Viper gang on the phone. What does this gang do?" Chapter 6: Feed the baby and exchange it for an indestructible body. I can talk to you about this. In fact, this Viper gang is a mafia organization in Changning district. The Viper gang has 2 chapters, and the boss of one of them had a feud with us a few years ago. When the chairman was still here, they didn't dare to do anything wrong. Now that something has happened to the chairman, the other party has become bolder and dares to come here openly to cause trouble. The bodyguard explained truthfully. "What gang are you in?" "Us? We are Xinghue Cultural Management Company, Limited, and I am an employee of the security department." The other party explained hesitantly. After hearing this, Wang Yang's face suddenly turned black. It seems that this guy still thinks of himself as an idiot. The name of this company sounds like a disguise to the outside world. So what do people on the street call your company? Well, they call us the Xinghue Society. The bodyguard knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he just admitted it. I see. Your Xinghue club mainly operates businesses like karaoke and nightclubs. And a gangster leader in Changning district took advantage of the turmoil in your gang and crossed the line, hoping to gain some benefits from it, right? In fact, it's not just about wanting benefits. If you just want a little kickback, then things will be easier to resolve. The bodyguard explained. So what else do they want? What they want is the young lady. What is that? Wang Yang was shocked when he heard this. You know how charming the young lady is. Many people in both the black and white worlds are secretly eyeing her. Besides, the company is now in her hands. If I can marry her, wouldn't I be able to get the company for free? That's why Sui Bo, the leader of the Dragon Hall of the Viper Gang, wants to take advantage of this opportunity to catch up with the young lady and swallow up our gang. Wang Yang now completely understood the key to the matter. It turned out that the leader of the other gang had his eyes on the child's mother? Not to mention that Lin Ruoxue was once Wang Yang's woman. Just based on the fact that she is the child's mother, Wang Yang cannot sit idly by. However, his personal abilities are still limited at this stage, and he needs to at least acquire some system skills before he can help Lin Ruoxue solve this problem. Thinking of this, Wang Yang looked down at the baby in his arms. Mumu, I'm sorry, I can only give it a try. Afterwards, Wang Yang gently placed Mumu in the crib, and then used skillful techniques to prepare 10 milliliters of milk powder for her. A newborn baby can only drink a few sips of milk at one meal, and feeding too much at one time can easily lead to gastrointestinal dysfunction, which will ultimately be counterproductive. Therefore, the key to feeding children is to eat small meals frequently throughout the day. Basically, you need to feed it every few hours. Wang Yang didn't know the last time he fed Mumu, so now he planned to feed Mumu himself to see how much experience points he could gain. I tried the temperature of the milk powder, it's just right, not hot. Then Wang Yang gently put the nipple at the end of the bottle into Mumu's cherry mouth. Mumu, who had his eyes wide open and his hands and feet shaking constantly, immediately opened his mouth and bit the pacifier after touching it, and quickly began to suck. Looking at the baby drinking milk diligently, Wang Yang felt his heart melt. And at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully fed the baby milk powder once, and the reward experience value is plus 30. Ding, the host has been upgraded successfully. Please open the system panel to add attribute points and redeem a favorite book item in the system store. Wang Yang was ecstatic. Is this an upgrade? It's even easier than killing monsters in games. Then he immediately opened the system panel. Sure enough, the data was updated. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.2. Force, 2. Physique, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 2. Experience, 0.70. At this stage, I have a total of 2 attribute points. There are 4 columns that can increase attributes: strength, physique, agility, and intelligence. Obviously, force represents Wang Yang's personal strength. As a future god of war, his force is only 2 points, which is obviously a bit low. Although Wang Yang has learned through the system settings that the average combat power of ordinary people is only 5 points, he is far from passing. But it's not my fault. The main reason is that this host is too weak. He looks like a scholar and seems like he could be blown down by a gust of wind. Even his physique and agility are not up to standard. The only thing that is average is intelligence. After thinking about it, Wang Yang decided to add both attribute points to his combat power. At least he had to quickly increase his combat power so that he could help Lin Ruoxue, and at the same time he would have a certain ability to protect himself. After successfully adding 2 attribute points, the data changed again. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.2. Force, 4. Physique, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 0. Experience, 0-100. At the same time, Wang Yang clearly felt that his fists had become harder and his arms were full of strength. But judging from the appearance of the body, there is no significant change. If you want to change your body, you may have to work hard on your physique. Fortunately, it is quite easy to upgrade in the early stages, and only 100 experience points are needed to reach the next level, so he will probably be able to reach level 3 smoothly by tomorrow. After closing the personal information bar, Wang Yang couldn't wait to open the system store. After the upgrade, he received a prize voucher. With this redemption voucher, Wang Yang can redeem any book in the system store. After looking at it carefully, Wang Yang felt that the most important thing at the moment was to ensure his personal safety. After all, as long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. So Wang Yang decisively chose the ancient heritage book, Indestructible Body of Vajra. Ding, the host has successfully exchanged for the Vajra Indestructible Body, and the reward will be issued immediately. The next second, a mysterious aura suddenly surged into Wang Yang's body from all directions. At this moment, he only felt that all the bones in his body were changing. After a few cluck sounds, Wang Yang exhaled suddenly. In just a moment, Wang Yang realized that every inch of his skin seemed to have been baptized. Is this the indestructible body of Vajra? Wang Yang was overjoyed after realizing the huge changes taking place in his body. But he soon realized that the so-called indestructible body could only reduce ordinary levels of damage. If you want to be completely invulnerable and minimize the damage you suffer, you must increase your physical strength. So next, Wang Yang also had a clear idea about his future plans. Chapter 7: A Man and a Woman Alone in a Room. Mumu fell asleep soon after drinking the milk. Newborn babies actually spend most of the 24 hours a day in deep sleep. Apart from hunger, which can wake her up automatically, it is difficult to wake her up by any other means. So after putting Mumu in the crib and covering her with a towel blanket, Wang Yang started playing with his mobile phone. About 2 hours later, there was a sudden sound of brakes outside the house. Then the door was pushed open. Lin Ruoxue walked in with a very bad look on her face. The high heel stepped on the wooden floor, making a dong 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 sound. "Miss, why don't we just fight them?" At this time, one of the men behind him couldn't help but speak up to persuade him. "How do you spell it? Why do you think Suibo dared to come to the nightclub with a few of his followers to cause trouble? That was all Vice President Liang's secret plan. Now Liang Xiaotang is just waiting for us to take action, so that he can sit back and reap the benefits." Lin Ruoxue replied calmly. "So what should we do now? Can we just sit there and do nothing every day? Don't worry, let's see if there is any other way. If we can find another force to deal with them, Suibo will not dare to come here so blatantly to cause trouble." "Okay, I'm a little tired today, you guys go back and rest. Also, if any emergencies occur in other places, you must report to me immediately. My phone is on 24 hours a day." "Yes, miss, then you should also go to bed early." After her subordinates left, Lin Ruoxue calmed down and came to the living room. After taking a look at the baby's condition, she asked in a gentle tone, "The baby didn't make a fuss after I left, did he?" "No, he even drank some milk and then fell into a deep sleep. I have to say, this baby is quite well behaved. I wonder who he takes after." Wang Yang joked. He. Lin Ruoxue couldn't hold it in anymore when she heard this, and finally a long-lost smile appeared on her face. "It's the first time I see you smile. Actually, you look pretty when you smile. Don't keep a tense face all day long. It doesn't look good and it will cause wrinkles easily." Faced with Wang Yang's sudden concern, Lin Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook her head. "You should have roughly known something just now, right? I really can't laugh anymore in this state. It doesn't matter, everything will be fine. By the way, will you have lunch at home tomorrow? I'll make you some lunch." Since he had already acquired parenting knowledge, Wang Yang naturally knew what ingredients could make Lin Ruoxue secrete more milk. "I'm afraid it won't work at noon. Come back and eat in the evening." Lin Ruoxue thought for a moment and then replied, "All right, let's have dinner together tomorrow night. Also, who will the baby sleep with at night?" This. Lin Ruoxue was immediately in a dilemma. After all, there is only one child, and she and Wang Yang have no relationship, so they can't sleep in the same bed. Although Lin Ruoxue really wanted to take care of the child herself, judging from her performance just now, Wang Yang obviously had more experience in taking care of babies. "How about this, I'll sleep on the floor in your room, and then if Mumu gets in any trouble, I'll be able to get up and deal with it immediately. Besides, I don't snore when I sleep, so don't worry, just treat me as a transparent person." Lin Ruoxue thought about it and finally agreed to Wang Yang's proposal. After all, they had sex in the past, so it's not impossible for them to be in the same room now. Besides, taking care of the children was the top priority, so she gladly accepted the offer. At night, after Lin Ruoxue changed into clean pajamas, she sent a WeChat message to Wang Yang. "Lin Ruoxue, I'm ready, you can come in with your quilt and pillow." Wang Yang, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Afterwards, Wang Yang brought his sleeping supplies into Lin Ruoxue's boudoir. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Yang frowned. Because at this moment, Lin Ruoxue's room was actually emitting bursts of elegant fragrance. "What does this smell like?" "This is the scent of sandalwood. I like to smell it before going to bed. It makes me feel completely relaxed physically and mentally, and it's easier to fall asleep," Lin Ruoxue explained. No, pinch it off immediately, then quickly open the window to ventilate and make the air in the house fresher. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately urged. What's wrong? Isn't this sandalwood good? I spent a lot of money on this. It's not that sandalwood is bad, nor is it bad for you, but it's bad for the baby. The body of a baby at this stage is very fragile. Inhaling sandalwood may cause changes in her body. Oh my god, I actually forgot about this. Since today was Lin Ruoshua's first time home and also her first time burning sandalwood with her baby, she forgot about this matter for a moment. After Wang Yang's reminder, Lin Ruoshua quickly covered the sandalwood box and opened the window for ventilation. Is that all right? Wang Yang came to Mumu and saw that Mumu was sleeping soundly without any abnormality. He felt relieved, it should be fine. By the way, you have to pay attention to your diet during the next period of time. Why? What does what I eat have to do with my baby? Lin Ruoshua asked curiously. Of course it is related. The milk your body secretes is directly related to what you eat. If you eat some food that is not easy to digest or is very high in calories, the breast milk secreted will easily cause diarrhea and gastroenteritis in your baby. But I have no milk secretion and I don't plan to breastfeed. Lin Ruoshua was somewhat speechless. Ha, it's impossible that there isn't. You'll know in a few days. By that time, you won't be able to stop secreting even if you want to. Lin Ruoshua was embarrassed to continue discussing this matter in depth with Wang Yang, so she planned to go to the hospital when she had time and consult a professional doctor. After all, Mumu was her beloved one. If she could really secrete milk, she would naturally be willing to breastfeed. Okay, I'll just sleep on the floor here. If you need anything, just call me. Since Lin Ruoshua's master bedroom was very large, Wang Yang just found an empty space and lay down on the floor. Lin Ruoshua slowly climbed onto her bed, covered herself with the quilt with a little nervousness, and fell asleep with a trepidation in her heart. But just an hour later, the baby suddenly started to feel distressed again. Lin Ruoshua suddenly woke up and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Is the child feeling unwell again?" Chapter 8. Take your baby to watch the blue light in exchange for close combat skills. Wang Yang got up, turned on the light and came to Mumu. She must be hungry again. I'll make her some milk powder and change her diaper. But at this moment, the sharp-eyed Wang Yang suddenly discovered a clue. With the help of the light, he found that Mumu's face looked a little sallow. If an ordinary person's face appears a little sallow, it may be because he has drunk too much and stayed up late recently, resulting in abnormal liver function. But for newborns, this may be caused by jaundice. The baby's face is a little sallow. When you took her out of the hospital, did the doctor tell you anything? No, I was in a hurry to get out this afternoon, so I didn't see the attending doctor. It was the resident doctor who gave me the discharge certificate. Wang Yang was speechless for a moment. I thought that Lin Ruoshua was really anxious and left the hospital in such a hurry. The baby may have physiological jaundice, or it may be pathological jaundice. But at the moment, it's not a big problem. If it doesn't go away tomorrow morning, I'll have to take him to the hospital for a checkup. Is the jaundice problem serious? Why did the baby develop jaundice just after birth? Is it because of our feeding method or inadequate care? Lin Ruoshua suddenly became anxious and blamed herself. Don't worry, it's normal for newborns to have jaundice. I'll change the baby's diaper first, then feed her a mouthful of formula, and then see if she can fall asleep peacefully. All right. Lin Ruoshua knew that it was useless to worry, so she could only pray that the child would be safe. Fortunately, after Wang Yang changed Mumu's diaper and fed him some milk powder, the baby stopped crying immediately. Then Wang Yang picked up the baby, rocked him gently, and murmured some cheerful tunes, and soon Mumu closed his eyes. Sleep. This trick really works. Wang Yang said with a smile. How do you rock your baby to sleep? Lin Ruoshua asked in disbelief. I'm actually imitating her life in the womb. Hold her in your arms and rock her gently. Let her think she is still in your womb. This way she will feel safe enough to relax and fall asleep peacefully. Is there such a saying? But how do you know so much? Lin Ruoshua was puzzled. I thought, didn't Wang Yang just graduate from college? I know so much more. Okay, it's getting late, go to bed quickly. Aren't there still many things waiting for you to deal with in the company tomorrow? Yeah, that's right. Good night then. Before lying down, Wang Yang deliberately opened the system panel. When he found that his experience value increased by 50 points, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. It looks like we can upgrade tomorrow. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Mumu woke up again. Wang Yang quickly changed Mumu's diaper, fed him some milk powder, and finally upgraded his level to level 3. Opening the system panel again, Wang Yang immediately added 2 attributes to his strength and physique respectively. After all, he has already learned the Vajra indestructible body. As long as he can improve his physique, his ability to withstand blows will be greatly enhanced. After the addition was completed, the new data appeared before his eyes. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.3. Force, 5. Physique 4. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 0. Experience, 3200. At this time, Lin Ruoxue also climbed up. How is it? Is the baby's face still yellow? One thing, I'd better take her to the hospital later. Do you need me to accompany you? No need, just mind your own business. Also, it's cold in the morning, so you should keep warm. Don't ignore your health just for the sake of beauty. Yes, I understand. Lin Ruoxue went to the company to handle some things in the morning, so naturally she didn't need to dress too domineeringly. After the two changed their clothes, Lin Ruoxue asked the 2 bodyguards guarding the villa to follow Wang Yang to the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. After making an appointment, Wang Yang found the doctor. After checking Mumu's eyes and the skin on her face, the doctor immediately concluded, it's pathological jaundice. Let's use blue light for 2 days. Wang Yang knew that blue light can remove jaundice by radiating blue light onto the baby's body. This is a scientific and most effective method, and it does not cause any harm to the child's health. So he agreed immediately. Okay, then I'll trouble the doctor to arrange it. After the prescription was issued and the payment was completed, a nurse immediately carried Mumu into the room. For safety reasons, Wang Yang and his bodyguard could only wait outside the glass window. At this moment, Wang Yang took the opportunity to get close to the bodyguard Lei Zi. Brother Lei, how long have you been following the chairman? The chairman Wang Yang was referring to as Lin Ruoxue's father, Lin Yong. More than 10 years, I guess. Out of boredom, Lei Zi was willing to talk to Wang Yang. After all, Wang Yang is the biological father of Lin Ruoxue's child, and he might take over the family business one day. So naturally he also wanted to win Wang Yang's favor and trust. Then Chairman Lin is usually nice to you, right? Very good, treat us brothers as family. Then last night I heard Ruoxue mention a vice president named Liang Xiaotang. What does this guy do? Hearing this, Lei Zi quickly looked around and found that there were no strangers. Then he lowered his voice and said quietly, he followed the old chairman through thick and thin. The two of them can be said to have a life and death friendship. He is now the vice president of the company and also controls many resources and personnel of Xinghui Club. Since you are following the old chairman, why are you going against Ruoxue? Isn't it because of power? He thinks he has made great contributions, so when the old chairman disappeared, he jumped out and wanted to take over the power alone. But Miss Lin naturally disagreed. In addition, many people in the gang were also looking forward to the old chairman's return, so they supported Miss Lin. But Mr. Liang thought that Lin Ruoxue was just a woman and shouldn't interfere in the gang's affairs, so the two sides parted on bad terms. It turns out that the old chairman is missing. Wang Yang muttered thoughtfully. Only then did Lei Zi realize that he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. Mr. Wang, I just spoke too quickly and accidentally let it slip. Please don't let Miss Lin know. Otherwise, I will be in trouble. Ha, am I that kind of person? Besides, you know the relationship between me and your Miss Lin. She didn't tell me, not because she didn't trust me, but because she was afraid that I would worry. Wang Yang patted Lei Zi on the shoulder and explained. After hearing this, Lei Zi felt much more relieved. By the way, can you tell me where Suibo from the Viper Gang usually operates? Mr. Wang, why are you asking this? You don't want to? Lei Zi asked nervously. Where are you thinking of going? I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't know how to wield a knife or a gun. Do you think I will help you get rid of the other party? Besides, he's a gangster boss. If he's that easy to deal with, then Lin Ruoxue wouldn't have to worry about it. Wang Yang smiled and said. Lei Zi completely relaxed his guard now, and replied seriously, everyone knows that Suibo usually stays in his KTV box for entertainment. It's just that this guy is very cautious and is always surrounded by a group of henchmen. So our brothers wanted to ambush him, but they never found any opportunity. Seeing Lei Zi's helpless look, Wang Yang knew that his opportunity had come. He just upgraded today and hasn't redeemed any rewards yet. And if there is a chance, Wang Yang really wants to meet Sui Bo in person. Thinking of this, he opened the system store first. After some searching, I finally found the book that suits me best at the moment, Close Combat Techniques. This set of books covers countless close combat techniques from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, and can be considered a hodgepodge. After making up his mind, Wang Yang immediately exchanged it. Ding, the host has successfully redeemed the close combat technique, and the reward will be issued immediately. The next second, countless memories of practical close combat skills quickly entered Wang Yang's mind. A punch and a kick. One frame, one picture. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yang mastered a large number of fighting techniques. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yang was fully confident about the matter. All that's left is to wait for an opportunity and find a time to sneak out. After the blue light treatment, Wang Yang accompanied Mumu back home. It seems that because he had been out all day, Mumu had been sleeping the whole time. This completely thwarted Wang Yang's plan to gain more experience points as quickly as possible. In the evening, when Lin Ruoxue returned home, Wang Yang had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Oh, the food looks delicious. Lin Ruoxue smiled tiredly and then spoke. It's not bad. After all, I've lived here for a long time and cook every day, so my cooking skills shouldn't be too bad. By the way, you have to drink this bowl of soup, it has the effect of beautifying your skin and is good for your body. Wang Yang didn't dare tell Lin Ruoxue that the crucian carp soup could increase milk production and promote milk secretion, so he just made up an excuse to fool her. Lin Ruoxue didn't think too much about it. After all, Wang Yang was willing to cook for her personally, so she certainly couldn't ignore him. Moreover, when she heard that it has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, Lin Ruoxue simply picked up the bowl and drank the big bowl of crucian carp soup. Yes, it tastes delicious. You are a great cook. How about you be in charge of our family's meals from now on? I will give you an extra salary. Lin Ruoxue put down the bowl and suggested with a smile. It's too polite for you to say that. If I have time, I'd definitely cook for you and the baby. You've been busy outside all day, you must be exhausted, sit down and have a hot meal. Good. Chapter 9, Fighting alone against many enemies, he beat up the leader of the Viper Gang. After finishing dinner, Wang Yang glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. The time came to 8 o'clock. Wang Yang thought about it and finally spoke. Ruoxue, I have to go back tonight and maybe back later. The child has just been fed and changed into a clean diaper. The jaundice problem is no longer a big deal. He will almost recover on his own after another day of blue light treatment at the hospital tomorrow, so you don't have to worry too much. Okay, then go and take care of your business, and leave the child to me. Lin Ruoxue agreed immediately. After giving some instructions, Wang Yang went out. After hailing a taxi, Wang Yang said to the driver, let's go to Fashion KTV. This KTV is Sui Bo's base camp. According to Lei Zi, when Sui Bo has nothing to do, he always brings a group of younger brothers here to kill time. Good. After a while, the car drove to the front of the fashionable KTV. Although it is not yet 9 o'clock in the evening, the door of this KTV is already filled with young men and women of all kinds. 2 young women dressed sexy and with hot bodies were warmly welcoming the guests at the door. Wang Yang didn't rush in, but went to the $2 store next door and bought a black baseball cap and an exquisite fruit knife. After disguising himself, Wang Yang finally arrived at the door of Fashion KTV. Handsome, have you reserved a box? At this time, a waiter immediately came up to greet us with a smile. Wang Yang paused, then whispered, I'm here to see Brother Bo, he asked me to come over tonight. Oh, then go in. As soon as the other party heard what Wang Yang said, he immediately responded. Wang Yang nodded lightly, then strode into the KTV. This KTV is quite large, and Wang Yang roughly estimates that there should be dozens of private rooms. If I search one room at a time by myself, it will probably take me forever to find it, and I might even alert the enemy. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yang decided to take a risk. He stopped a waiter and said seriously, Hey, Bo asked you to go to his box. He said he wants some more fruit. After hearing this, the waiter nodded quickly and walked quickly towards a private room at the end of the corridor. When Wang Yang saw the other party enter box number 888, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a weird smile. Soon, the waiter walked out in dejection. Wang Yang quickly hid aside. After the other person walked away, he pressed down his hat and walked straight to the box. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yang pushed the door open. The next moment, two younger brothers guarding the door immediately surrounded them. "What do you do, kid?" one of them asked in a ferocious manner. At this critical juncture, Suibo naturally had to remain highly vigilant. Even in his own territory, he has to be on guard against the Xinghui society at all times. So when he saw the stranger coming in, Suibo, who was still singing, frowned and looked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang pretended to be very panicked and quickly explained, "I'm here to look for Brother Bo." "Who the hell are you? Can you just find Bogo?" "I came here because of his reputation. I heard that Bogo is very powerful here, has a wide network of contacts, and is loyal. As long as I follow Brother Bo, I will surely enjoy endless wealth and glory. Go away, get out of here, you little brat who hasn't even fully grown all his hair yet, and you still want to come and hang out with Brother Bo?" Seeing that Wang Yang was dressed like a young man who had just entered society, the other party was too lazy to embarrass him and just impatiently drove him out. "No, since I'm here, even if you don't accept me, let me toast to Brother Bo? This way, when I get home, I can brag to my friends that I toasted with Bo Gu." At this time, Wang Yang shouted anxiously. Suibo originally didn't bother to deal with a small character like Wang Yang, but as the boss, he still cared a lot about his reputation and had a strong vanity. There were other women and younger brothers sitting in the box at this time. When Suibo heard that the other party admired him to this extent, he immediately felt proud. Immediately, he waved his hand and said, "Kunzi, let this kid in." "Yes, Bogo." After receiving the order, the man called Kunzi stopped driving them away and closed the door. "Come in." Seeing that his plan was successful, Wang Yang was instantly ecstatic. But on the surface, he still had to pretend to be flattered. After taking a look at Wang Yang, Suibo found that he was indeed just a young man and did not seem to pose any threat, so he completely let down his guard. "Boy, you're lucky today. I'm in a good mood tonight and I can have a drink with you. But it's impossible for you to mess around with me, so after drinking this cup, go back to where you came from." "Okay, thank you, Bo." After locking on the target, Wang Yang secretly clenched his fists. Just as he took the wine glass and clinked it with Suibo, Wang Yang suddenly raised his glass and poured all the wine onto Suibo. Suibo subconsciously closed his eyes, and Wang Yang suddenly realized that the opportunity had come. He clenched his right fist, shouted loudly, and punched out, hitting Suibo in the face. A fierce gust of wind whistled past, and the fist cut through the sky and hit Suibo directly in the face. Although Wang Yang's fighting strength and physique have just reached the level of an ordinary person, he has mastered close combat skills, and Suibo was still hit hard by the sneak attack at such a close distance. His face twisted instantly and he fell sideways against the wall. At this time, the men realized that Wang Yang was not an ordinary young man. Then someone shouted, "Go and protect Brother Bo." Wang Yang had anticipated all this. He rushed forward quickly and reached Suibo's side before everyone else could gather around him. While Suibo was still recovering from the pain, he took out a fruit knife and put it against his neck. Then he shouted at the crowd, "If anyone dares to come up one step further, I will cut his neck." After saying that, he pretended to put the knife against Suibo's neck. Suibo suddenly felt a sharp pain. You guys, get out of here. Brother, don't act on impulse. If you have anything to say, sit down and talk slowly. After Suibo spoke with difficulty, his men in the box suddenly dared not act rashly and took a few steps back. The remaining women were so frightened that they fled from the box immediately. At this time, only Wang Yang, Suibo and several of his younger brothers were left in the box. Seeing this, Wang Yang didn't waste any more words. "I'm going to take you, Brother Bo, to a place. If anyone dares to follow me, I will die with him. So if you want your boss to survive, don't fucking mess around. Do you understand?" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, Suibo was the first to calm down and asked in a calm tone, "Brother, which sector are you from? Want to know? Just follow me later." Wang Yang snorted coldly. Of course he couldn't reveal his identity and relationship with Lin Ruoxue. When Suibo saw that Wang Yang was not moved by any persuasion, he had no other choice but to order his men not to follow him. Afterwards, Wang Yang put his arm around Suibo's neck, like a good brother, and walked out of the fashion KTV with him in a swagger. After hailing a taxi, the two came to a remote open space under the Yangtze River Bridge. At this time, Suibo was still tightly controlled by Wang Yang. Brother, can you tell me now who you are hanging out with? Swaybo asked through gritted teeth. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of a young man today, so no matter what, he had to know the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Wang Yang naturally knew that gangster bosses like Swaybo had a strong desire for revenge. There is no point in negotiating with him in a nice way. So in order to eradicate the problem completely and prevent future troubles, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes and revealed a cunning smile. Some things are better left unknown. After saying that, Wang Yang suddenly raised his right foot and kicked directly at Swaybo's crotch. Swaybo never expected that Wang Yang would attack again after a disagreement, so he was completely unprepared and was hit hard in the lower body. The next second, Swaybo let out a terrible howl, then covered his lower body with his hands and knelt on the ground with a painful expression. Wang Yang didn't want to continue wasting time here. Who knows if Swaybo's little brothers had followed him secretly. So without saying a word, he stepped forward and used the close combat skills he had learned to cut all the tendons in Swaybo's hands. Waves of painful shouts came from under the bridge. Fortunately, there were no passers-by around at that time, otherwise they would have been scared and called the police. Seeing Swaybo curled up on the ground in pain, Wang Yang stopped. Swaybo, you are already a useless person in this life. Chapter 10. Swaybo was deposed and the underworld was in chaos. After completely crippling Swaybo's hands, Wang Yang quickly left the scene. Just as he got into a taxi and was about to leave, several black cars quickly drove to the scene. Looking out the car window at the huge group of thugs, Wang Yang raised the corners of his mouth and smiled proudly. Swaybo, after today, there will be no place for you in the underworld of Magic City. When we returned to the villa, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Lin Ruoxue had changed into a set of casual pajamas and was lying on the bed, playing with her mobile phone leisurely. When she saw Wang Yang pushing the door open, she immediately put down her phone nervously, as if she was very scared. Sorry, I forgot to knock on the door just now. Did I scare you? Wang Yang scratched his head and said awkwardly. Ah, no. Have you finished your work? Is everything going well? Ever since Wang Yang demonstrated strong enough parenting skills, Lin Ruoxue's attitude towards this strange man has also changed greatly. At first, I felt regretful for having a relationship with him, but later I felt fortunate that he could lend a hand at this critical moment and help take care of the children. Things went smoothly. I won't go out for the next few days. Just stay at home and take care of Mumu. Wang Yang did this to prevent the Viper gang from discovering his whereabouts. Because if he guessed correctly, the entire Viper gang must have been in an uproar by now. And soon, the other party will search for my whereabouts throughout the city. After all, although he was in disguise at the time, there were so many surveillance cameras in the KTV, there was always one camera that could capture his face. Fortunately, his family members are not in Shanghai, and he is used to being alone. So even if the other party sees his appearance clearly, it is impossible for them to find Lin Ruoxue's home in a short time. This will give him plenty of time to develop. When his level is raised to a certain level, he can face the entire Viper gang without fear. Okay, I'll feel more at ease if you take care of the baby yourself. Baby, are you good tonight? You didn't cry, did you? It's okay. I drank 2 sips of milk, not much. I don't know if it's because I drank too much in the afternoon. But fortunately she didn't cry. After she finished drinking milk, I put her in the cradle. After rocking her a few times, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Lin Ruoxue took the initiative to explain. After listening to this, Wang Yang came to his daughter's cradle and carefully checked Mumu. He felt relieved after finding that there was nothing serious. Then he turned and looked at Lin Ruoxue. Have you felt any subtle changes in your body today? What do you mean? Lin Ruoxue looked confused. Impossible. It's already the 3rd day, and I've already had 2 big bowls of crushing carp soup. At this time, there should be some signs of milk swelling. Wang Yang muttered to himself. Then he glanced secretly at Lin Ruoxue's chest. Looking at the surging weapon, at this moment, Wang Yang actually came up with a bold answer. Could this be fake? Nowadays, medical beauty technology is so advanced, and Lin Ruoxue has plenty of money, so it is not impossible for her to have breast augmentation surgery. Thinking of this, Wang Yang couldn't help but ask, have you ever had microplastic surgery? What is microplastic surgery? What did you say? I am naturally beautiful, do I need surgery? After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue immediately looked displeased. I'm just asking casually. If you are a natural beauty, then I'll be relieved. After all, there is a high probability that my daughter will be as beautiful as her mother in the future. Seeing that Lin Ruoxue was angry, Wang Yang quickly changed the subject and started praising her. As expected. After hearing these words, Lin Ruoxue's tense face relaxed instantly, and she revealed a barely noticeable smile. But at this moment, Lin Ruoxue's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, it's so late, is there something wrong? Seeing that the call was from her father's men, Lin Ruoxue immediately asked nervously. Miss, I have good news. I don't know who the bastard Suibo offended, but he actually had his hands crippled in his own territory. According to the information we brothers have obtained, this grandson is now lying in the People's Hospital of Demon City. He may not survive tonight. What? Who did this? Lin Ruoxue was shocked and asked quickly. Who knows? I heard from people in the Viper gang that it was a young man in his early 20s. No one has ever seen this guy on the street before, and he may not even be a native of our magic city. But never mind who did it. Anyway, after Suibo got into trouble, the Dragon Hall of the Viper gang is in chaos. I heard that the leader, Lord Wei, has already rushed back from the imperial capital. It looks like they won't have the energy to cause trouble to us in the next period of time. Don't take it lightly. What's the news from Mr. Liang? I heard that Mr. Liang is on his way to the hospital. This guy really doesn't take me seriously. He went to Suibo so openly. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue said with gritted teeth. Miss, Suibo is useless now. Mr. Liang's plan to join forces with Longtang to secretly destroy us has also completely failed. So there's no need for us to be too nervous, right? No, the more it is at this time, the more we need to be vigilant. What if the Viper gang thinks we did it and launches a crazy revenge against us? So you should quickly tell the other brothers to be extremely alert these days and never let the Viper gang or anyone else take advantage of you. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know who did it, the result was extremely favorable to her. At this time, Wang Yang pretended to ask casually, what happened? Lin Ruoxue smiled and said, good news. A guy who had been against me before had his hands crippled and is now in the intensive care unit of the hospital. My men said that he is seriously injured and might not make it through the night. As soon as Lin Ruoxue opened her mouth, it was Wang Yang's turn to lose his composure. No? I just made a slight move and he's going to die? If I really die, wouldn't I be a murderer? Wang Yang knew in his heart that this was a society ruled by law, and it would not be a big deal if he crippled Suibo's hands. But if he really killed the other person, he would probably have to run away. At the same time, this was also his first time to commit a crime, so in this state of anxiety, Wang Yang slept in a daze all night. Chapter 11. Someone from the imperial capital is coming, the leader of the Viper gang. At the same time, a ward in the Demon City People's Hospital was full of people. At this time, the door was opened from the outside. Then, a white-haired old man walked in surrounded by the crowd. Although he is thin, he is energetic and has a ruddy complexion, and he doesn't look old at all. Suibo, who was lying on the hospital bed and had just regained half his life, immediately became excited when he saw the other party. Master Wei, you are back. The man called Master Wei is none other than the leader of the Viper gang, Shui Wei. Shui Wei came up to Suibo, took a look at his hands, and then asked coldly, is it completely broken? Suibo nodded with difficulty, I have no feeling anymore. The doctor said it can't be cured. I won't be able to lift anything in my life. Master Wei, you have to help me get revenge. The other party is obviously coming for our Viper gang. If we let that guy continue to get away with it, where will our Viper gang and your reputation be? Snort. You were ambushed by an unknown brat in your own territory, and you still have the nerve to say that you are the leader of the Viper gang? Upon hearing this, Shui Wei immediately started shouting loudly. After being scolded, Suibo didn't dare to breathe. He could only lie awkwardly on the hospital bed and pray that he could still have a way out. But Shui Wei's next words made his heart sink to the bottom. Since your hands are disabled, you should give up your position as the leader of the Dragon Hall. I will choose someone to replace you when the time comes, so just stay home and relax. What? Master Wei, are you planning to throw me away? You are already a useless person. What's the point of keeping you in the Viper gang? But don't worry, after all, you have made a lot of contributions to the gang, so when you are discharged from the hospital, I will give you a settlement allowance. If you save some, it should be enough for you to live for the rest of your life. Shui Wei is not a philanthropist. In fact, he now hopes that Sui Bo would just die. But there are so many brothers here, and the matter has become so serious. If he doesn't come out to clean up the mess, it will indeed affect his image in the gang and the Viper Gang status in the underworld. What about my revenge? Sui Bo said unwillingly. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. After all, that kid hit my Viper Gang in the face. After saying that, Shui Wei walked out of the ward. After leaving the hospital, Shui Wei immediately called Liang Xiaotang from Xinghui Club to his side. After all, Shui Wei is the leader of a gang and holds a very high status in the underworld of Magic City. Liang Xiaotang had always been the second in command of the Xinghui Society, so when he saw him, he naturally had to address him respectfully. Master Shui, are you back from the imperial capital? He knew very well that although the old fox across from him had not been involved in the affairs of the underworld in the Magic City in recent years, he was secretly doing big business in the imperial capital. There are many dignitaries in the imperial capital, but those prominent figures always have some things that are inconvenient for them to do in public. So Shui Wei used his identity to get in touch with many powerful people. Now that he suddenly returned to the Magic City and specially called me, it was obviously because of Sui Bo's matter. But he was wondering in his heart who had plotted against Sui Bo. What's more, the other party was quite ruthless. Breaking his hands was even more disgusting than taking his life. Liang Xiaotang, even though I'm not in Magic City, I know about the shitty things you and Sui Bo did. At this critical moment, the Dragon Hall of the Viper Gang has a grudge against you, the Xinghui clan. So it's hard for me not to wonder if you secretly sent someone to do this. Faced with doubts, Liang Xiaotang could only smile and explain, Master Wei, Sui Bo, and I are brothers in the same boat. So how could I help that little girl to betray him? In my opinion, this matter was probably done by another gang. Other gangs? So you don't admit it? Also, even if you didn't send someone to do it, could it be Lin Yon's daughter who did it? I heard that this little girl is quite decisive. Not even you can beat her. This. After being ridiculed by Shui Wei, Liang Xiaotang's face suddenly turned red like liver. At this moment, he hated Lin Ruoxue to the core. I heard that the surveillance camera has captured the boy's appearance. How about this, you give me some time and I will investigate to see if the killer is from our Xinghui society. If it was really done by someone from our Xinghui society, I will definitely capture him myself and hand him over to you for handling. How do you think? Seeing Liang Xiaotang's sincere attitude, Shui Wei nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you check your own internal personnel, and I will also send people to the underworld to inquire and see if that guy might be from another gang. Good. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Wang Yang couldn't wait to get up. When he saw Lin Ruoxue opened her eyes, he immediately asked, Ruoxue, ask your little brother to see if the boss is really dead? Lin Ruoxue had just woken up. When she heard this, she immediately had a question mark on her face. Why do you care about this? How can I not care? If the boss dies, it will be good for you and me too. But if he's still alive, don't we still have to be on guard? I'm not afraid personally, but I'm afraid the child will be in danger in the future. Wang Yang made up an excuse to explain. Although Lin Ruoxue felt it was a bit strange, she couldn't figure out why. Besides, she had actually been curious the whole night last night whether Sui Bo was dead or not. So after hearing what Wang Yang said, she picked up the phone and called her subordinate to ask, do you know Sui Bo's current situation? It seems that he is fine now, but his hands are broken, so Master Wei has let him go home to retire. On the phone, the younger brother started to introduce himself. Master Wei? Is the old man back? Yes, it is said that he rushed back overnight just to deal with this matter. And I heard that he has sent people everywhere to find out the whereabouts of that guy. I just don't know who this murderer is. There hasn't been any news about him yet. No matter who he is, as long as he is not sent by us, that's enough. Even if Lord Wei confronts me face to face, we will still have the confidence to negotiate with him. Lin Ruoxue said coldly. Standing aside, Wang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Sui Bo was not dead. It seems like I have to be gentler next time. If the person is not in good health, it could easily result in a death. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruoxue said, he's not dead, but he's already useless. It's okay. Since he's useless, it's all his own fault. After all, who asked him to go against us, don't you think? Wang Yang said with a grin. Chapter 12, upgrade 2 levels in a row in exchange for the disguise skill. This matter has nothing to do with you. Why are you happier than me after hearing the news? Lin Ruoshua looked at Wang Yang, who was dancing and gesticulating with joy, and became suspicious again. What you said is true. Although we are not husband and wife, or even lovers, we are already bound together invisibly. As the saying goes, when one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. If something happens to you, won't the child be left without a mother? How miserable would it be for a child to have no mother's love and care in childhood? After listening to Wang Yang's explanation, Lin Ruoshua finally put her doubts aside. Don't worry, even the underworld wouldn't dare to kill people easily these days. Besides, my family still has power. It won't be that easy for the Viper gang to bring me down. Lin Ruoshua said with a cold expression. By the way, I was bored last night and came up with a name for the baby. What do you think of it? Okay, tell me, what do you want to name her? Wang Muya. You gave her the nickname Mumu before. It seems that you like this word very much. So I added the word Yao to it, and it sounds smoother and better. What do you think? Wan Muyo? This is a good name, it sounds like a little fairy. Okay, since the child will be registered under your household registration, it's no problem for him to have your last name. In this matter, Lin Ruoshua was quite casual. After all, the child's surname or name is not the most important thing. As long as she can grow up healthy and happy, that's enough. Besides, given my special status, it may not be a good thing for my child to live with me. So at this time, Lin Ruoshua's heart had begun to waver. I was thinking that if possible in the future, I could entrust Wang Muya to Wang Yang and let him take the responsibility of taking care of my daughter. Since you have no objection, I will ask the hospital to issue a certificate when I go to the hospital today, and then take this birth certificate to the health bureau to register the child's identity information. According to China's current laws, within 1 month of a child's birth, a birth certificate issued by the hospital must be presented to go through the procedures for registering the baby. This is also to ensure the legitimacy of the child's birth. Okay, it's up to you to decide. Be careful when you go out today, it's a mess outside now. Before leaving, Lin Ruoshua did not forget to give a reminder. Don't worry, Lazy is here, no need to worry too much. After breakfast, Wang Muyo woke up. Wang Yang picked up the child from the crib and said with a smile, Baby, Dad and Mom just gave you a nice name, Wang Muyo. Do you like this name? Wang Muyo had just woken up and was still hungry, so she was in no mood to complain. But it seemed as if there was some kind of mysterious connection. After hearing the name Wang Muya, she grinned subconsciously. Gah! Ha ha! Did the baby really laugh just now? It seems like she likes this name very much. Lin Ruoshua said happily. Hee, actually she can't hear what we say, let alone what Wang Muya means. Even because the child's retina is not fully developed, it's not us who are making fun of him. Then why is she laughing? Lin Ruoshua asked in confusion. Wang Yang smiled slightly, maybe it's God's will. Then Lin Ruoshua received a phone call, and then hurried to the company with her bag to handle official business. After Wang Yang fed Wang Muyo and changed her diaper, he followed Lazy out the door. After arriving at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital, while Wang Muyo was receiving blue light treatment for jaundice, he quickly went to the relevant department and processed a birth certificate for Wang Muyo. When Wang Muyo finished her treatment, a system prompt unexpectedly popped up. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully helped the baby overcome jaundice, and the reward experience value is plus 300. Ding, the host has been upgraded successfully. Please open the system panel to add attribute points and redeem a favorite book item in the system store. Wang Yang didn't expect that just by taking his baby to see a doctor, the system rewarded him with 300 experience points at one time. In addition, I have accumulated more than 100 experience points from changing diapers and feeding the baby yesterday. So at this moment, Wang Yang successfully reached the level 4. Open the panel quickly and new data will be refreshed. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.4. Force, 5. Physique 4. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 2. Experience, 26500. The experience points required for the next level are 500, but Wang Yang has already accumulated more than half of the experience points at this time. According to the current progress, he will be able to upgrade again in less than 2 days. But now he is still in the hospital with his child, and there are still many things to do next. So Wang Yang didn't have time to log into the system store to choose the system rewards. After quickly closing the system panel, Wang Yang took his daughter directly to the relevant government department and quickly completed the household registration procedures for Wang Muyao. When Wang Yang got his household registration booklet and saw Wang Muyao's name and identity information on the subpage, before he could be happy, the system prompt sound suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully registered the baby, and the reward experience value is plus 500. Fuck. Today is a triple blessing. Not only did I cure my baby's jaundice, I also registered his household registration, and I even advanced 2 levels. This time, the system panel data was quickly refreshed again. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.5. Force, 5. Physique, 4. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 4. Experience, 240-1000. After level 5, the experience value requirements become higher and higher. Simply changing diapers every day and feeding with milk powder seems to be difficult to improve one's level in a short period of time. However, through these 2 things today, Wang Yang discovered that as long as he can take good care of the children, the system will give him more extra experience points as rewards. So there is still a long time to come, and as long as he can always be with his daughter, Wang Yang will not worry about not being able to upgrade quickly. After bringing Wang Muyao back to the villa and putting her to sleep, Wang Yang sat down on the sofa in the living room. When he opened the system panel again, he immediately allocated all 4 attribute points. 2 points of strength, 1 point of physique, and 1 point of agility. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.5. Force, 7. Physique, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 0. Experience, 240-1000. In this way, Wang Yang's 4 attribute points all reached an average level. After the attribute points were added, Wang Yang suddenly felt that his hands were full of strength, and his body became lighter. After exhaling, Wang Yang felt refreshed. Then I opened the system store. In the early stage, I have already learned close combat and have an indestructible body. So next, Wang Yang plans to learn some auxiliary talents and skills. After a careful look around, Wang Yang fixed his eyes on the 2 skill books. Disguise, top cooking skills. First of all, the art of disguise, according to the book, is to use some special techniques to make your facial features distorted and blurred. At the same time, use some external props to transform yourself into another person. At this stage, one's identity information may have been exposed through the KTV surveillance footage. Therefore, mastering the innate skill of disguise is the key. The other top cooking skills are simply for taking care of Lin Ruoxue and her daughter. After all, to be on the safe side, Lin Ruoxue didn't even dare to hire a nanny to cook at home. So the task of cooking every day falls on Wang Yang. After thinking everything through, Wang Yang decisively exchanged the 2 skill books through his thoughts. Ding, the host successfully redeemed the disguise skill, and the reward will be issued immediately. Ding, the host has successfully redeemed the top cooking skills, and the reward will be issued immediately. The next moment, all the relevant knowledge and information about these 2 skill books poured into Wang Yang's mind. At this moment, Wang Yang felt like his head was about to explode. Especially the top cooking tips. All the food techniques from ancient times to the present, from China to the West, including Chinese food, Western food, and various types of cuisine, were absorbed into Wang Yang's memory cortex. But fortunately, after a while, everything returned to calm. Wang Yang took a deep breath, then clicked on the Skill Talent channel. When Wang Yang saw that he had 4 talents, namely, indestructible body, close combat skills, disguise skills, and top cooking skills, he closed the system panel with satisfaction. After mastering the cooking skills, Wang Yang flexed his hands and immediately went to the kitchen, ready to get started. And at the same time, in the president's office of Xinghuwei Culture Company, Ltd. Lin Ruoxue, however, felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, looking very uneasy. Boss Lin, are you feeling unwell? You seem to be ill. Do you want the driver to take you to the hospital? The secretary assistant beside him asked in a concerned voice. But Lin Ruoxue knew what her problem was. How could such a thing be known to outsiders? So she forced a smile and waved her hand, saying, I'm fine. You can go out first. I'll just rest in the house for a while. Okay then. Call me if you need anything. The assistant said this and turned and left the office. Lin Ruoshua quickly stood up, locked the door, and then sat down on the sofa. Then he placed his hands on his chest. Why do I suddenly feel so bloated here? Chapter 13 Body Changes. Lin Ruoshua finally has breast engorgement. Lin Ruoshua suddenly realized that she might have begun to slowly secrete milk. But now she didn't know what to do. His daughter was not by his side, and his chest was swollen. After thinking carefully, Lin Ruoshua took out her cell phone embarrassedly and sent a message to Wang Yang. Lin Ruoshua, there is something I want to ask you. Wang Yang was playing with his mobile phone, and he replied immediately after receiving the message. Wang Yang, just tell me what's going on. Lin Ruoshua, I seem to have started to produce milk. What should I do now? Hearing this, the corners of Wang Yang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cunning smile. It seems that the plan has finally succeeded. But it wasn't that he intended to trouble Lin Ruoshua, it was really for the future of the child. My daughter drinks milk powder every day, which not only causes her body to become hot and dry, but also makes it easy for her to have gastrointestinal dysfunction. So the best way to raise children is, of course, artificial feeding. Wang Yang, it's okay, this is normal. Mothers will automatically start to secrete milk within 3 to 5 days after giving birth, but some women secrete more and some less. Lin Ruoshua, but I feel bloated now. How do I deal with the discomfort? Wang Yang, there is only one way, get it out. Lin Ruoshua, what? When Lin Ruoshua saw what Wang Yang posted, her fair face turned red instantly. If someone who doesn't know the inside story sees this chat record, they will definitely think it is some kind of lewd talk. Wang Yang, I'm not asking you to squeeze it out yourself. If you really feel uncomfortable, come back and I'll find a way for you. Lin Ruoshua, I'd better grit my teeth and hold on for a while. There are a lot of things going on in the company today, and I still have to deal with some things here. Wang Yang, okay, then you decide for yourself. After closing the chat box, Wang Yang immediately opened the food delivery software. Since Lin Ruoshua has started to secrete milk, it is natural to strike while the iron is hot. So he searched for a smart milking device and placed an order immediately. Half an hour later, the delivery guy delivered the instrument to the villa. After receiving the instrument, Wang Yang smiled slyly at Wang Muyo, who was lying in the crib. Baby, you will be able to drink pure, natural, unpolluted breast milk soon. Because of the pain in her chest, Lin Ruoshua looked uneasy the whole day. In the afternoon, after hurriedly finishing her work at the company, she immediately returned to the villa. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Ruoshua couldn't help but cover her chest with her hands and moaned, ah. Seeing this, Wang Yang immediately realized that Lin Ruoshua's problem had become a bit serious. Ruoshua, from a scientific point of view, your mammary glands may have started to become blocked. Because of the hormones in your body, the milk will be secreted continuously. But if you don't squeeze it out in time, it will cause the breast duct to become blocked. Not only will you not be able to squeeze it out, but you will even cry out in pain if you touch your body. Wang Yang deliberately made the matter sound more serious so that Lin Ruoshua would take it seriously. As expected. When he said this, Lin Ruoshua immediately panicked. So what should I do now? How can I squeeze it out? Try artificial methods first to see if you can stimulate your mammary glands and allow them to secrete milk on their own. Artificial method? You don't mean to? Seeing Wang Yang staring at her chest seriously, Lin Ruoshua took a small step back in fear. What are you thinking about? Of course it's not me who's here to help you, it's her. After Wang Yang finished speaking, he picked up Wang Muyo from the crib. She? Baby, how can she help me? Lin Ruoshua had a face full of question marks. Babies are born with the ability to suck. Just like when they touch a pacifier, they will subconsciously suck quickly, allowing milk to flow out of the pacifier. So we can use this method to help you solve your current problem. But what if the baby can't do it either? Then this is the only thing we can use. Wang Yang pointed to the breast pump on the table. After seeing the breast pump, Lin Ruoshua knew what it was used for without even asking. The next moment, Lin Ruoshua's face flushed again. However, my chest is still hurting and it's getting worse. So Lin Ruoshua stopped thinking about it, picked up Wang Muyo and went back to the bedroom. Obviously, as an outsider, Wang Yang could only stand outside the door and guard it. After a while, Lin Ruoshua shouted in the house, Wang Yang, the baby doesn't want to drink. Take your time and guide her. All right. Another 10 minutes passed before Lin Ruoshua carried Wang Muyo out. How is it, is the child willing to eat? I sucked a little bit and felt my left breast feel better, but then she refused to cooperate anymore. Lin Ruoxue replied helplessly. This is normal. The baby is only a few days old. How big can her appetite be? Plus, we're force-feeding her this time, so she's probably not even hungry. But even if the baby doesn't drink, you still have to squeeze it out. Only by continuously squeezing out the milk in the mammary glands can you continue to secrete more milk. Then try the milking machine? Wang Yang nodded. Go and give it a try. I also bought you a milk storage bag. You can seal the milk you squeeze out in the bag and then put it in the bottom layer of the refrigerator to freeze it completely. That way, if you're not home during the day and the baby wants to drink milk, I can heat the milk bag and feed the baby through the bottle. You know so much, you even know how to store breast milk. Lin Ruoxue was embarrassed, but at the same time, she admired Wang Yang very much. As a man, and one who has never been married, he actually knows so much about parenting. I am 3 years older than him, and as a new mother, I am far inferior to him in many things. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue decided that in the next period of time, she must make up for her parenting knowledge. Afterwards, Wang Yang took out the milking machine and briefly introduced the relevant functions and precautions to Lin Ruoxue. Then Lin Ruoxue returned to the house and operated it on her own. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ruoxue came out happily. It's squeezed out. Although it's only a little bit, I feel that my chest pain is gone and my body feels much better. You should always carry this device with you. When you are at work during the day, if you start to feel pain, just squeeze it. All right. Although Lin Ruoxue felt it was too embarrassing to bring it to the company. If her subordinates in the company knew that she was pumping milk in the office, wouldn't they be furious? But she had no better solution at the moment, so she could only stuff the breast pump into her big bag. By the way, I have already registered the child. Well, thank you for your hard work. Wang Yang waved his hand. Why are you so distant with me? Don't you know that I am also the biological father of the child? From a legal perspective, I am the person primarily responsible. Lin Ruoxue forced a smile. I know, but our situation is not very optimistic at the moment. It's really unfair for you and the baby to follow me. You think too much. Although we are not husband and wife, we are in the same boat. We share the hardships and happiness together. Besides, I think our situation is pretty good. It doesn't seem as bad as you think. After all, hasn't your mortal enemy been dealt with? When Lin Ruoxue heard this, her expression gradually became serious. Although Suibo has been abolished, the Viper Gang is still there. And this time, the leader of the Viper Gang has come back specially. Maybe he will continue to join forces with Liang Xiaotang to deal with me. By that time, things might become even more difficult. Does Liang Xiaotang really intend to fight to the bitter end with us? Wang Yang muttered softly, and his eyes became sharp. At the same time, in a luxurious club, Liang Xiaotang sat in front of a coffee table, leisurely sipping a cup of Westlake Longjing tea. Several of his men stood respectfully in front of him, not daring to say a word. After taking a sip of tea, Liang Xiaotang let out a meaningful sigh. Then he slowly asked, How is it? Have you found out everything I asked you to investigate? Boss Liang, we have already conducted a comprehensive investigation in the gang, and there is no such guy in the photo. Also, according to our estimation, this kid is at most in his early 20s. We at Xinghue Club would never accept a kid of this age. Is it possible that it was done by people from other surrounding provinces and cities? That shouldn't be the case. After all, if someone from other regions were to come and do something, we would definitely get wind of it. Besides, we've never heard of such an awesome guy in any of the surrounding cities. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Liang Xiaotang's expression gradually became gloomy. You mean, this guy appeared out of thin air? At this time, one of the men suddenly said, Boss Liang, I just heard a piece of news. It is said that Miss Lin found the biological father of the child and took him to her villa to help take care of her child. Snort! What the hell is this? It's already known to everyone that she's pregnant with a bastard. It's not surprising to find the child's biological father now. But who is this child's father? Could he be a gangster? It shouldn't be, but there is one thing that is worthy of suspicion. That's the child's biological father, who is said to be only in his early 20s. The murderer in the photo should be about the same age. What? Hearing this, Liang Xiaotang stood up suddenly, and his expression became intriguing. Chapter 14, Disguise, Stealing the Day. On the other side, Wang Yang was still cooking for Lin Ruoxue. After all, he had just learned top-level cooking skills today, so he naturally wanted to show off his skills in front of Lin Ruoxue. But just as he was stirring the wok and preparing to cook, Lin Ruoxue ran over in a panic. "Oh no, Liang Xiaotang is coming here to see me." "What the hell?" Wang Yang frowned instantly. Although he had never dealt with Liang Xiaotang, he had learned from Lin Ruoxue and bodyguard Lei Zi that this man was insidious and cunning, and was also an old fox. At this critical juncture, the other party suddenly came to visit, obviously with bad intentions. "What do you think is his purpose in coming to see me suddenly? Are you planning to have a showdown with me?" Wang Yang thought for a moment and finally shook his head. "No, according to my analysis, he doesn't have the courage. Your father is just missing, he's not definitely dead. So there are still many people in the company who are on your side. And if he really wants to show his hand, he can't come to us openly. Wouldn't that give him a handle? So he must have come here with other purposes. What could be the purpose? Could it be that he still thinks that it was me who sent people to kill Suibo?" Lin Ruoxue muttered to herself. This sentence suddenly made Wang Yang realize. He immediately snorted in his heart, "This guy is probably coming for me." Then he asked, "Do you think he came to see me? After all, there's suddenly a man in your house, so of course he's going to come over to find out what's going on. See what you're doing? You are not a gangster. But now that he's here, he'll definitely take a look at you." Wang Yang did not tell Lin Ruoxue about how he had killed Suibo, so Lin Ruoxue naturally didn't know the inside story. Who knows? This old fox is the only one who knows what he is up to. So we should wait for him here? No, I'm waiting for him here. Take the baby back to the house and wait. Then I'll say you've slept with the child, and then see what he's planning. What? But he came to see me. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue was shocked again. She didn't expect that Wang Yang was going to face all this for her alone. Just because he's here to find you, there's no need for you to show up in such a hurry. And we are doing this to test the other party's intentions. If he came to visit me specifically, it doesn't matter much whether you are here or not. The purpose of Wang Yang doing this was to get Lin Ruoxue away. After all, if the other party was really coming for him, he would have to use the disguise technique he had just learned to get away with it. Although I now have the system in my hands and have also learned several life-saving skills. But facing a gang of mafia, his strength was still too weak. Therefore, at this critical juncture, you must not reveal your true identity in front of the other party. Although Lin Ruoxue felt that this was inappropriate, Wang Yang was determined, so she couldn't continue to insist. After a simple dinner, Lin Ruoxue took Wang Muyao, who was already fast asleep, upstairs to rest. After Lin Ruoxue left, Wang Yang immediately went to the bathroom. After locking the door, the strength of his facial muscles began to slowly move. The next moment, Wang Yang suddenly discovered the self in the mirror was changing in subtle ways. Especially the facial contours, which instantly became completely different from myself. Facial features, skin color, and even eyebrows are changing quietly. After a while, the disguise process was finally over. Wang Yang took a deep breath. When he looked at himself in the mirror again, he was amused. Because if you haven't known him for many years, or have not been with him for a long time, you will never be able to tell that the person in the mirror is Wang Yang. So Wang Yang was fully confident that he could get away with it with this face. After all, at that time, except Suibo, no one could see his appearance clearly. This disguise technique is truly amazing. Just then, there were rapid knocks on the door outside. Wang Yang realized that it was probably Liang Xiaotang who brought people here. Then he washed his face and went to the door. After tidying up his appearance, Wang Yang turned the handle and opened the door of the villa. The next moment, more than 10 strange men were seen standing in front of the door. Gathered among them was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, slightly fat, with a kind face. The other party was stunned when he saw Wang Yang, then he smiled falsely and said, "You are Ruoxue's man, right?" Wang Yang snorted and laughed. "Are you Mr. Liang?" "That's right, my name is Liang Xiaotang, and I'm Ruoxue's uncle. I came here today mainly to visit her. After all, I have been too busy recently and have no chance to go to the company to meet her. And she just gave birth to a baby, so naturally as her uncle I have to come and visit her in person." Wang Yang sneered in his heart, thinking that this guy can really act. It's a pity that he doesn't go into the entertainment industry to make movies. But since the other party is pretending to be confused in front of him, he naturally has to cooperate with him and play this good show to the end. Then Wang Yang pretended to be regretful and said, "Uncle Liang, I'm so sorry. Ruoshua was too tired today, so I went back to the room with the baby to sleep. How about this? If you have anything you want me to tell you, just tell me directly. Also, when Ruoshua wakes up tomorrow, I'll ask her to contact you, okay? Wang Yang's words were obviously telling Liang Xiaotang that Lin Ruoshua didn't want to see him. Liang Xiaotang did not expect that he would be rejected, and he suddenly became furious. But then he thought, he came here today to see the boy in front of him, so it didn't matter if he couldn't see Lin Ruoshua. Then, Liang Xiaotang laughed and said, "It seems that I came at the wrong time today. But it doesn't matter, I'll just bring the gift. These are the diapers I bought for my child, and the milk powder imported from Australia. Just pass it to Ruoshua for me, and then ask her to take good care of herself and not exhaust herself. Also, if you need any help from me, just tell me. We are all family, so please don't be polite to me." "Thank you so much, Uncle Liang, don't worry, we will definitely come to you if we have any difficulties." "Okay, I'll be leaving then. See you later." "Goodbye, I won't see you off." Chapter 15. Oops, the baby's head is flattened from sleeping? After Wang Yang closed the door, Liang Xiaotang, who had just walked out of the villa, suddenly became gloomy. He turned around and asked the brothers around him, "Did you see this guy's face clearly just now? Is he the same as the murderer in the photo?" Several younger brothers looked at each other, then shook their heads and said, "Boss Liang, I don't think it's that guy." Yes, although their figures and ages are somewhat similar, their faces are very different. It shouldn't be him. I just observed carefully. His hands are very soft and delicate. He doesn't look like a martial artist at all. After several people discussed it for a while, Liang Xiaotang also felt that Wang Yang was not the person he was looking for. In this case, he didn't know what to do. Back in the car, Liang Xiaotang thought for a while and finally called Shui Wei. "Master Wei, can you meet me sometime?" Soon, the car left the villa. Wang Yang returned to the bathroom, controlled his mind, and restored his face to its original appearance. Then he called Lei Zi. "Lei Zi, just throw these things into the trash can outside." Lei Zi knew what was going on at a glance, so he left without saying anything more, carrying several large bags of baby supplies. After Lei Zi left, Wang Yang tiptoed into the master bedroom. After I knocked gently on the door, a gentle voice came from inside, "Come in." Wang Yang pushed the door open and saw Lin Ruoshua sitting anxiously on a chair. "How is it, has the old fox left? Did he say anything to you?" Wang Yang smiled slightly. "He didn't say anything, he just bought some baby supplies and came over, saying he wanted to visit you. But I've already chased him away, and Lei Zi threw away the things he sent me." Lin Ruoshua breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then nodded. "Who knows if there is any problem with the things he sent, so it's best to throw them away. But we can't let our relationship with him become strained right now, so we should be careful when dealing with him in the future." Wang Yang thought about it, then blurted out, "What do you think, if something happens to Liang Xiaotang, will the situation be favorable to us? How is it possible? At this stage, something happened to Sui Bo, and the outside world is suspecting that we did it. If Liang Xiaotang makes any more mistakes at this critical moment, wouldn't that tell everyone that I am the suspect? Even if the matter has nothing to do with us, the gangsters won't tell you the evidence. Especially Liang Xiaotang still has a group of subordinates who have followed him for many years. They will definitely launch crazy revenge at that time. This will cause our company to split, and give the Viper gang an opportunity to take advantage." Wang Yang was also shocked after hearing Lin Ruoshua's analysis. "I thought to myself that this woman was really not just a beautiful woman with a beautiful exterior." However, Lin Ruoshua's words did not change Wang Yang's mind. Because he had realized that as long as Liang Xiaotang was alive, he and Lin Ruoshua would be in danger. At the same time, the Xinhui Association cannot completely unite to fight against other external forces. Therefore, a bold idea has quietly emerged in Wang Yang's mind. "Forget it, let's not talk about these messy trivial matters. Let me ask you something. Just now when I was coaxing Mumu to sleep, I suddenly noticed that her head seemed a little flat. Could this be related to brain development? Is it even possible that it will affect her intellectual development in the future?" After Lin Ruoshua finished speaking, Wang Yang walked to the bed and lifted Wang Muyao's little head with his hand. "Be gentle. I won't be responsible if you wake the child up." Although Wang Muyao also likes to sleep these 2 days, she is too restless before going to bed. Especially after tasting breast milk, you have to take 2 deep sips to satisfy your craving before you can fall asleep peacefully. Don't worry. The brain nerves of babies at this stage are not that developed. Once she enters the dream state, it will be a deep sleep state. Look, no matter how I move her now, she won't open her eyes and wake up. After Wang Yang finished speaking, he deliberately twisted Wang Muyao's body. Alright, stop torturing my daughter. She's sleeping soundly, why are you moving around? Seeing Lin Ruoxue stamping her feet anxiously, Wang Yang was immediately happy. I'm telling you scientific facts. Okay, I checked everything out, there's nothing wrong with the baby's brain, and there's no sign that she'll have developmental delays. As for the problem of a flat head you mentioned, it's because the skull of a newborn baby is relatively soft. One thing is that if she always sleeps in the same position, it will easily cause her head to be deformed on the side of the pillow. As time goes by, it becomes impossible to correct it even if you want to. So what should we do now? If a girl's head is flattened after sleeping, it will affect her image, right? Lin Ruoxue suddenly became anxious. Look, you're anxious again. Since I'm here, I certainly won't let this happen to our children. I'm going to buy her a baby-specific pillow tomorrow and fix her little head in it. This will ensure that the child's head will be round. After hearing Wang Yang's explanation, Lin Ruoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Raising children is indeed a technical job. But where on earth did you learn all this parenting knowledge? Why do I feel like there's nothing you don't understand? The more Lin Ruoxue thought about it, the more puzzled she felt. After all, Wang Yang's performance during this period was more professional than that of the doctor and the confinement nanny. When I have nothing to do, I search for relevant information online, so of course I know a lot more. Well, it seems that you are still a very caring father. I would like to thank you on behalf of Mumu. Wang Yang looked at Lin Ruoxue speechlessly. You are so distant, it's as if we are strangers. We are strangers. If it weren't for Wang Muyao, we might never have met in this life. Lin Ruoxue spoke quickly and blurted out what was in her heart. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became a little awkward. The way the two of them got along was originally a little uncomfortable. Now that Lin Ruoxue has made it clear, the two of them are even more confused about how to live under the same roof. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward, Wang Yang had to take the initiative to change the subject and said, "The child is ours, so of course I have the responsibility and obligation to take good care of her. Also, I have something I hope you can confess to me." What is it? What happened to your parents? Chapter 16 Recruiting Soldiers and Starting to Build Up Your Power. Lin Ruoxue looked at Wang Yang, knowing that if they continue to get along, this matter would be impossible to keep secret. So after sighing, she slowly said, "Actually, I don't know where my parents went. All I know is that they suddenly received a notice that night and then left in a hurry. But in the end, the two of them didn't come back the whole night. When I tried to contact them the next day, I found that they had disappeared." So the police didn't intervene in the investigation? Wang Yang asked with a frown. I definitely called the police at that time. But my family's background is a bit special, and the matter seems to be very complicated, so the police accepted the case and then let it go. Lin Ruoxue explained. Hearing this, Wang Yang suddenly realized that something was indeed fishy. Logically speaking, Lin Ruoxue's father is also a big shot in the underworld of Shanghai. Even the Xinhui Culture Company, limited under his name, is a fairly large private enterprise. It is really unacceptable that a boss of a private enterprise can just disappear. So obviously, there must be something hidden behind this. However, Wang Yang had just met Lin Ruoxue and didn't know how the Xinhui society became successful. He even suspected that before this, Lin Ruoxue might not have been directly involved in gang affairs. Then, Wang Yang asked tentatively, "Did you know that your father was a gangster boss?" "I know a little bit, but before this, my parents protected me very well and never thought of letting me inherit the family business. And I was forced to step up and help manage this business after my parents suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. Otherwise my father's business will soon fall into the hands of others. It seems that the underworld in the Demon City is very deep. At least our enemies are not just Liang Xiaotang or the Viper Gang." Wang Yang concluded. Lin Ruoxue shook her head helplessly. "I just want to find my father and keep his business." "Then have you ever thought about not getting involved in the affairs of the underworld anymore?" "I want to, but everyone in the company is a gangster. I can't just kick them all out, right? Besides, my father has been in the underworld for so many years, and he must have offended many enemies. If we don't have the protection of Xinhui society, we might be found by our enemies soon. By that time, we won't be able to live a normal life." Lin Ruoxue's analysis made a lot of sense, and Wang Yang nodded in agreement. And since Lin Ruoxue cannot give up the company, let alone the Xinghui Club, he can only find a way to solve the current problem in secret. Okay, I'm glad you told me these secrets. At least it means you trust me. Wang Yang changed the subject and joked with a smile. Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Wang Yang and said, "If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? I didn't dare tell you these secrets before, mainly because I was afraid that an ordinary person like you would be scared away after knowing them. On the other hand, telling you this kind of thing will not help, so I chose to hide it for the time being." Ha, that may not be the case. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Although I am just a college graduate, there will always be a place where I can be of use. Seeing Wang Yang's serious look, Lin Ruoxue was immediately amused. Okay, I believe you. If I need you in the future, I will definitely ask you directly. Don't make excuses when the time comes. No problem, I'll take care of everything. After all, I am Wang Muyao's father. What a stinker. At this moment, Wang Yang suddenly realized. As they talked, they gradually became closer to each other without realizing it. Such a change naturally made him very happy. After all, no matter what, Lin Ruoxue is the child's mother. As long as Wang Muyao is around, their relationship will never be severed. The next day was the weekend, and Liang Xiaotang went to the company early in the morning, so Lin Ruoxue decided to rest at home today. Wang Yang took the opportunity to suggest, "Since you are free today, why don't we go out for a walk and buy some baby supplies for the child?" Okay, let's go out for a walk and relax. Lin Ruoxue had already given up the so-called confinement period, so she put on warm long clothes and trousers and went out with Wang Muyao and Wang Yang. Soon, the two arrived in front of a large supermarket nearby. Just as he reached the entrance of the supermarket, Wang Yang caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man arguing excitedly with a man in a suit. "I'm just applying for a security guard position, not a supermarket manager position. What does this have to do with you? Besides, you all agreed to it at the beginning, why did you change your mind after just 2 days of work?" As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the man in the suit said impatiently, "Sir, we originally planned to recruit you to work as a security guard, but when our staff were preparing to process your employment procedures and pay social security for you, they discovered that you had a criminal record. So according to our company's management regulations, we cannot hire people who have been released from prison with a criminal record. I hope you can go somewhere else and have a look. Sorry." After saying that, the other party turned around and walked into the supermarket without even looking back. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red and he clenched his fists. Originally, Wang Yang didn't intend to care about these messy little things. After all, the other party had nothing to do with him. But at this moment, he suddenly had an idea and a brilliant plan popped up in his mind. Then, Wang Yang said to Lin Ruoxue, "Ruoxue, take the baby to the supermarket first, I'm going to the bathroom. Also, the baby can't use the air conditioner now. You have to cover her with a blanket later. Don't let her catch a cold." Since there was no one to take care of the child at home, Wang Yang and Lin Ruoxue did not dare to leave the child to Lazy and others, so they could only take her with them when they went out. Fortunately, before going out, Wang Yang had changed Wang Muyao into a set of thick clothes, wrapping her whole body like a dumpling, so as long as she pays a little attention, there shouldn't be any problem. Okay, I'll go in and buy some snacks first, and you can come find us later. After Lin Ruoxue entered the supermarket and completely disappeared from his sight, Wang Yang turned around quickly. When Wang Yang found that the man was still sitting in front of the supermarket with an unwilling look on his face, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. Then he went to the nearby store and bought a pack of cigarettes, and then walked straight towards the other party. "Brother, want a cigarette?" After saying that, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to the other person. The other party had never smoked such a good cigarette before, so he took the cigarette with gratitude. "Thanks, brother." After the other party took a deep puff, Wang Yang continued, "What's your name, brother?" "My name is Zhang Chang, what's your name?" "Just call me Wang Yang." "Brother Wang Yang, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing, I just passed by here and accidentally heard you arguing with the supermarket manager." "Humph, this sanctimonious guy, does he really think he's a normal person just because he's wearing a suit? Didn't I just do stupid things on impulse when I was young? Is it possible that people who have been in prison can't find a normal job and live on in this life?" As Zhang Chang said this, he took another big puff of huazi. Seeing that the other party was getting emotional, Wang Yang knew that the opportunity had come. He immediately said slowly, "Brother Chang, forgive me for being blunt, but in this society, people with criminal records do feel inferior. And this is related to the values of the entire society, and it is not something you can change with just a few words. Besides, even if the supermarket really hired you as a security guard, I'm afraid no colleague would really treat you as one of their own. Some customers may even not want to patronize the supermarket again once they know about your situation. What Wang Yang said was true, so after hearing this, Zhang Chang became even more depressed. 3. He finished all the cigarettes in 2 puffs. Seeing this, Wang Yang immediately took the initiative to hand over another one. And Zhang Chang was no fool. A stranger suddenly came up to him, handed him a cigarette and asked about his well-being. It was obvious that he had something to ask him. "Brother, stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want to do with me?" Brother Chang is really a straightforward person. "I actually came to you because I wanted to ask you to do some business with me." "What business?" "Business on the road." Zhang Chang was shocked. After all, he didn't expect that this seemingly weak young man in front of him was actually a gangster. "Who are you hanging out with?" "Xinghui Club, do you know them?" "I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it. I am related to the Xinghui Society, but now I plan to become independent and form my own gang." "How many people are around you?" "Just me." Hearing this, Zhang Chang laughed out loud on the spot. He said indifferently, "Humph, you kid, I think you are just daydreaming. It's not easy to gain a foothold in the Tao. That's why I came to you to join my group. You think too much. Although I know it's hard to find a job, I don't want to follow you and do stupid things. What great things can we accomplish here with just the 2 of us? It's okay, you don't have to make a decision in a hurry. Here's my phone number, take it first. If you think it through one day, call me again. Take this pack of cigarettes and smoke it. I'll treat you to it." After saying that, Wang Yang borrowed a pen from the shop next door, then wrote his phone number on the cigarette shell and handed it to Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang hesitated for a moment, but finally took the cigarette. "Okay, let's contact each other when we have a chance." Chapter 17. Cook by yourself and make Western desserts. After saying goodbye to Zhang Chang, Wang Yang entered the supermarket. After walking around twice, I finally saw Lin Ruoxue in the snack area. But at this moment, Lin Ruoxue was pushing a baby stroller while looking at the food on the shelves. "Ruoxue, what did you buy?" "I didn't buy anything, just some potato chips and snacks to satisfy my hunger when I'm hungry in the office." Hearing this, Wang Yang frowned and asked, "Why? Is the food in the company cafeteria not tasty? Why do you have to eat snacks to fill your stomach?" "No, I'm mainly trying to lose weight recently. You don't know, before I got pregnant, I weighed less than 100 pounds. But when I gave birth, I was already over 120 years old. Now that I have finally lost 110 pounds, I must strike while the iron is hot and try to get back to my original size. You should be about 1.68 meters tall, right? According to the BML scientific algorithm, even your current weight is completely in line with the health standards. Oh, girls always want to make themselves thinner." Lin Ruoxue spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. After all, before Wang Yang appeared, she had to take care of everything by herself. Now she finally has a man to accompany her, and he is even willing to protect her and her child, so Lin Ruoxue unknowingly begins to rely on Wang Yang. That won't do. Eating these snacks will not only affect your health, but may even cause gastrointestinal problems for your baby. After all, don't forget that our baby still needs breastfeeding. Potato chips and snacks aren't allowed either? These aren't spicy. Lin Ruoxue pouted and explained. It's better not to. These are junk foods. Eating too much of them will not do your body any good. As Wang Yang spoke, he took out the snacks from the cart bag by bag and put them back on the shelf. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxue immediately became unhappy. She pouted and complained, "Then we as mothers deserve to be hungry, and I just wanted to satisfy my craving." Don't be so anxious, I didn't say I wouldn't give you anything. But you won't let me eat these, what are you going to let me eat? Whatever you want to eat, I can make it for you. Tisk, can you make Western desserts? Lin Ruoxue asked casually. Isn't this simple? If you want, I can do it for you. Is this true or false? Then why don't you make me an egg tart? This is simpler, easier to make, and tastes good. Lin Ruoxue didn't want to make things difficult for Wang Yang, so she suggested the simplest egg tart food to test whether the other party could really make Western desserts. Isn't this simple? I'm going to buy the ingredients for the egg tarts now, just wait. After saying that, Wang Yang pushed the supermarket cart to the shelf next to him. Lin Ruoxue also followed curiously, pushing the stroller. Wang Yang first bought a row of 4 boxes of Wangzai milk drinks on the shelf, and then went to the fresh food area to buy a row of raw eggs and a box of packaged egg tart crusts. Is there any sugar at home? There should be quite a few more. Then don't buy it, let's go. Are you done buying it? Can egg tarts be made with just these few ingredients? Lin Ruoxue had always eaten ready-made egg tarts in the store before, so naturally she didn't know what ingredients were needed to make egg tarts. But when she saw only the things Wang Yang bought, she couldn't help but question it. Wang Yang smiled and explained, "Let me tell you right now, egg tarts are the most simple dessert that requires the least skill. Then even if you make the egg tarts, they have to suit my taste. I like to eat KFC's egg tarts anyway. I think they taste the best, and the egg tart crust is also soft and crispy. No problem, I can even make better egg tarts than theirs. You're talking big again, let's wait and see." Then the two of them bought some daily necessities before taking Wang Muyao back home. Fortunately, your daughter slept the entire time during this trip, otherwise if she was hungry and wanted to drink milk, I don't know what I would do. When she returned home and saw that Wang Muyao was still asleep, Lin Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What's the big deal? In fact, baby should go out for more walks. But she's still too young. The environment outside is complicated, with viruses and bacteria everywhere. Wouldn't it be easy for her to get sick?" Lin Ruoxue asked in confusion. "That's what we said, but we are also getting vaccinated normally. As far as I know, when babies are born, they are actually given the first shot of hepatitis B vaccine and a shot of BCG vaccine, right?" "Yes. But these 2 shots of vaccine are not enough to protect against other viruses. Take your time. When children grow up to 3 years old, they need to get multiple shots of various vaccines. And during this process, you can't let your children stay at home every day, right? Besides, the flowers in the greenhouse will be destroyed and fall down immediately if they encounter wind and rain. So, kid, you still shouldn't be too harsh on him." Wang Yang's theory was naturally taught to him systematically, so he felt confident when he spoke of it. "What you said seems to make sense. Then we should take her out for walks more often in the future. Well, by the way, you need to buy some new clothes too." "Ah? Doesn't my dress look good?" Lin Ruoxue always thought that her aesthetic taste was good, so when she saw Wang Yang disliked her dress, she instantly became unhappy. "Ha, you're overthinking it. I think there's nothing wrong with your outfit, but if you want to take your baby out, you'd better wear underwear suitable for breastfeeding. It will be more convenient to take off your clothes and breastfeed then." You even know this? Are you a pervert?" Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue instantly lost her composure. Because as a woman, she had not thought about this level of problem, but Wang Yang blurted it out directly. So it is obvious that this matter must have been stored in the other party's mind for a long time. Wang Yang spread his hands helplessly. "Do you think I'm a pervert? Actually, I saw some mothers online saying that it was inconvenient to breastfeed when taking their babies out, so I wrote it down." "Real? Don't lie to me. Have you ever raised a child before? You have such a powerful background, why don't you just send a little brother to investigate my household registration and background and find out? Or, have you actually investigated me a long time ago?" Wang Yang asked back a question intriguingly. Now Lin Ruoxue was speechless. Indeed, before this, she had secretly investigated Wang Yang's identity and background. Just because the other party is just an ordinary person, she felt safe and bold to let Wang Yang live with her. "Okay, I believe you. Hurry up and make the egg tarts. I'm starving." Just at this time, Mumu in the crib finally woke up from hunger and started crying loudly on the spot. Seeing this, Wang Yang ordered, "Take the baby to the bedroom to feed her. She must be very hungry at this time. Then I'll go to the kitchen and make you egg tarts. Once you're done feeding, I guess the egg tarts can be out of the oven." "Okay." Oh, being a mother is really tiring. Even if I am hungry, I can't let my child starve. This is a sweet burden. I don't even have the chance to feed it." Wang Yang joked. "Nonsense." Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes in annoyance, then picked up Wang Muyao and went back to the bedroom to feed her. Wang Yang came to the kitchen with the ingredients. 20 minutes later, Lin Ruoxue came out holding Wang Muyao, who was full and had bright eyes. As soon as she came to the kitchen, Lin Ruoxue smelled a fragrance. "Oh, it smells so good, is it the smell of egg tarts?" Wang Yang smiled slightly. You came at the right time. This egg tart has just been taken out of the oven, but it is still very hot now. It is best to wait until it cools down before eating it. After listening to this, Lin Ruoxue immediately went to the dining table. When she saw that there were indeed a few egg tarts on the iron plate that looked just like the ones in KFC, Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath again. It smells the same, but I don't know how it tastes. Here, baby, give it to me and let me hold it. You eat slowly. After saying that, Wang Yang took the initiative to take over Wang Muyao. Then Lin Ruoxue sat down, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and picked up a piece of egg tart. After blowing gently a few times, she brought it to her mouth and slowly took a small bite with her sweet lips. After chewing and swallowing, Lin Ruoxue's eyes suddenly lit up. It tastes great. Not only does it have the aroma of eggs, but the egg tart crust is just the right crispiness. And it's just the right amount of sweetness so it doesn't make me sick. Facing Lin Ruoxue's praise, Wang Yang immediately became proud. How is my egg tart compared to those sold outside? Yes, it tastes much better than outside, and it is definitely healthier and safer. Baby, you'll be in for a treat from now on, because your dad is a great chef. Lin Ruoxue gave a thumbs up while eating. Actually, if you really like it, you can learn it yourself. Making egg tarts is easy, anyone can do it. Ah? How to do it? Teach me. After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue immediately became curious. After all, if her parents hadn't suddenly disappeared mysteriously, she would be an ordinary office worker now. When you get off work, you can have some free time to do what you like. It's very simple. First, beat 2 raw eggs in a bowl, then pour in 2 bottles of Wanzai milk and 2 spoons of sugar. After mixing evenly, pour the egg tart liquid into the finished egg tart crust. Finally, just bake it in an air fryer at 175 degrees for 15 to 16 minutes. The egg tarts baked during this time period taste the best. Chapter 18 Give the baby a bath and redeem top stunts. Lin Ruoxue was secretly amazed, thinking that Wang Yang was really something. After all, he was able to accurately calculate the baking time to within 1 minute. This would be impossible without some skills. So from this moment on, Lin Ruoxue began to look at Wang Yang with admiration again. At the same time, I was thinking, are college students these days so awesome? How come they know everything? After eating the egg tart, Lin Ruoxue felt full. She was originally trying to lose weight, so naturally she didn't want to eat more at lunch. Seeing that Lin Ruoxue didn't want to eat, Wang Yang was too lazy to cook anymore. After all, although it is one thing for him to have mastered top-notch cooking skills, cooking is another matter entirely. Especially preparing food, which is the most annoying thing. So Wang Yang simply bought himself a bowl of noodles and ate it anyway. After finishing lunch, Wang Yang suggested, we haven't given the child a bath in the past 2 days, why don't we give her a bath today? After all, we took her out, and maybe her clothes and skin are already contaminated with bacteria. Well, the nurse also told her when she gave her a bath for the first time that newborn babies should not be bathed too frequently, as this will make their skin drier. But we haven't washed it for nearly 3 days, so it wouldn't hurt to wash it now. Especially now that she's in good spirits and not sleepy at all, just wipe her body quickly. Okay, I'll go drain the water. Since Lin Ruoxue had already bought a bathtub for the baby when she gave birth, Wang Yang went straight to the bathroom and took out the bathtub. Looking at the red bathtub with a baby pattern painted on it, Wang Yang shouted to Lin Ruoxue outside the room, this baby is not as pretty as our Mumu. When we have money in the future, we will let Mumu become a child star and debut in commercials. Don't give me that. I don't want my daughter to suffer in the entertainment industry. When I make enough money, I'll let her do whatever she wants and not worry about money. Lin Ruoxue said with a pout. Ha, have you thought about your daughter's future so early? But as I said before, flowers in a greenhouse don't grow big. Oh, it's too early to talk about these things now. Have you prepared the water? I want to undress her. Wang Yang turned off the tap, tested the water temperature, and found it was just right. He then ordered, bring the baby over here. Okay. Lin Ruoxue took off Wang Muyao's clothes and handed the naked baby to Wang Yang. Seeing his daughter staring at him with eyes wide open, Wang Yang grinned and said, baby, daddy is here to help you take a bath. Then he held the back of his daughter's head with his hands and gently placed her in the bathtub. Do you want me to help you? Lin Ruoxue on the side asked. No need, just watch carefully. After all, if I'm not available at home one day, you can give the baby a bath yourself. Okay, what should I pay attention to? First of all, babies at this stage are still very sensitive to water, so we have to keep the bath water temperature at around 40 degrees. If you can't be precise, buy a water thermometer and put it here. Besides, babies who have just entered the water will definitely have a physiological fear. So you have to let her enter the water little by little, and when she is fully adapted and stops crying or making a fuss, then put her whole body into the water. The last and most important point is that your head must not get wet. Because during this period, the baby's resistance is not strong, so once water enters the facial organs, it may trigger infection and inflammation. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Lin Ruoxue was already full of admiration for Wang Yang at this time, so he firmly believed that as long as he did what Wang Yang said, everything would be fine. Then, Wang Yang began to gently wipe Wang Muyao's body with a towel. Baby's skin is also very fragile, don't use too much force, and don't use shower gel casually. After all, she stays at home all day and doesn't go out often, so her body won't be too dirty. While speaking, Wang Yang had already finished bathing his daughter. And at the moment he picked up Wang Muyao and took her out of the bathtub, the system prompt sound in his mind rang again. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully bathed the baby, and the reward experience value is plus 50. Ding, the host has been upgraded successfully. Please open the system panel to add attribute points and redeem a favorite book item in the system store. After a pause, Wang Yang remembered that after 2 days of careful care and hands-on care, his experience points were almost overflowing. This time, after giving the baby a bath, he gained 50 experience points in one go, which allowed him to successfully reach level 6. After wiping Wang Muyao's body clean, he handed the child to Lin Ruoxue. It's late now, the baby should also want to catch up on some sleep, so go in and feed her a couple more sips of milk, then gently pat her back, I think she'll fall asleep soon. Wang Yang suggested. Okay, I'll give it a try. After Lin Ruoxue brought the baby into the house, Wang Yang came to the living room alone, and then opened his personal panel through his mind. At this time, the system data has been successfully updated in real time. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.6. Force, 7. Physique 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 2. Experience, 10,000. This time, Wang Yang decided to allocate all attribute points to agility. Because, when Wang Yang upgraded last time, he had already thought about what type of books he would need to redeem after the next upgrade. After he opened the system store, he exchanged for a book of Mysterious Steps, without any hesitation. The content of this book is roughly about improving Wang Yang's own mobility. Although it cannot achieve the teleportation and instant movement as described in novels and movies, it can respond to any situation in a very short time. Therefore, once he has learned this skill, Wang Yang will not only be faster when tracking and escaping, but his reaction will also be faster than others during actual combat. Ding, the host successfully redeemed the Phantom Steps, and the reward will be issued immediately. After a moment, Wang Yang felt that the strength in his legs was instantly reduced a lot. After jumping on the spot for a while, my jumping ability has also changed significantly. And this is only based on the fact that agility is only 7 points. Once his agility value reaches several dozen points, he might be able to achieve the effect of instant displacement. However, the experience points required for the next level have reached 2,000 points. Just by bathing, feeding, and changing diapers for the child every day, I am afraid that it will take 10 days or half a month to reach the next level. So he can only take one step at a time. Chapter 19, Conquer the Younger Brothers and Prepare to Make a Big Move. At this moment, Wang Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. He was originally wondering who would come to him for nothing at this time. But when he saw that it was a local unfamiliar caller number, Wang Yang suddenly thought of someone. Could it be him? As expected. When Wang Yang answered the phone, the voice he had just heard came from the receiver. Excuse me, is this brother Wang Yan? It's me. You are Zhang Chang, right? Brother Wang Yang, can we meet sometime? I want to sit down and have a good chat with you. Okay, Binhai Park, just wait for me there. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yang tiptoed to the bedroom. After shouting, Lin Ruoxue replied from inside the room, not asleep yet. Seeing that the other party was still breastfeeding, Wang Yang was naturally embarrassed to push the door open and could only shout outside the house, then I'll send a message, remember to read it. Good. After a while, Lin Ruoxue received a WeChat message from Wang Yang. Wang Yang, transfer 100,000 yuan to me, help me. Lin Ruoxue was a little puzzled. Wang Yan usually didn't ask for money, but when he did, he asked for 100,000 yuan. However, this amount of money was nothing to Lin Ruoxue, so she didn't hesitate and agreed directly. Lin Ruoxue, send me your bank account number and I will transfer the money to you directly using the mobile banking app. Seeing that Lin Ruoxue agreed so readily, Wang Yang's heart finally settled down. After all, he is going to meet Zhang Chang this time, so he definitely can't go empty-handed. After Wang Yang sent his bank card number to Lin Ruoxue, within a few minutes, his mobile phone received a text message notification from the bank. Only after learning that Lin Ruoxue had transferred a full sum of 100,000 yuan into his account did Wang Yang leave the villa. After hailing a taxi, Wang Yang went directly to the Binhai Park. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw Zhang Chang sitting on a bench not far away. "Zhang Chang, you finally came to find me." Zhang Chang looked at Wang Yang, smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, "I have no choice. I have been looking around for a whole morning and no one wants me, so I can only look for you. So you're planning on following me?" Zhang Chang shook his head. "Although I am willing to follow you, I don't want to die in vain. So if I thought you were messing around, I would pull away immediately. Also, please tell me what your plans are next, and then I will consider whether to follow you." Zhang Chang put forward the conditions, but Wang Yang was not surprised. After all, any normal person would not think that he can make a name for himself in the underworld of Shanghai. "I want to kill the current second in command of Xinghui society and take control of the entire gang. But right now I can't trust anyone else in the Xinghui club, so I can only look for someone else to help me." Zhang Chang took a deep breath. "I thought this young man was really brave." Then he asked coldly, "Have you ever cut anyone? Do you know what the consequences of hurting someone are?" Wang Yang smiled disdainfully. "If you are willing to follow me, then you will soon know my methods." Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be joking, and he was already at his wit's end. So after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Chang finally bowed his head and compromised. "What can you do for me? Here is 100,000 yuan, consider it as a meeting gift for you. But I also have a request, and that is that you have to find me a group of trustworthy and ruthless guys to help me as soon as possible. After all, I'm afraid we can't do anything just relying on the two of us." Wang Yang knew very well that although he had the system in his hands, even with the addition of Zhang Chang who had just been released from prison, he would not be a match for Liang Xiaotang. And for him, if he wants to deal with Liang Xiaotang, he only has one chance. If they fail to get rid of the opponent in one go, Lin Ruoxue would probably be dragged down as well. When Zhang Chang saw the 100,000 yuan, his eyes lit up. "Brother Wang, to be honest, I met a lot of inmates in prison, and many of them couldn't find a decent job after they got out. So I believe if I go to them, they will definitely agree. But in terms of treatment, I hope Brother Wang will treat them well." What Zhang Chang meant was, as long as you have money, I can get someone for you. Ever since Wang Yang gave him 100,000 yuan, Zhang Chang's way of addressing him has changed. He now calls him brother every time he speaks. After hearing this, Wang Yang waved his hands and said generously, "Money is not a problem. Besides, if you follow me in the underworld, are you afraid that you won't be able to have a good life in the future? But I only have one request, that is that the people you find should at least have some loyalty and not betray their brothers for a little profit. In addition, rapists and scum who traffic in women and children must not be accepted. This is my bottom line. Don't worry about that. These two types of people are the targets of our scorn and anger in prison. Even if they give me money, I don't want to be friends with them. That's fine. You can choose who to find. As long as the other party is ruthless enough, I can guarantee that he has a lot of money." "No problem." After reaching an agreement with Zhang Chang, Wang Yang returned home. At this time, Lin Ruoxue was also sitting in the living room playing with her mobile phone. "Is my daughter asleep?" "Well, you fell asleep not long after you left the house. Ruoxue, I just happen to have something I want to discuss with you." Wang Yang thought about it and finally spoke. "What's the matter? Tell me. I want to borrow some money from you. It's not a small amount, but I can pay it back to you in a short time." Wang Yang knew that people like Zhang Chang and the people he was planning to find would only care about money and not people. For them, making money is more important than anything else right now. So if you don't have any money and just want to fool them by making promises, it will never work. After all, they are not freshly graduated college students, so they are easy to deceive and use. Lin Ruoxue frowned when she heard this. "You don't go out to do anything, why do you suddenly need money? And how much money do you plan to borrow?" Just give me 1 million first, and we'll talk if it's not enough. What? Lin Ruoxue was shocked. As the heir of a mafia family, 1 million is certainly not a large sum of money for Lin Ruoxue, but many questions still popped up in her mind. Don't worry about it. Just believe me. Everything I do is for you and the child. For me and the baby? The more Lin Ruoxue listened, the more confused she became. But Wang Yang said firmly, in one word, do you believe me? This. Seeing that the other party had said so much, Lin Ruoxue certainly couldn't say anything more. Finally, she agreed to go to the bank tomorrow and deposit 1 million cash into Wang Yang's personal account. Chapter 20. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? After getting 1 million in startup capital, Wang Yang felt more confident. He immediately called Zhang Chang secretly. After learning that the other party had found the 3 people, he immediately ordered, let them all come to Binhai Park to meet. Yes, Brother Yang. Then Wang Yang took a taxi and went directly to the Binhai Park. It's still the same place. At this moment, there were already 4 men waiting for Wang Yang at the scene. After meeting a few people, Wang Yang immediately revealed a satisfied smile. A buzz cut, a muscular body, and a ferocious look. It looks like he just came out of prison. Ordinary people would naturally not dare to approach them. But Wang Yan walked up to the few people immediately as if he had seen a treasure. Come, let me introduce you, this is my boss, Brother Yang. When Zhang Chang saw Wang Yang, he quickly and enthusiastically introduced him to a few people. The 3 of them looked at Wang Yang and felt that he was too young. There was even a look of disdain on one person's face. But Wang Yang didn't care. He just smiled and said, since you are all Changzi's brothers, you are family from now on. I, Wang Yang, dare not say anything else, but as long as you have the courage and are willing to follow me, I promise that you will be prosperous and wealthy in the future. Besides, the team has just been formed, so the first ones to come in are naturally the veterans. But as soon as Wang Yang finished speaking, the man who had looked down on Wang Yang just now couldn't help but stand up and speak. Boy, are you too arrogant? Have you ever been to a police station? Do you know what it feels like to be in a kiln? Do you really think that you can make a name for yourself in the underworld just by having a few bucks in your pocket? Ponytail, what are you talking about? Why are you talking to Brother Yang like that? Zhang Chang became anxious when he heard this. Although he also thought that it would be difficult for these few people to achieve anything together, Wang Yang was his cash cow at the moment. So naturally he didn't want to offend the other party at this critical juncture. What's more, he personally found these people. As a result, they had an internal conflict before they even started cooperating. Isn't this a slap in his own face? Zhang Chang, we are willing to follow you because we heard there are benefits. But this kid obviously doesn't understand the situation. If we follow him blindly, he might kill us one day. As soon as Ponytail spoke, the other 2 nodded in agreement. After all, although they also love money, they also understand that it is not easy to get into the underworld. Especially since everyone has been in jail, they know how uncomfortable it is to be in jail. Seeing this, Wang Yang knew that if he didn't show off his skills today, the 4 people in front of him would really treat him as a young man who had just entered society. Then, Wang Yang moistened his throat and smiled faintly. It seems that you all despise me in your hearts? Do you really think I'm just a fool with 2 coins in my pocket and no skills or brains? Zhang Chang was shocked when he heard this. Brother Yang, do you know Kung Fu? Do I have to tell you that I have learned the Tathagata poem? Wang Yang joked with a smile. Now, everyone thought he was joking. The Ponytail said directly, boy, I'm not interested in playing games with you, you guys can play with him slowly, I'm leaving first. At this moment, Wang Yang's expression suddenly darkened, and he said in a cold tone, you keep calling me a brat. Do you believe that I will break your legs here today? Ma Wei was about to turn around and leave. But when he heard Wang Yang's treasonous words, he immediately stopped and turned around. At this time, Zhang Chang also became anxious. Brother Yang, don't be impulsive, we are all brothers. Ma Wei, go ahead. I'll talk to you about this later. Don't take what Brother Yang said just now to heart. At this time, I was really worried that the 2 of them were going to fight. But Ma Wei had been in prison before, so he was more annoyed than most people. Besides, he didn't get any benefit from Wang Yang, so it was impossible for him to spoil him. So he didn't care about Zhang Chang's dissuasion at all, but without saying a word, he clenched his fists and rushed towards Wang Yang. Boy, you're looking for death. Because the incident happened suddenly, even Zhang Chang, who was standing next to Wang Yang, didn't react in a split second. He could only watch Ma Wei pounce on Wang Yang. But when Wang Yang saw the other party rushing towards him, a strange smile appeared on his face. Bang! Just as Ma Wei's fist was about to hit Wang Yang's nose, it stopped in mid-air. The next second, Ma Wei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He lowered his head and found that at the moment he threw the punch, Wang Yang miraculously raised his foot and hit his lower abdomen. The location is just right. The power is amazing. Immediately afterwards, the painful nerves forced Ma Wei to stop, and then he covered his abdomen and knelt on his knees in front of Wang Yang. Oh, it hurts so much. Seeing Ma Wei kneeling on the ground groaning in pain with cold sweat pouring down his face and unable to stand up, the other three people at the scene were all stunned. Especially Zhang Chang, his eyes widened at this moment, revealing a look of horror. After all, before this, he never thought that Wang Yang knew Kung Fu. At this time, Wang Yang stepped forward, grabbed Ma Wei's ears, and said sternly, "You don't know the strength of your opponent, but you just rush forward. People like you who don't have brains will only be at the bottom of the society for the rest of your life. Besides, I am not afraid to tell you that since I dare to do this, I am not afraid of any consequences. If you don't have the courage and strength, then go back to where you came from and don't embarrass yourself in front of me, okay?" After saying that, he exerted force with his hands and pushed the ponytail directly onto the concrete floor. After Zhang Chang came to his senses, he hurried forward and helped Ponytail up. "Ponytail, are you okay?" Ponytail had calmed down by now, but there was no trace of anger in his eyes. Instead, he was very excited. Because Wang Yang's moves just now were extremely swift, and it was obvious that he was a martial artist. Coupled with the fierce look he displayed, he completely had the temperament of a big boss. So at this moment, Ma Wei realized that he might have followed the right person. Then Ma Wei pushed Zhang Chang away and went straight to Wang Yang. "Ponytail, stop messing around." Just when Zhang Chang and the others thought that Ma Wei was about to fight back, Ma Wei suddenly said respectfully, "Brother Yang, I was blind just now and didn't know your strength. If you don't mind me, from now on, I will follow you. From now on, I'll hit you wherever you point your finger, as long as I can enjoy wealth and glory." Ponytail is not a fool either. He was willing to work for Wang Yang, but the prerequisite was that he had money. Otherwise, no one can do anything, even the Lord. Wang Yang naturally knew this very well. So he nodded in satisfaction, then took out his wallet from his pocket. "Here is 10,000 yuan in cash, divided among the three of you. From now on, as long as you help me accomplish something big, I will give each of you 100,000 yuan. $100,000? So many? Brother Yang, what do you need us to do?" The other people were very excited when they heard this. After all, they had been out for so long and had never seen so much money, so they started asking questions one after another. "Have you heard of Xinghui Culture Company, Limited?" "Yes, Zhangzi mentioned it to us just now. This company is controlled by Xinghui Society, and now I want you to help me deal with Liang Xiaotang, the second in command of this organization and the vice president of Xinghui Culture Company, Limited." "Liang Xiaotang?" Upon hearing this, one of the men exclaimed. "Why, you know this guy?" "Brother Yang, of course I know him. In fact, he is from our village. When we were in the same village, we often greeted each other when we met. It was just that I got into trouble one year and went to jail, so we lost contact. I didn't expect this guy to have risen to the position of second in command of a gang." Wang Yang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. "What's your name?" "Liang Feng." "Liang Feng, since you are from the same village as him, I think it should be easy for you to find out his whereabouts, right?" Liang Feng nodded without thinking and replied, "It shouldn't be a big problem. Maybe many young people in the village are following him. Just give me some time, I should be able to find out some information. But if it's something too in-depth, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do." Seeing that Liang Feng didn't seem to be bragging, Wang Yang immediately took out another 10,000 yuan in cash from his wallet and handed it to him. "Use this 10,000 yuan to get information. Don't be reluctant to spend it. As long as we can find out his whereabouts, no matter how much money we spend. But remember this, if you take my money, you have to do things well for me. If I find out that you took the money and did nothing, or made up some false news to fool me, I will not forgive you," Wang Yang said in a serious tone. After all, if he wants these guys to be obedient and cooperate with him, there is no other way except to be more evil than them. "Brother Yang, don't worry, I, Liang Feng, am definitely not that kind of person." "Okay, then I'll give you 3 days. I want to know everything about his whereabouts during this period. No problem. And you, what's your name? At this time, Wang Yang looked at another person. Brother Yang, my name is Chen Daong, and I just got out of jail. What did you do to get in prison? He stole a car before and was arrested. The other party scratched his head awkwardly and said, Stealing a car? Does that mean you're very skilled at stealing cars? Upon hearing this, Chen Daong instantly became energetic. Brother Yang, I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to stealing cars, I'm definitely better than most people. Give me any car, and I can pry open its door in just 10 seconds. Chapter 21 The Blood Evil Organization is established and the rebellion plan begins. Although the other party is not a ruthless person, stealing a car is a skill. In a strong gang, there must be some talents of all types. So Wang Yang decided immediately that he must keep this person. Okay, I got it. From today on, you guys will listen to Xiangzi. If I have any problems in the future, I will contact Xiangzi and let him notify you. Understood, Brother Yang. These days, whoever has money is the boss. What's more, Wang Yang is not only rich and generous, but also a good fighter. So, they immediately submitted to Wang Yang. By the way, Brother Yang, now that we have people, shouldn't we come up with a more resounding gang name? Otherwise, we won't be able to introduce ourselves to the underworld in the future. At this time, Zhang Chang made a suggestion. It's time to give it a name. Let me think about it. Got it. After a moment, Wang Yang thought of a name. What's your name? Just call me Blood Demon. Blood Evil? This name sounds scary, but I like it. After hearing this, Ma Wei became excited again. Wang Yang also noticed that this ponytail was different from others. He seems to be very warlike in his bones. This kind of person is like a double-edged sword. If used well, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. But if used improperly, it may bring trouble to yourself. So in the future, Wang Yang feels that he still needs to be careful with this guy. When Wang Yang returned to the villa, he found Lin Ruoxue losing her temper with Lei Zi. Why can Liang Xiaotang do whatever he wants? He has the final say in this company? Why didn't you ask for my opinion beforehand? Lei Zi stood there, his face flushed, feeling very embarrassed. Then, he carefully explained, the situation was urgent at the time, and the brothers did not dare to disobey Mr. Liang's orders. How about you give him a call and tell him yourself? What's the point of talking now? Forget it, just go down. Lin Ruoxue waved her hand impatiently and sent Lei Zi away. After Lei Zi closed the door, Wang Yang walked up to Lin Ruoxue and asked curiously, what happened? Why are you yelling at Lei Zi? He is your father's confidant and someone we can trust. Lin Ruoxue sighed and said helplessly, I don't want to lose my temper, but I really can't stand it anymore. You don't know, Liang Xiaotang went too far. He actually cooperated with the Viper gang without my consent. Cooperation on what? They said they were going to team up with the Viper gang to open a maritime smuggling route, and were planning to work with them to smuggle high-end water trucks into the mainland market for sale. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang took a deep breath. This Liang Xiaotang is really bold. Doesn't he know that you have a feud with the Viper gang? That's why he did it, because he knew it. And they say it's for the company's sake. They don't want Xinghue to offend the Viper gang. But in fact, everyone knows that this guy is obviously going to join forces with the Viper gang to bring me down, and then replace everything my father has in the company and the gang. This guy really deserves to die. It would be great if he suddenly died one day. Wang Yang muttered to himself, while secretly glancing at Lin Ruoxue, trying to test the other party's attitude. But Lin Ruoxue smiled coldly after hearing this. If he really goes out and gets hit by a car and dies one day, I will go to the temple immediately to fulfill my wish. Seeing that Lin Ruoxue fully supported getting rid of Liang Xiaotang, Wang Yang felt much more relieved. Okay, this matter will be resolved. Don't worry too much. After all, the car smuggling business is not something they can do just because they want to. Maybe he'll be dead before he can join forces with the Viper gang. You think too much. The last Suibo incident was a reminder to everyone, so I heard that Liang Xiaotang always brings a lot of subordinates with him when he goes out now. Ha, if he is destined to die, even gods can't save him. By the way, I'm not here for a while. Is the baby crying? No, I'm very good. That's great, I just want to tell you something. What is it? Lin Ruoxue raised her head and looked at Wang Yang curiously. I might be a little busy recently, so you'd better not go to the company too often, just help take care of Mumu at home. After all, you've started breastfeeding now, and it's always better to give your child fresh milk instead of frozen milk. Lin Ruoxue didn't know what Wang Yang was going to do, but she was also very upset about the company's affairs recently, so she simply agreed, okay, I'll take care of the children for the next 2 days. But there are a lot of things to do in the company, and they are quite complicated, so I will have to continue working in the company for a long time in the future. Wang Yang thought, you were just meddling in the past, how could you be of any help? But on the surface, he certainly couldn't discourage Lin Ruoxue's enthusiasm. Besides, if even she doesn't think highly of her, wouldn't she have completely lost confidence? Okay, it's settled then. Just 1 day later, news came from Liang Feng. Brother Yang, I have contacted a younger brother who has been with Liang Xiaotang for a long time, and he is also willing to provide me with information. But upon hearing this, Wang Yang knew that Liang Feng wanted to make a request, and then he said calmly, if you have any request, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Brother Yang, this is what happened. The other party asked for 500,000. What? I just want to know Liang Xiaotang's whereabouts. Does he think I want him to kill him? Brother Yang, if he really takes out 500,000, he might actually dare to attack Liang Xiaotang. What's the meaning? This guy is a gambler. He sold his house a long time ago to gamble. It is said that he still owes a lot of people money, so he is thinking about getting some money to make a comeback in the casino. Humph, the words of this gambler cannot be trusted. Wang Yang said coldly. I also know that his words are not credible, but I believe he wouldn't dare to lie to us. Why? Because his family is in our village. If he dares to fool us and takes the money but doesn't do the job, I will directly attack his family. Although this guy is a gambler, he definitely doesn't want to see his wife and children get into trouble. Liang Feng said coldly. Liang Feng, you have to follow the rules when you are out there, so as not to let your wife and children suffer any harm. If we go and cause trouble for his family because of this, wouldn't that be a complete disgrace to us? Brother Yang, I'm sorry, I took the problem for granted. Seeing that Wang Yang was still a saint, the shrewd Liang Feng immediately changed the subject and took the initiative to admit his mistake. But the next second, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, smiled cunningly and said, although we won't really do anything to his family, it's not impossible to use a little trick to force him to do things for us. Hearing this, Liang Feng on the phone felt a sudden pang in his heart. I thought to myself that my boss was really a fickle person. Brother Yang, what do you want? Call him out to see me, I have something to talk to him about. Okay, I'll give it a try. That night, Wang Yang came to a secluded teahouse box and sat down. After a while, Zhang Chang and Chen Daong entered the house first. Brother Yang, I bought the mask you asked me to buy, what on earth is it for? After Zhang Chang finished speaking, he handed a hideous skull mask in his hand to Wang Yang. The other party is Liang Xiaotang's henchman. Before we know whether he really wants to cooperate with us, we must not easily reveal our appearance and identity. Otherwise, if he turns against us, we will be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang suddenly realized, Brother Yang, why didn't I think of this? You are so far-sighted that you let Chen Daong and I prepare masks in advance. After the three of them put on their masks, Liang Feng also brought the other party to the box. As soon as they entered the box, they were shocked. Because at this moment, under the dim light, there were actually 3 guys sitting there wearing scary masks. If Liang Feng had not been mentally prepared, he would have thought he had seen a ghost and been tricked. The people following him were so frightened that they quickly took a step back. Liang Feng, what's going on? Why are they wearing masks? Liang Xiaofan, can you please stop being so startled? The one in the middle is our blood demon's boss, and the one next to him is also a member of our blood demon. As an outsider, you certainly can't easily see our boss's true face. What era is this? Why are you still so mysterious? Liang Xiaofan didn't care after hearing this. But the next second, Wang Yang said coldly, Brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Otherwise, you won't know how you'll die one day. Before coming, Liang Feng had already reminded Liang Xiaofan that his boss was not a pushover. In addition, they were now on someone else's territory, so Liang Xiaofan immediately shut his mouth and nodded seriously. I'm sorry, I was quick-witted and said the wrong thing just now, please don't mind it, bosses. Seeing that Liang Xiaofan didn't seem to have any ability, Wang Yang frowned and asked, what are you doing following Liang Xiaotang? I'm his driver. I'm usually responsible for driving for him. Driver? This is something only a confidant can do. What is your relationship with him? Why did he let you be the driver? Wang Yang asked. After all, what he was most worried about was whether the other party would cheat. I am his distant relative. My grandfather and his grandfather are cousins, so we are both from the Shao generation. It's because of this that he's willing to let me follow him and give me a good meal. Humph, if that's the case, why would you ever think of betraying him? Chapter 22. Who told you that your wife and children will not be in trouble if you go out to get involved in this mess? Liang Xiaofan touched his head awkwardly, then said with a grin, who still cares about loyalty these days? As the saying goes, whoever gives you milk is your mother. If I follow him and have no food to eat, of course I have to find another way out. Wang Yang knew very well that the person in front of him must not be trusted, but he had no better candidate at the moment. After all, if he didn't have any problems and wasn't involved in gambling and drugs, how could he betray his boss so easily? Then Wang Yang continued to ask, so if I give you money, what can you do for me? I can tell you Liang Xiaotong's whereabouts in as much detail as you want. But the prerequisite is that you have to give me 500,000 yuan, not a penny less. You are such a jerk. Your life is not even worth 500,000 yuan, and you still want to exchange information for this money? Zhang Cheng on the side immediately started to scold upon hearing this. Liang Xiaofan explained helplessly, I owe a loan shark now, and the principal and interest are a full 500,000. In fact, even if I lose my life because of this, I will accept it. As long as we can pay back the loan sharks and no longer have any debt disputes with Phoenix Hall, that will be enough. You are so bold, you dare to borrow money from Phoenix Hall? No wonder you're willing to risk your life to get a sum of money. At this time, Zhang Cheng continued to sneer. This was the first time Wang Yang heard the name Phoenix Hall. Seeing that Zhang Cheng understood this, he secretly memorized the name of this gang. When I have time next time, I will ask the other party privately about the background of the Phoenix Hall. But right now, the most important thing is to deal with Liang Xiaotang. Then, Wang Yang spoke again, I don't know the grudge between you and Feng Wangtang. I just want Liang Xiaotang's life now. How about this, I can give you 500,000, but you have to think of a way for us to have a chance to take action against Liang Xiaotang. If I think this plan is feasible, I can pay you 500,000 in cash right away. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about anything. Real? Hearing that he could get 500,000 without doing anything himself was much better than he had expected. Originally Liang Xiaofan was worried whether this matter would implicate him. After all, betraying the boss is one of the 3 major taboos in the underworld. Once my brothers in the gang find out, I'm afraid even 10 lives won't be enough. But now, he only needs to provide information and he can get 500,000 for free, so of course he is happy. After thinking about it, Liang Xiaofan blurted out, Brother, I have a plan, but I don't know if you dare to act. You say. Every Wednesday night, Liang Xiaotang goes to a Chinese medicine clinic on Yongsheng Road for massage therapy. Because he has migraines, he has to go there regularly for massage. And at this time, his men only had 1 car and 4 people protecting him. So if you can take action at this opportunity, your chances of winning will definitely be higher. Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately looked at Liang Feng. Liang Feng nodded, then took out a photo from his pocket meaningfully. Liang Xiaofan, your daughter is still attending Xinqing Primary School, right? Let us see, is this her picture? After hearing this, Liang Xiaofan immediately turned his head and looked over. When Liang Xiaofan saw that the girl in the photo smiling brightly like a flower was his daughter, he immediately became anxious. What do you mean by this? Liang Feng, tell me, what do you want to do to my daughter? Liang Xiaofan mistakenly thought that Wang Yang and others were going to attack his family, so his temper immediately flared up. Seeing that the other party had not lost his humanity at all and knew how to protect his daughter, Wang Yang waved his hand and signaled for him to sit down and not get excited. At this time, Liang Feng also explained, Liang Xiaofan, don't worry, we are also worried that you will play tricks on us, so we are holding back. Anyway, if you fool us or tell even a single lie, we will never let your family go. Hearing this, Liang Xiaofan was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, I'm going to risk it this time. As long as you don't touch my family and give me 500,000, I will definitely cooperate with your actions. Very good, then you can go back first. Here is 50,000 yuan, which will be used as a deposit. After the matter is done, the remaining money will be given to you. After Wang Yang finished speaking, he handed over an envelope. Looking at the thick envelope, Liang Xiaofan swallowed subconsciously, and then thanked him, thank you, brother Liang. Okay, you can go now. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Contact me if you need anything. After saying that, Liang Xiaofan couldn't wait to take the money and leave. After the other party walked away, Wang Yang and others took off their masks. Brother Yang, do you think this kid will obediently use this money to pay off his debts? Humph, if I'm not mistaken, he will definitely not go home first with the 50,000 yuan, but go to the casino instead. Just as Wang Yang expected, Liang Xiaofan, after getting the money, turned around and went into a nearby casino. At this moment, in the box, several people immediately gathered around Wang Yang. Brother Yang, if Liang Xiaofan is not lying, then Wednesday night is indeed the best time for us to take action. Zheng Chang spoke up. Wang Yang nodded, I think so too. Well, you guys should prepare yourself and start on Wednesday. Now I will assign you some tasks, and you just need to prepare for them. Okay, Brother Yang, just give me your orders. First, Zheng Chang, you call Ma Wei and get the guys ready to do the work, then stake out a spot in advance to see where on the road is most suitable for action. Secondly, Chen Daong, go get a car that night. It doesn't matter if it's a little shabby, as long as it's resistant to collisions. Finally, Liang Feng, keep an eye on Liang Xiaofan for the next few days to see if he has any unusual behavior. Okay, got it. Several people echoed it. In the next few days, Wang Yang remained the same as usual on the surface and accompanied Lin Ruoxue and Wang Mudio every day. But Lin Ruoxue's mood was not good. In the past few days, she has been frowning more than once because of Liang Xiaotang's affairs. Seeing this, Wang Yang stepped forward and comforted him softly. Don't worry, how about this, I'll take you to the temple tomorrow to make a wish, and ask the Buddha to take that bastard Liang Xiaotang away as soon as possible. Lin Ruoxue was originally in a very depressed mood, but upon hearing this she burst out laughing. If the Buddha really works, then it wouldn't be the turn of ordinary people like us to worship him. Chapter 23, Praying to the Gods is useful? Then why are you still hanging out here? It seems you see things more clearly than I do. But it doesn't matter. Maybe it will show up. It doesn't matter if you just go and worship. Wang Yang said this not because he wanted Lin Ruoxue to pin her hopes on Buddha, but to take this opportunity to take her out to relax. At the same time, it also paves the way for Liang Xiaotang's subsequent events. Although Lin Ruoxue disdained Buddhism in her heart, Wang Yang took the initiative to bring it up, and she hadn't taken the child out for several days, so she nodded and agreed. Then let's go to Feimen Temple. I once burned incense there when I was in school, and then my studies went smoothly. Okay, then tomorrow morning, we'll take the baby to Feimen Temple. The next day, Wang Yang went out with Lin Ruoxue and Wang Muya, who was wrapped tightly. When the two of them brought their children to Feimen Temple, they found that many people had gathered inside and outside the temple. It's so lively, this kind of environment won't affect the baby, right? Wang Yang shook his head. Don't worry, this is a pure land of Buddhism, what can go wrong? Besides, Mumu is drinking pure natural breast milk now, and her immunity is super strong. How could she get sick easily? With Wang Yang's words of comfort, Lin Ruoxue felt much more relieved. Soon, the two came to a huge Buddha. Although they didn't know what this giant Buddha was for, Wang Yang still asked Lin Ruoxue to worship it reverently. But just after Lin Ruoxue bowed and took out a few $100 bills from her bag and put them into the merit box, a bald monk nearby suddenly jumped out. Two donors, have you encountered any problems in your marriage? Lin Ruoxue was shocked and wondered where this monk came from. But after coming to her senses, she still replied very politely, no, we just come here to worship casually. Actually, I am mainly thinking about my career right now, and I don't think about other things. Ha, the donor may have worshipped the wrong bodhisattva. This bodhisattva is Samantabhadra, but he is the nine-tailed fox demon incarnation of Avalokitesvara. And it can protect the devout donor's happy marriage. Ah. Lin Ruoxue suddenly realized that this bodhisattva had a kind face and didn't look like someone who was working on a career. Instead, he looked like someone who was in love. She turned around and looked at Wang Yang, who also spread his hands, looking innocent. Why didn't you remind me? I don't know them either. The Buddha statues here all look the same. Wang Yang smiled bitterly, thinking that even this thing could be chosen by them. It's okay, benefactor, even if your marriage is happy, you can still pray. Seeing that Lin Ruoxue was a little angry, the monk quickly explained in a friendly manner. Lin Ruoxue nodded awkwardly, then pulled Wang Yang to the side. Ah, don't be embarrassed. In fact, the monk doesn't care what you want to pray for. He just saw that you were generous, so he wanted to see if he could get something out of you. Then I'd better not act too rich. Then Ling Ruoxue followed Wang Yang to a Buddha statue. After learning that this Buddha statue would grant any wish, Lin Ruoxue quietly leaned over to Wang Yang's ear and whispered, "You said we asked this Buddha to help us kill people, isn't that too weird?" "Hey, you don't understand. Liang Xiaotang has committed many sins. We are asking the Buddha to help him to be liberated. Otherwise he would have gone to hell after his death, so the Buddha would definitely be happy to help. Even Liang Xiaotang would thank us after he knew about this in his netherworld." Lin Ruoxue was amused by Wang Yang's serious explanation and couldn't help but smile again. After seeing Lin Ruoxue's sweet smile, Wang Yang was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" Nothing, I just seemed to see a fairy descending to earth." Lin Ruoxue was not a silly girl and she immediately understood the meaning of Wang Yang's words. Immediately her face flushed and she turned her head away shyly. After a simple worship, Lin Ruoxue learned her lesson this time and quietly put 100 yuan into the merit box. Okay, let's see when Liang Xiaotang will be taken in by the Buddha. After leaving the temple gate, Lin Ruoxue was in a good mood. However, Wang Yang's expression gradually became serious. Because today is Wednesday. At night, after putting his child to sleep, Wang Yang made up an excuse and went out. Soon, he reunited with Zheng Chang and others. "The masks are ready, don't let anyone see our appearance clearly. Also, what's the latest situation with Liang Xiaofan?" Liang Feng immediately said, "He just called me and said that the car will enter Yongsheng Road in 20 minutes. Are all the guys ready?" "Ready, for machetes and several iron rods. Also, Brother Yang, I want to ask, do we want to kill Liang Xiaotang? If we kill someone at this critical moment, we might have to run away for a while." At this time, Zhang Chang couldn't help but ask one more question. Wang Yang glanced at a few people and found that they all had worried expressions on their faces. After all, if they really killed someone, these villains would definitely be arrested by the police. Even with the masks, it would probably only be a matter of time before the police could identify them. Don't worry, Liang Xiaotang, I will do it myself. If he doesn't die, he's lucky. All you guys need to do is hold back the men in the car behind him." "I understand, Brother Yang." After hearing this, several people felt relieved. After all, there is a big difference between killing someone personally and being an accomplice. So for the sake of Wang Yang's 100,000 yuan benefit, several people were willing to take risks and make a big profit. "Have you got the car yet?" "Got it, a pickup truck." Chen Daong pointed to a blue pickup truck across the street and said, "How do you get a pickup truck? You said it should be crash resistant." "This pickup truck has an aluminum alloy bumper installed in the front. It has strong impact resistance and we are not likely to get hurt." Hearing this, Wang Yang stopped talking and immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Soon, 5 people got into the pickup truck. Taking advantage of the night, the pickup truck drove quickly towards Yongsheng Road. At the same time, in a Mercedes-Benz car, Liang Xiaotang was leisurely leaning his head on the back seat pillow. Liang Xiaofan, who was sitting in the driver's seat and driving, felt his heart in his throat. Every time he passed an intersection, he would slow down and look around vigilantly. Just when the car was about to reach its destination, a blue pickup truck suddenly jumped out from the alley next to it. When he saw the car, Liang Xiaofan subconsciously slammed on the brakes. The next moment, the blue pickup truck hit the rear door of the Mercedes-Benz accurately. Chapter 24: Take action and launch a sneak attack on Liang Xiaotang's convoy. There was a loud boom. The two cars collided directly. The next moment, Wang Yang quickly opened the passenger door and shouted, "Xiangzi, the rest of you go stop the guys behind us." "Yes, Brother Yang." Xiangzi, Mawei, and Liang Feng, who were sitting in the back seat, immediately pulled out sharp machetes, quickly got out of the car, and rushed towards a black SUV that had just braked behind them. Several bodyguards in the SUV had just gotten off the car. When they saw Xiangzi and his men wearing masks, they were immediately frightened and hurried back to the car to pull out baseball bats and daggers. "Kill them." Xiangzi gave an order, then he was the first to rush to the opponent and started to chop with his hand. They themselves have been in prison and are filled with resentment. So they have the upper hand in momentum. After one round, several bodyguards brought by Liang Xiaotang were injured one after another, and some even turned around and fled in all directions. At the same time, Wang Yang was not idle either. After getting off the car, he came to the Mercedes-Benz with an iron rod. At this time, Liang Xiaotang was already in a semi-comatose state due to being hit by the pickup truck. In a daze, he saw a mysterious man trying to open his car door. Liang Xiaotang immediately came to his senses and shouted, "Liang Xiaofan, lock the car door quickly and leave." But after he finished speaking, Liang Xiaofan not only did not immediately step on the accelerator to drive away, but he directly unlocked the car door. The next moment, Wang Yang easily opened the intact rear door on the other side. This time, Liang Xiaotang was completely dumbfounded. "Liang Xiaofan, you." At this time, Liang Xiaofan also turned around and replied calmly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Liang." After saying that, he opened the driver's door and disappeared from sight in a flash. Fuck you, Liang Xiaofan. No matter how stupid Liang Xiaotang was, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. "Hello, Mr. Liang, long time no see." Wang Yang, wearing a mask, spoke in a sarcastic tone. Liang Xiaotang shuddered all over, then frowned and asked, "Why does your voice sound so familiar? Brother, have we met somewhere before? Also, if there is any misunderstanding, we can find a place to sit down and talk it out. Do you think we can still sit down and have a good talk? After all, it seems that your brothers have been chased away by my brothers." After hearing this, Liang Xiaotang quickly turned around. Sure enough, the few men who had been following him had disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, several other guys wearing masks also came to Wang Yang. "Boss, it's all done." Wang Yang nodded, then pulled Liang Xiaotang out. Don't kill me. Just tell me what you want, I'll grant you whatever you want." Liang Xiaotang was already frightened out of his wits. After being dragged out of the car, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Boss, hurry up and do it, we've caused quite a stir." Zhang Chang beside him looked around and urged a reminder. Wang Yang glanced around and found that there were indeed quite a few passers-by secretly looking at him from a distance. Some people even picked up their phones, apparently to call the police. Liang Xiaotang, I'm sorry, whether you can survive today depends on your own luck. If the Buddha really wants to take you away, then I can't do anything about it." After saying that, Wang Yang raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it directly at the temporal lobe of Liang Xiaotang's head. Bang! After a muffled sound, Liang Xiaotang froze in place instantly. After a moment, a stream of blood seeped out of his hair, and then he fell limply into a pool of blood. "Boss, did you beat him to death?" Wang Yang shook his head. "I will hit him on the important part of his head. Whether he can survive depends on whether his head is hard enough. But even if he can keep his life, he will probably just become a vegetable. Everyone pack up and leave quickly." Wang Yang actually didn't want to kill anyone, so he used the technical essentials of close combat and knew that once the temporal lobe of the human brain was severely damaged, it would be easy for the person to become a vegetable. But he had never tried it after all, and although he had tried his best to control the strength, there were still too many unknown factors. If he was not sent to the hospital in time, or if Liang Xiaotang himself had other serious chronic diseases, this is likely to result in his immediate death. So at this moment Wang Yang was actually unsure. But since it had already been done, he certainly wouldn't think too much about it and hurriedly left the scene with a few of his men. After getting off the car in a secluded place, Wang Yang told Chen Daong, "Drive the car to an open space and burn it directly. Here are 400,000, divided among you." After saying that, Wang Yang threw a bag of cash that he had prepared in advance to several people. Zhang Chang and his companions were overjoyed. They immediately opened the bags and started taking out money. At this time, Liang Feng asked awkwardly, "Brother Yang, aren't we going to give Liang Xiaofan the 450,000 yuan we promised him before? After all, Liang Xiaofan is from the same village as him, and it was because of him that he got involved in this matter, so Liang Feng naturally didn't want Wang Yang to go back on his word." Wang Yang shook his head. "I will definitely give him the money, but not now." "Why?" "If he knew we didn't give him the money, he might really tell everyone about it." Then you are wrong. It's because the current situation is too sensitive that we can't give him so much money at once. Think about it, if Liang Xiaotang died, the police and his subordinates would definitely investigate the matter. If they knew that a driver who was addicted to gambling and had no money on him had hundreds of thousands of dollars overnight, do you think the police or Liang Xiaotang's men will arrest him immediately and torture him severely? When Liang Feng heard this, he suddenly understood. "Brother Yang, your analysis makes a lot of sense. This guy is not a man of integrity, so once he is caught by the police, I'm afraid he will betray us without hesitation." Wang Yang nodded. "That's right, so go and tell him a message right away. Just say that what happened has already happened. If you still want the remaining 450,000, just shut up." Also, let me remind him that if the outside world knew that he was the one who tipped off the information, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to, not to mention the 450,000 yuan. I believe he will make a wise decision after weighing the pros and cons. After listening to Wang Yang's conclusion on the overall situation, everyone at the scene looked at him in astonishment. At this moment, in their eyes, Wang Yang didn't look like a young man in his early 20s who had just entered society. Instead, he looked like a ruthless character who had been in the underworld for many years, was experienced and decisive in killing. At this time, Ma Wei was the first to come to his senses and immediately expressed his loyalty, saying, "Brother Yang, your performance today convinced me. From now on, my life is yours." Seeing this, several other people also spoke up to express their opinions. Wang Yang snorted and waved his hand. "Don't F King talk about handing your life over to me. You have to keep your own lives. After all, we will enjoy wealth and glory together in the future." Wang Yang is very good at winning people's hearts. Just the last sentence alone immediately made the hearts of several people at the scene begin to feel hot and uneasy. Even in Chen Dayan's mind, images of a life of decadence and debauchery began to emerge. Okay, during this period of time, the police and Liang Xiaotong's men will definitely track down our whereabouts throughout the city, so you all have to keep a low profile for the next few days. Especially after you get the money, don't spend it lavishly. Just do what you should do on weekdays and look for a job if you need to. Do you understand? I understand, Brother Yang. After a few people left, Wang Yang slowly walked back to the villa. But when he just returned to the door of the villa, Wang Yang found that many strangers had gathered at the door. After entering the room, I saw Lin Ruoxue sitting on the sofa and chatting with several middle-aged men. "Wang Yang, where have you been? Why can't I get through to you on the phone?" When Lin Ruoxue saw Wang Yang coming back, she immediately started asking about him with concern. "I was just hanging out with some friends, so I wasn't paying attention to my phone." "What's wrong? Such a big scene, has something happened?" Wang Yang asked, pretending to be stupid. "These guys are all uncles from our Xinghui society. They all worked hard with my father before. Hello everyone." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately took the initiative to greet everyone. Everyone has known about the existence of this person for a long time, so their attitude towards Wang Yang is quite kind. "Ruoxue, what happened? Tell me quickly. It seems like the Buddha really appeared." Liang Xiaotang was attacked by someone and is now lying in the intensive care unit. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang was instantly possessed by the Oscar-winning actor. He opened his mouth wide, a look of horror showing. "Who did this and is so bold?" Lin Ruoxue shook her head. "We don't know either, but if he can't make it and someone dies, I'm afraid the police will intervene and investigate immediately. When that time comes, maybe the truth will come out." But at this moment, an uncle said with an unhappy look on his face, "Humph, it's good for us to let this traitor die. As for who did it, as long as it wasn't done by one of our own, that's fine. The police can investigate however they want. It has nothing to do with us." "You're right. As long as it's not an internal conflict among us, why does it matter who killed him?" Another uncle immediately spoke up and agreed. "Don't worry, uncles. I have just sent someone to check it out. There is evidence that no one from the Xinghui Club was present tonight. So this incident was definitely not done by one of us." Chapter 25, Buddha appears and the assassination is successful. After chatting for a while, the uncles left the villa with their men. After everyone left, Lin Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief. "When I couldn't get in touch with you just now, I was really worried about you." "Ah? What are you worried about me doing? Now everyone knows that you live with me. If Liang Xiaotong's men think that I did it, you might be implicated as well. But luckily, I was at home with Mumu when it happened, and everyone in the company has evidence to prove that I had nothing to do with this incident. Otherwise, the Xinghui Club might have been in chaos by now." Seeing that Lin Ruoxue had a serious expression and didn't seem to be saying anything for show, Wang Yang suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. After all, he took the risk of murder and going to jail to do this, all for the sake of this family. So after seeing that Lin Ruoxue still cared about his own safety, Wang Yang suddenly felt that it was worth it. "Ha, you think too much. I'm just a college graduate. Why would anyone target me? But is Liang Xiaotang dead? Looking at this situation, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive." Lin Ruoxue shook her head. "I just received the notice and I don't know his situation yet. Why don't you go to the hospital?" After all, he is the vice president of your company and the second in command of the Xinghui Club. At this critical moment, you, as the company representative, go to visit him. On the one hand, it will send a signal of our internal unity to the outside world, and on the other hand, it will also allow you to see how serious the old man's injuries are. If he is about to die, we can seize the time and opportunity to recruit all his men. In this case, will you have the final say over Xinghui Club? Wang Yang's suggestion suddenly made Lin Ruoshue's eyes light up. Originally, she had no plans to go to the hospital to visit Liang Xiaotang, and she even hoped that he would die soon. But after Wang Yang's analysis, she felt that she had to go to this hospital. But just as Lin Ruoshue was about to pack up and go out, sirens sounded outside. Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. I wonder if the police's investigative and tracking techniques are so advanced these days. I had just returned to the villa and the police showed up? It looks like they are here to question me. Don't be nervous. I will explain anything to the police later. Lin Ruoshue said with a frown. Wang Yang nodded and went straight into the room. When the police entered the living room, Wang Yang just happened to carry Wang Muyao out. Why did you bring the child out? Lin Ruoshue asked in confusion. It's okay, don't worry about it. Wang Yang did this simply to confuse the police and make them think that he was just a new dad. This will reduce the police's suspicion of him, and at least they won't immediately target him. Hello, I'm the captain of the Jinshan District Economic Investigation Team. My name is Wu Guowei. A middle-aged man in police uniform and a police hat stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, Captain Wu, please take a seat. After everyone sat down, Wu Guowei got straight to the point and said, Ms. Lin, you should know why we came here today to find out what's going on with you, right? Lin Ruoshue replied calmly, I know that Mr. Liang Xiaotang, the vice president of our company, was attacked by a group of unknown people just now, and his life or death is unknown. You came to me for this, right? Wu Guowei nodded, okay, since you know everything, we don't need to beat around the bush. Where were you when the incident happened? Did you have any private contact with anyone in the company? No, I'll just stay home with the kids. After the incident, I immediately questioned all the company employees and found that no one was suspicious. If Captain Wu doesn't believe me, you can start an investigation immediately. I will cooperate with you to the end. This matter had nothing to do with Lin Ruoshue, so she spoke with confidence. Wu Guowei was experienced in handling cases. He only took one look at Lin Ruoshue's expression and immediately concluded that this matter had nothing to do with her. So next, he changed the topic and asked, Ms. Lin, may I ask, does Xinghui Culture Company Limited have any competitors? Or in other words, does your Xinghui Association have any enemies? The Xinghui Club is already somewhat famous in Shanghai, so it's no surprise that Wu Guowei knows about it. It's just that usually, no one breaks this window paper. But now, Wu Guowei actually revealed his cards in front of Lin Ruoshue. This shows that he has already learned a lot about the Xinghui society. I don't have any enemies. As for whether Vice President Liang has any, I don't know. Since you don't know, I won't ask any more questions. We came here today just as a routine matter, to record your statement. I'll have my colleagues record our conversation later, and you can just sign and put your fingerprints on the confession. But during this period of time, we may summon you at any time, so we hope you don't wander around, and don't go abroad easily. Wu Guowei reminded. Captain Wu, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. After all, my child is still so young. How can I bear to leave her? Wu Guowei then turned his head to look at the child in Wang Yang's arms. As far as I know, you are still unmarried. Who is this child? Before coming, Wu Guowei had already gained some understanding of Lin Ruoshue's personal situation, so he naturally knew that she had not yet registered her marriage at the marriage registration office. I'm her boyfriend. We haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet because she's been too busy lately, so it's been delayed. At this time, Wang Yang took the initiative to speak. When Lin Ruoshue heard Wang Yang take the initiative to say that she was his girlfriend, she was stunned. After taking a look at Wang Yang, Wu Guowei didn't think too much and just nodded calmly. You young people really know how to have fun. Okay, I won't disturb your rest. After saying this, Wu Guowei left the villa with his men. After the other party walked away, it was Wang Yang's turn to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This trick of mine really worked. It seems that Wu Guowei has never thought of doubting himself. Okay, take the child back to the house and rest. I'm going to the hospital to see if Liang Xiaotang is dead or not. Okay, be careful on the road. Since they dared to attack Liang Xiaotang, they might also dare to attack you. So before we know who the enemy is, we must not take it lightly. Wang Yang reminded. After he said that, Lin Ruoxue would be even less likely to suspect him. So now, Wang Yang became the safest person. Yeah, I know. Soon, Lin Ruoxue went out. It was not until midnight that she dragged her tired body back home. Seeing Lin Ruoxue, Wang Yang immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "How is it, is Liang Xiaotang dead?" Lin Ruoxue shook her head. "He's not dead, but the doctor said that his brain was severely injured and blood clots are stuck inside, so he is still in a coma. Even if he wakes up in the future, he will probably become a vegetable." After hearing this, Wang Yang's heart finally settled down. It seems that my luck is pretty good, as I beat Liang Xiaotang into a vegetable with just one stick. Humph, what a pity. The Buddha is too merciful and didn't just take him in. I think this result is good enough. He has become a vegetable. This means he can stay alive and at the same time he can no longer have any impact on us. Isn't this a good ending? Lin Ruoxue disagreed. Why, you still don't want him to die? It's not that I don't want to, but he has been with my father for many years after all, so I'd better let him live if I can. Wang Yang thought, this woman really likes to act on her emotions. Others were secretly thinking about how to kill her, but she wanted to save their lives. What you said makes sense. So what are your plans next? I plan to follow your advice and take advantage of this time to recruit all of Liang Xiaotang's men. If anyone dares to resist, or has second thoughts, I will join forces with the other uncles and kick them out. Since Liang Xiaotang has lost power, the uncles in the company will naturally stand on Lin Ruoxue's side without reservation. So Wang Yang was not worried that Lin Ruoxue would not be able to handle the matter. In other words, if Lin Ruoxue cannot unify the entire Xinghui Association at this time, then she can forget about continuing to control the entire family business. In the next few days, the police secretly launched a crazy investigation into the Xinghui Society. But just as Lin Ruoxue said, she is innocent and is not worried about the police investigation at all. At this moment, in the Jinshan police station, Wu Guowei frowned as he looked at the stack of documents in his hand. You mean to say that these guys just disappeared? The surveillance camera at the time of the incident only captured the appearance of these people, not their faces. And Demon City has a population of tens of millions, with a total of 16 districts. If we want to conduct a comprehensive investigation, it will probably take some time, and we will have to ask colleagues from other district public security bureaus to cooperate with us. Humph, you're using so many police forces for a gang. Do you have nothing better to do? Wu Guowei said disdainfully. So what should we do now? We have investigated the people around Lin Ruoxue, and they really don't have any motive or time to commit the crime. Forget it, this is just a common case of gang robbing gangs, and the person involved is not dead, so it does not constitute a murder. Besides, no one has come to the police in this case, so let's not get involved. But Liang Xiaotang is the vice president of Xinghui Club after all. If something happens to him, there will probably be unrest within Xinghui Club. So during this period of time, have your brothers keep a closer eye on them? If you find anything wrong, you must report it immediately. Yes, Captain Wu. Chapter 26, Ferrari Smuggling Car, I'm going to start showing off. After a period of peace and tranquility, Wang Yang finally picked up the phone and contacted Zheng Chang and others. Everyone met at the seaside park again. Brother Yang, we did a great job this time. The police didn't even look for us. After meeting, Chen Daong said excitedly. You weren't suspected of anything about the pickup truck? No, I stole this pickup truck from a construction site that has been suspended. I guess they don't even know their pickup truck is missing yet. Humph, this matter cannot be taken lightly. After all, you already have a criminal record, so once the car is lost, the police will definitely suspect you first. Wang Yang reminded. So I didn't do it in our Jinshan district. I actually stole this pickup truck in Baoshan district. Baoshan district is in the south and north of US. I don't believe the police there would suspect me. You're quite clever, boy. Yes, everyone did a great job on this. I still say the same thing now. As long as you follow me, you will definitely be able to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Brother Yang, what are our plans next? At this time, Ponytail rubbed his hands and asked curiously. Why, is it because you don't have enough money, or are your hands itching again? Wang Yang looked at the other person and teased. Ma Wei touched his head awkwardly. The main reason is that I can't sit still. Besides, if we can strike while the iron is hot and make the blood evil famous, I think it won't be long before all the brothers can live a good life. Wang Yang knew Ma Wei's little thoughts. This guy has been in jail for too long and has long wanted to get out and show his skills. Don't worry, there will be new action soon. But the enemy we are going to face next is very powerful. At least it won't work just with just a few of us. So in the next period of time, you will continue to hide and find some more trustworthy people to come over in secret. Once the team becomes stronger, we will be able to do a great job. Although Liang Xiaotang has been dealt with, Wang Yang knows that they will not be able to achieve anything relying on just a few of them. Therefore, within a short period of time, he must build a strong team that belongs only to him. Brother Yang, don't worry. As long as we have money, we won't be afraid of not being able to find people to work for us. Zheng Chang patted his chest and assured. Wang Yang nodded, then turned to look at Liang Feng. Has Liang Xiaofan been behaving himself recently? I met him once later and gave him 50,000 yuan. At first, this guy promised not to rush for money. But within 2 days, he kept calling me, urging me to give him the remaining 400,000. It looks like this guy has lost his money to that woman from Phoenix Hall again. The woman from Phoenix Hall? When Wang Yang heard the name Phoenix Hall again, he suddenly remembered that Zhang Chang had mentioned it before. Yes, the boss of Phoenix Hall is a woman. What is the Phoenix Hall for? Why is it headed by a woman? Could it be that she also had to step up and take power after her man died? Wang Yang asked curiously. Zhang Chang shook his head. That's not the case, because Phoenix Hall was established by her alone. Also, don't underestimate this woman. I heard that she is only in her early 30s, but she is very cruel and ruthless. Once she finds out that one of her subordinates has betrayed her, she will immediately skin him alive and pull out his tendons, causing him to suffer inhuman torture and pain. What kind of background does this woman have to be so arrogant? I don't know what her background is, but she is able to open casinos in various areas of Magic City without being harassed by the black and white forces. Do you think her background is strong? After hearing this, Wang Yang felt a pang in his heart. I wonder if there is such a person in the Magic City. How could a woman with no background gain a foothold in the Magic City where there is gold everywhere? Even the black and white worlds are unwilling to mess with her? Therefore, there must be a powerful force behind the other party. And she was just a puppet pushed onto the stage. But this also served as a reminder to Wang Yang. From now on, don't provoke Phoenix Hall easily unless it is necessary. Liang Feng, tell Liang Xiaofan that the 400,000 yuan will be paid in installments, 50,000 yuan a month. If he doesn't agree, let him call the police. On the one hand, Wang Yang didn't have much cash on hand, and on the other hand, giving the other party a sum of money on time every month could temporarily restrain Liang Xiaofan. Make sure he won't betray you immediately after taking the money. After a few months, maybe you will be successful. At that time, even if Liang Xiaofan revealed this matter, it would not have much impact on him. Brother Yang, I know what to do. After listening to this, Liang Feng nodded immediately. By the way, Brother Yang, why did you take a taxi here? Don't you know how to drive? At this time, Chen Daong couldn't help but ask. He is a car thief, so he is extremely sensitive and curious about vehicles. Every time he saw Wang Yang, he would take a taxi, so he asked out of concern. Wang Yang also realized that he was already the boss. It would be too bad if you take a taxi every time you go out. And it will also make others think that they have no strength. I just passed my driving test and am planning to buy a car. Do you have any good cars to recommend? Hey, Brother Yang, what car are you buying? Have you forgotten what I do? Chen Daong smiled strangely. Wang Yang was also amused when he heard this. Are you trying to steal a car for me to drive? I think it's better to forget it. Don't let the police catch me after just 2 days of driving. Where can I go to seek justice then? Although Wang Yang didn't have much money left, he didn't want to get into trouble because of the car. But Chen Daong explained again, who said to steal ordinary people's cars? We can rob the thieves and steal water trucks. Water wheel? Wang Yang suddenly remembered that some time ago Liang Xiaotang seemed to be thinking of joining forces with the Viper Gang to do the business of smuggling water trucks. Brother Yang, if it were you, I'd say we should just get a water truck. These cars are smuggled in and are not protected by any law. Besides, the cost of each luxury car is not high, at most only 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. I don't believe that for these tens of thousands of dollars, the victim would go to the police station to report the case. What's more, once he reports the case, he can't escape legal sanctions. So we can drive with confidence. As long as we don't violate traffic rules, the police generally won't investigate the background of the car. After all, Chen Daong is an expert in this area, so his analysis is naturally very clear. Originally, Wang Yang didn't want to cause trouble for himself. But when I think about it, if this car was taken from the Viper gang, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? He can get a luxury car and also cause losses to the Viper gang. More importantly, he can use this incident to understand the Viper gang and make preliminary preparations for defeating the Viper gang in the future. After thinking it through, Wang Yang lowered his voice and said coldly, "According to the information I received earlier, Liang Xiaotang once secretly did business with the Viper gang to smuggle vehicles. So, Ayang, you can keep an eye out during this period to see if the Viper gang has any signs of smuggling luxury cars into the Magic City. If you have one, just get me a luxury car. But don't be too ostentatious and buy a limited edition Bugatti Veyron or something like that. Then once I drive it out on the street, won't the whole world know that I stole the car?" Brother Yang, you worry too much. I definitely won't take action on this kind of car easily. Besides, according to the rules of my business, once I get a car, the first thing I do is change the exterior color. Anyway, the engines of these cars have not been registered, and they don't have any legal documents such as motor vehicle driving licenses, so it doesn't matter if they change the color at will. Generally speaking, if a car wants to change its appearance, it must report to the local vehicle management office. But the water trucks that were smuggled in don't even have a motor vehicle license, so how could they need to report and register? So after hearing what Chen Daong said, Wang Yang's mouth corners immediately rose, and he gave a thumbs up. "You are right, then I will leave this matter to you. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task." In the next 2 days, Wang Yang took good care of Wang Muya while waiting for news from Chen Daong. Sure enough, he was not disappointed. In less than 48 hours, Chen Daong actually got Wang Yang a red Ferrari coupe. Isn't this car a little too conspicuous? It's not conspicuous. In fact, it's an old 458 sports car. Not many people are playing it anymore. Besides, this is the Magic City, and there are many people driving this type of sports car. Moreover, we have changed its color, so as long as we don't show off in public, it will basically not be discovered by others in a short time. Besides, I stole this car and it didn't cost me anything, so even if it's taken back, we won't lose anything," Chen Daong explained with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Yang became curious. "Since this type of water truck is so easy to steal, why don't you steal a few more and then sell them?" Chen Daong shook his head. "Brother Yang, every industry has its own rules and circles. There are only a few people in the second-hand car market. It's easy for you to steal someone's water truck, but it's not easy to sell it for cash. Unless you can find a buyer yourself, don't you have to sell it privately through a used car dealer? But since they can smuggle water trucks here, they must understand the second-hand car market. So with a simple understanding, you can immediately know who stole the car and wanted to sell it." Chen Daong's explanation is also very reasonable. If you steal the car and drive it yourself, it may not be a big problem. But if an individual wants to sell it, there are still too many risks. Besides, the car was not stolen for himself to drive, so Chen Daong naturally had no worries. Chapter 27, First Day on the Road, Rear-Ended a Beautiful Driver. That's what you said. It seems that the water in your industry is quite deep. But from whom was this car stolen? How would I know? It was stolen from a neighborhood full of rich people. It's probably some wealthy second generation who wanted to drive a sports car but didn't have the money to buy a car with legal documents, so he spent a little money to buy this water truck from a used car dealer. Okay, thank you for this. Here's 10,000 yuan, take it. After Wang Yang finished speaking, he took out a stack of banknotes from his briefcase and handed it to Chen Daong. Chen Daong quickly waved his hand and refused. "Boss, you are being too polite. I am your younger brother. Helping you get a car is not a simple matter, right? Also, I have to thank you. If you hadn't thought highly of me and taken me to do things, I might not even be able to afford Huazi now. Haha, let's put things in perspective. Since you helped me get the car, I certainly won't treat you unfairly. You must take this money. This is called labor income. Do you understand?" Thank you, Brother Yang. If you have any needs in this regard in the future, just let me know." Wang Yang snorted coldly. "One car is enough, but I still need you to help me with something." What is it? Help me find out about the recent movements of the Viper gang, especially those related to smuggled cars. The more detailed the better. Boss, is the Viper gang our next target? This gang is not easy to mess with, especially since their leader has returned. I heard that he is preparing to do something big in Changning district during this period of time. Although Chen Daong did not know the leader of the Viper gang, he had heard of him. When he heard that Wang Yang wanted to inquire about the Viper gang, he quickly reminded him. It's just a small Viper gang. Is it that powerful? Do you know who destroyed the leader of the Dragon Hall, Sui Bo? Wang Yang narrowed his eyes and asked. I don't know. I heard from others that he looked to be in his early 20s, and... As he spoke, Chen Daong's pupils suddenly shrank. Because the Wang Yang in front of him was the murderer he described. Boss, you don't want to tell me who is the murderer behind that incident? Okay, knowing too much about some things is not good for you. Wang Yang waved his hand, telling the other party not to continue asking questions. This ambiguous answer made Chen Daong start to imagine himself. After getting the car keys, Wang Yang got into the sports car. I have to say that this sports car is really exciting to sit in, and it also looks extremely cool. After Wang Yang stepped on the accelerator in neutral, the engine immediately made a roar. The roar of a sports car sounds very exciting. The next moment, Wang Yang released the handbrake, and the Ferrari sports car rushed out like an arrow from a bow. Wow, this car is really cool. Wang Yang was in a good mood. After opening the convertible, he leaned on the car door with one hand. But just as he was about to turn right, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, I couldn't help but rush forward. Fortunately, the seatbelt of this Ferrari is of good quality and pulled him in time, preventing him from hitting the windshield in front of the car. After braking the car subconsciously, Wang Yang turned around quickly and vigilantly. When Wang Yang saw that it was a blue Lamborghini sports car that rear-ended him, he suddenly became furious. I just got this car a few minutes ago and it was rear-ended by someone. Who can tolerate this? Then he got out of the car angrily and walked straight to the Lamborghini. At this moment, the scissor-shaped door of the Lamborghini had just risen, and then a pair of flawless, slender and well-shaped legs stepped out first. Seeing this, Wang Yang immediately frowned. Is it a female driver? The next moment, the other person jumped out of the car door and stood directly in front of Wang Yang. When Wang Yang saw that the person driving the sports car was actually a woman wearing a short dress, with a good figure, a pair of black high heels and a pair of sunglasses, he took a deep breath. She's actually a great beauty? Could it be a mistress? After the woman got out of the car, she did not show any panic. Instead, she said in a cold tone, I'm sorry, sir. I was looking at my phone just now, so I was distracted for a moment. I didn't expect to rear-end your car. But don't worry, my car has a third-party insurance of 10 million, so it should be enough to compensate for your vehicle damage. Seeing that the other party didn't even take off his sunglasses, it was obvious that he didn't take him seriously, which made Wang Yang angry again. After all, this is a water wheel. If he really went for insurance, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? And no matter what, the insurance company will never privately pay for the repair of this type of water truck. Therefore, this matter definitely cannot go through official legal procedures. Miss, you said you would use insurance, so what? I don't like to use insurance, I like to fix it myself. The woman was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Boy, is your car of unknown origin? Otherwise, why are you so worried about me filing an insurance claim? Wang Yang's heart skipped a beat. I wondered who this woman was. How could he see through the essence of the matter at once? But he certainly couldn't let a woman lead him by the nose, so he simply retorted, since you know the car is not clean, then you should know that since I dare to drive this car, it means that I also have a certain status and background. If you offend me for the repair fee of 100,000 or 80,000 yuan, you should know what the consequences will be. After hearing what Wang Yang said, the woman was instantly amused. Ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard in the Magic City in recent years. Little brother, are you threatening your sister? Seeing the other party teasing him in a joking tone, Wang Yang couldn't help it. He took advantage of the other party's inattention, quickly reached out his hand, stepped forward and rudely took off the woman's sunglasses. The next moment, the woman's appearance was completely exposed. When Wang Yang saw the other person's big watery eyes and delicate oval face, he was surprised. This woman is really beautiful. And those beautiful eyes are like the eyes of a fox. Looking at them for a few more seconds feels like your soul will be hooked away. This vixen must be someone special. What are you doing? The heroine was obviously angered by Wang Yang's behavior, and she immediately scolded him angrily. Wang Yang then revealed a sly smile and said in a mean way, "You look pretty good, but you have to wear sunglasses to show off and not dare to see anyone." You. The woman wanted to snatch the sunglasses back, but Wang Yang had already taken a step back. Boy, you are playing with fire, you know that? Is it worth losing your life for this broken car? When Wang Yang heard this, his expression instantly turned gloomy. He looked at her seriously and said word by word, "Miss, I don't know if you have any powerful background, but you were wrong in this matter. Now you are actually threatening my personal safety. Do you think I am also a vegetarian? Humph, where are you from? Do you dare to reveal your identity?" The woman asked. Blood evil, have you heard of it? Blood evil? What is this? The woman thought for a moment and then asked back. These words almost made Wang Yang vomit blood in anger. Originally, he thought that thanks to Liang Xiaotang's affairs, the blood evil organization he founded would be able to become famous. But now it seems that not many people outside know this name. After failing to show off himself, Wang Yang could only bite the bullet and ask back, "Excuse me, what kind of business are you in?" "My brothers in the underworld all call me Sister Phoenix." "Have you ever heard of the Phoenix Hall?" As soon as I heard the name Phoenix Hall, Wang Yang suddenly felt like he was dreaming. We just finished chatting with each other, and now we bump into each other. And according to Zhang Chang's description, the woman in front of him is most likely the boss of Phoenix Hall. I didn't expect to meet this woman here. Although Wang Yang knew that the other party had a strong background, he did not want to lose face. Especially since he had just mentioned the name Blood Evil. If I just let it go like this, where would I put my face? It turns out to be the famous Phoenix girl. I wondered who it was, so arrogant. What did you say? Although there is only one character difference between Sister Phoenix and Phoenix Girl, their meanings are worlds apart. After Wang Yang changed a word, he immediately belittled the other party. Others are afraid of you, but I am not. If you don't pay the money today, don't even think about leaving here. Of course, you can also choose to call the police. But once this news gets out, I'm afraid your Phoenix Hall will become a laughingstock among the brothers in the underworld, right? Wang Yang was sure that the other party would not dare to call the police, so he provoked him. Sure enough, Sister Phoenix had no intention of calling the police. Seeing that Wang Yang was not afraid of him, he immediately became interested in the young man in front of him. Boy, you don't look that old, do you? You're already involved in gangs in your early 20s? Why, Phoenix Girl, are you planning to judge people by appearance? Although I'm only in my early 20s, my fighting ability is amazing both in bed and outside of bed. Do you want to give it a try? Wang Yang continued teasing. Facing this kind of woman, Wang Yang knew that the more polite he was to her, the more she would look down on him. Therefore, as long as he behaves more vulgarly, the other party will have no way to deal with him. But he never expected that after hearing these words, the other party showed a charming smile. "Oh, it seems that you are attracted to my sister? How about I leave you my contact information so you can chat with me when you feel lonely next time?" Wang Yang narrowed his eyes. I thought to myself, this woman is really hard to deal with. In order not to continue the dispute, he was too lazy to ask the other party for compensation. Then he just said calmly, "Forget it, since you look pretty good, I won't ask you to compensate me for the car repair this time. Also, I hope we never meet again in this life." Chapter 28, Taking the Baby for Vaccination, Upgrade Again. After saying this, Wang Yang turned around and went back to the Ferrari. Fortunately, only the rear bumper of the car was deformed, and it had no impact on the car's power system. So after the ignition was successful, Wang Yang didn't waste any time, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the Ferrari away directly. Looking at the departing figure, the woman smiled playfully, then took out her cell phone and dialed a number. "Xiaotang, go check for me and see if anyone has bought a Ferrari 458 sports car recently. It wasn't supposed to be red originally, so I need to collect all the information of anyone who buys this model." "Yes, Sister Phoenix." After driving the car back to the villa, I happened to run into Lin Ruoxue taking out the trash. "Whose car is this? Hey, why is the rear bumper deformed?" Wang Yang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I originally wanted to drive in front of Lin Ruoxue to show off. Now, the car is damaged. Moreover, he knew very well that the original price of this car was several million, and if he took it to a forest shop to replace some parts, it would probably cost at least 100,000. So Wang Yang doesn't plan to repair the car in the short term. I just bought it. Isn't it good? Did you buy it? Where did the money come from? You gave it to me, and it's a second-hand car, not expensive, just a few $100,000. Lin Ruoxue then remembered that Wang Yang had borrowed 1 million in cash from her some time ago. Only now did she realize that Wang Yang had used the money to buy a car. Although she didn't object to Wang Yang driving a luxury car, he was currently unemployed and had to borrow money to buy a sports car when he was penniless. This was just a pretense. Then Lin Ruoxue seriously suggested, Wang Yang, I don't think it's suitable for you to drive this kind of sports car now. It's too conspicuous. How about I give you a BMW 3 Series from the company and you return this car? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately waved his hand. That won't work. Now everyone knows about your relationship with me. If I drive a bad car, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you and the entire Xinghua Club? Besides, it's not much money. I can earn it back soon. How do you make money? Lin Ruoxue asked with a frown. This question stumped Wang Yang. Indeed, although he had the system in hand, the system could not give him money directly. So it is really not an easy thing to make money in this world. Well, let me go in and see if the baby is awake. Wang Yang made up an excuse to interrupt their conversation. Seeing that the other party didn't listen to advice, Lin Ruoxue could only sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a casino office, Shenfeng Wang was sitting elegantly on a sofa, holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth. Sister Feng Wang, there was only one fat guy who bought a black 458 these days, but according to him, his car was stolen yesterday. A subordinate came up and reported. It was stolen yesterday? So it looks like this guy is the one who stole the car? It turns out to be just a minor character. After listening to this, Shenfeng Wang revealed an intriguing smile. The subordinate didn't know what Shenfeng Wang was mumbling, so he asked cautiously, Sister Feng Wang, do you need us to continue investigating the whereabouts of the Ferrari? Yes, you should go to some nearby repair shops and ask if anyone has recently changed the black Ferrari to red. Sister Phoenix, why are we asking about this? Could it be that the owner of this Ferrari is someone important? Upon hearing this, Shenfeng Wang immediately glared at the other person. This glare instantly frightened the younger brother standing opposite him and made him kneel down. When did I ever need to explain something to you? Are you tired of living? I dare not, I dare not. Seeing that cold sweat had already appeared on the other person's forehead, Shenfeng Wang gave up. She slowed down her tone and said coldly, if you can't find out the other party's identity within one day, don't come back to see me. Yes. That night, after giving Wang Muyo a bath, Wang Yang quietly opened his system panel. After realizing that he had worked hard for more than half a month but was still 200 experience points short, he suddenly felt helpless. Recently, since Lin Ruoxue has been insisting on breastfeeding, the task of changing diapers has also been given to her. Therefore, Wang Yang has fewer and fewer ways to earn experience points. Fortunately, with my efforts, the task of taking a bath every day is still his. Otherwise, if I want to upgrade to the next level, I don't know when it will take. At this moment, Lin Ruoxue suddenly shouted, oh, the baby will be 1 month old tomorrow, time flies. When Lin Ruoxue reminded him, Wang Yang suddenly thought of something. Yes, the baby is already 1 month old. Should we take him to get the second dose of hepatitis B vaccine first, and then take a set of 1-month photos? Last time, I just took my daughter to take a Blu-ray photo, and I got a lot of experience as a reward. So this time, if he personally takes Wang Muyao to get vaccinated, won't he be able to gain experience immediately? What's more, the hepatitis B virus is very dangerous, and everyone must be vaccinated against hepatitis B, so this shot is obviously a must. It's okay to get vaccinated, but I think it's okay to take full-month photos. Others take 100-day photos. Wang Yang actually doesn't care whether it's a full moon photo or a 100-day photo. All he wants is to gain experience. Seeing Lin Ruoxue's objection, Wang Yang had no choice but to give up. Okay, then I'll take the baby to the health center again tomorrow. Okay, I have a meeting with a guest tomorrow, so I don't have time to go with you. I'll leave the baby to you to take care of. Also, remember to bring your vaccination booklet. The nurse will record it when the time comes. I heard that babies going to kindergarten these days must have records of multiple vaccinations of various types in their vaccination books, otherwise they will not be able to enter kindergarten smoothly in the future. So you have to keep this vaccination booklet safe and don't lose it. Lin Ruoxue reminded. Wang Yang naturally knew the importance of vaccination certificates. After all, kindergartens have always been the hardest hit areas for virus infection. If a child catches a cold on a normal day, it is very likely that the entire class will be infected in a short period of time. Therefore, relevant national departments have also continuously required that relevant vaccines must be received before going to school. Ah, you still don't trust me to do things? You are a boy after all, you are not as careful as us women. Got it. I'll keep the child's vaccination book safe. By the way, have the police talked to you recently? Wang Yang suddenly thought of something and asked. No, I heard the police don't want to deal with this matter anymore. After all, we didn't report it to the police, so why should they bother investigating it? That's good. Also, have you heard of Phoenix Hall? Phoenix Hall? I think I've heard of it. Is it a gang that specializes in running casinos? Wang Yang nodded, and then continued, it is said that the boss behind the Phoenix Hall is a woman. What's so strange about this? Am I the boss of Xinghua Club now? Women have awakened these days. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately became interested. Oh, so you have completely controlled the situation? It can be considered as the Buddha's manifestation. Ever since Liang Xiaotang got into trouble, his men dare not disobey me. Plus, the other uncles in the company also stood up to speak for me, so now the entire company is my people. Ah, even so, you can't take it lightly. After all, you are a woman. You are still a little inferior to men in terms of power and tactics. I know that. Hey, I'm just thinking about finding my parents as soon as possible. I don't know if they are still alive. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue suddenly became sad. Wang Yang also thought that he had not been back to his hometown to visit his parents for a long time. Don't worry, uncle and aunt will be fine. Although Wang Yang didn't know who kidnapped Lin Ruoxue's parents, his intuition told him that there must be a huge conspiracy behind this incident. First of all, Lin Ruoxue's parents are not ordinary people, and the other party must have other purposes for kidnapping. If it was for money, then it would be obviously unacceptable not to contact Lin Ruoxue for such a long time. But if the intention was to kill someone, there would be no need to go to so much trouble to kidnap the person. So he concluded that at least one of Lin Ruoxue's parents was still alive. However, Wang Yang had no idea where the other party was and who did it. After Wang Yang comforted her, Lin Ruoxue felt better. She forced a smile. Well, hopefully everything will get better. The next day, after Lin Ruoxue went out to deal with some things at the company, Wang Yang also got on Lei Zi's SUV and took Wang Muyao to the hospital. After the registration was successful, the nurse immediately arranged for Wang Muyao to get the second dose of hepatitis B vaccine. And Wang Muyao is also stronger than Wang Yang imagined. Except for crying for a few dozen seconds at that moment, I didn't shed a single tear at other times. Just after receiving the second dose of hepatitis B vaccine, Wang Yang finally heard the system prompt sound he wanted to hear. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully vaccinated the baby once, and the reward experience value is plus 200. Ding, the host has been upgraded successfully. Please open the system panel to add attribute points and redeem a favorite book item in the system store. This breath directly increased Wang Yang's experience points by 200 points, which was just enough for Wang Yang to level up. When you open the system panel again, the data will be updated. God of War, Wang Yang. Level, LV.7. Force, 7. Physique 5. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 5. Attribute points, 2. Experience, 3,000. When Wang Yang saw that the experience points required for the next level had become 3,000 points, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's becoming increasingly difficult to reach this level. Chapter 29 Goodbye Phoenix Girl, the conflict escalates. After adding a little strength to himself, and a little physical strength, Wang Yang opened the system store to see what books were suitable for exchange. But after thinking it over, he still hadn't made a choice. In the end, Wang Yang closed the system store and decided to think things over carefully. Anyway, the system exchange voucher has no validity period. You can open the store and exchange any item at any time. Just as Wang Yang took Wang Muyao home, his identity information also appeared in front of Shin Fenghuang. So he's from the Xinghua Club, and he's hooking up with the club's daughter. No wonder he speaks so confidently, but he turns out to be just a gigolo. After learning Wang Yang's identity information, Shin Fenghuang instantly lost interest. At first, she thought that there was fresh blood on the road, and that Wang Yang was not only young, but also very individual. So she was thinking about whether she should tease the other person to relieve his boredom. But unexpectedly, this kid has been captured by Xinghuwei Club. Sister Feng Wang, it seems that this guy hasn't obtained the marriage certificate with Miss Lin yet. There are rumors on the street that he is probably just a scapegoat. Humph, Lin Ruoxue is both beautiful and rich. Ordinary men don't even have the chance to take over. So even if Wang Yang takes over, it's normal and there's nothing strange about it. Shen Feng Wang said lightly. That's true, this kid is lucky. By the way, Sister Feng Wang, Liang Xiaofan came to our casino to gamble again. Upon hearing the name, Shen Feng Wang's expression instantly turned gloomy. Did he win money? No, I lost everything. This guy is a useless person. Let him pay back all the money he owes to our casino. Otherwise, he may run away or commit suicide one day. Where can we collect the debt then? He's dead, but he still has a family. Don't we just know where his family lives? Upon hearing this, Shen Feng Wang immediately glared at the other person. I seem to have said before that the disaster will not affect my family, right? It's his business if he's in debt. Are you planning to kidnap his family? Besides, even if you killed his entire family, he still wouldn't have the money to pay back. I'm sorry, Sister Phoenix, I just said the wrong thing by accident. The subordinate quickly admitted his mistake. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Enter. The next moment, two men came in carrying a person. When she saw the person coming, Shen Feng Wang immediately said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this Liang Xiaotan's follower Liang Xiaofan? What do you want to do by bringing him here? Sister Feng Wang, this kid just lost a lot in our casino and got so angry that he overturned the gambling table. We lost more than 100,000 yuan, and the gamblers left unhappy. Upon hearing this, a murderous look instantly flashed in Shen Feng Wang's eyes. After all, it has been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in their own place. What's more, he is a useless person who has already lost his boss. When Liang Xiaofan saw Shen Feng Wang, he shuddered all over and his mind became much clearer. He immediately knelt down and said to Shen Feng Wang, Sister Feng Wang, I was just angry because I lost, so I acted impulsively and caused trouble for you. I'll kowtow to you and apologize to you, okay? Liang Xiaofan, do you think that this matter can be resolved by just bowing your head? If I don't punish you, how can I, Shen Feng Wang, survive in the underworld in the future? Besides, if everyone is like you, admitting their mistakes after causing trouble, wouldn't my casino be closed down? Shen Feng Wang's words made Liang Xiaofan break out in a cold sweat again. He swallowed and quickly suggested, How about I compensate you for your losses and put it on my account? From what I understand, you already owe our casino hundreds of thousands of dollars in loan sharking. Add to that this sum, what are you going to use to pay it back? How about this? I, Shen Feng Wang, am also a fair person. I can write off your loss this time, but you have to give me one thing. Okay, just tell me what you want, as long as I have it. Liang Xiaofan was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately expressed his confidence. I want one of your fingers. That won't do, Sister Phoenix. When Liang Xiaofan heard that he was going to cut off his fingers, he immediately became anxious. Shen Feng Wang was immediately furious and said fiercely, You thought this was your home, but now it's useless for you to say anything. Someone, hold his hands down for me. I want to do it myself. Don't, Shen Feng Wang, do you know who I'm following now? If you dare to touch me, my boss will kill you. Originally Shen Feng Wang was planning to pick up the machete and take action, but when she heard Liang Xiaofan's words, she was stunned for a moment, and then revealed an intriguing expression. Liang Xiaofan, do you really think I'm a stupid woman? You think you can scare me just by saying a few words or bringing up one person? Liang Xiaofan also knew that he had no way to escape today, so he just gave it his all. Liang Xiaofan broke free and stood up, gritting his teeth and saying, I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm from the Blood Demon. Blood evil? What the hell is this? After hearing this, the subordinate next to him kicked him immediately. Liang Xiaofan was kicked to the ground on the spot and couldn't help crying. Originally he had hoped that the blood evil could scare the other party, but now it seems that it is completely useless. But just as the two men were about to grab Liang Xiaofan and press him on the table, Shen Feng Wang shouted, Wait! Liang Xiaofan, which organization did you say you belong to? I am the Blood Demon, haven't you heard of me? Liang Xiaofan plucked up his courage and spoke again. So, you are very familiar with the people of Blood Demon? Of course, the Blood Demon's boss has a very good relationship with me. He will come immediately if I give him a call. Ha, great. Just give him a call and ask him to come see me in person. Then today's incident will be written off. How do you think? Shenfeng Huang suddenly developed a strong interest in the blood evil organization. Originally she thought Wang Yang was just talking nonsense. But I didn't expect that there really is such an organization in Shanghai. So at this moment she really wanted to see who the leader of this blood evil organization was? This. Liang Xiaofan is now in a difficult situation. After all, if I refuse, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as cutting off a finger today. Then, he could only pick up his phone and call Liang Feng. After learning what had happened, Liang Feng was so angry that he started cursing. But on second thought, Liang Xiaofan is the one who knows everything about them. If he really gets desperate and tells everything to others, Wang Yang will be in trouble. So after weighing the pros and cons, he quickly called Wang Yang. What is that? Wang Yang had just brought the child home and was preparing to make milk powder for her to sleep. But in the end he was told that people from Phoenix Hall wanted to see him. If I had known about this Liang Xiaofan earlier, I would have killed him. Then I wouldn't have any worries. Liang Feng said regretfully on the phone. But Wang Yang knew clearly that at this stage their power was still very weak, and if he really killed Liang Xiaofan, he would definitely get into trouble. So this is also an important reason why Wang Yang plans to give him 50,000 yuan every month to keep him stable. But now Liang Xiaofan has already trapped him. If he doesn't care about the other party's life or death, his life will probably not be easy. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yang said coldly, "Go and tell the people in Phoenix Hall that I will go to talk to them in person at 8 o'clock in the evening." "Boss, why is it 8 o'clock at night?" Liang Feng was puzzled. "Because I have to be home with the fucking kids." Wang Yang sneered speechlessly, and Liang Feng quickly hung up the phone. When Shenfeng Huang learned that the leader of the blood demon was willing to meet her, but had to wait until 8 o'clock in the evening, she said disdainfully, "A small, broken organization actually wants me to wait for a whole day? Okay, I'll take a good look at you guys when the time comes to see where you blood demons are from." It was 8 o'clock in the evening. After Wang Yang handed Wang Muyao to Lin Ruoshu's care, he drove his Ferrari 458 directly to the Phoenix Hall casino. In his opinion, the woman from Phoenix Hall must have known his identity, which was why she asked him to meet her. But when he was led into a spacious office by the casino's thugs, he couldn't help but gasp. Because at this moment, the woman sitting in front of him was the one he rear-ended in the morning. The cigarette in Shenfeng Huang's hand also froze in mid-air. Is it him? Liang Xiaofan, the bloody boss you were talking about, is this guy? It's him. It's him. Brother, you have to save me. Liang Xiaofan didn't know Wang Yang's true identity, but he knew that only Wang Yang could save him at the moment. Wang Yang glanced at Liang Xiaofan coldly, then said to the woman, "Phoenix girl, let this rubbish go first. Let's sit down and talk slowly if there is anything. We agree on whether he is a waste or not. Besides, your suggestion is good. There's no point in keeping this jerk here, and I'm too lazy to deal with him. Someone, beat that guy up and throw him out." I've already called people here, and you still want to beat me? Is it too easy for you to beat you up, or do you want to save a finger? As soon as Shenfeng Huang opened her mouth, Liang Xiaofan immediately shut his mouth obediently. Then he was dragged out by several thugs. After a while, Wang Yang heard bursts of tragic screams coming from outside the house. Wang Yang's brows gradually furrowed, he knew that this was a warning from the other party. After waiting for a while, Wang Yang took the initiative to speak. "Phoenix girl, what do you want to do with me?" "Humph, you are a pretty boy, but you were so bold that you actually set up your own gang and formed a bloody gang? You know, playing with fire like this can cost you your life." Chapter 30. How much do you think my life is worth? Wang Yang naturally heard the other party's hidden meaning. But he is not a pushover. At least the moment he entered the house, Wang Yang secretly observed the surrounding environment. As long as the people here don't have hot weapons, he will be able to escape or knock down everyone in the house. So Wang Yang crossed his legs and said slowly, "Want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, a Phoenix Hall thug standing behind him suddenly scolded him, "How dare you talk to our Phoenix sister like that? You're courting death." After saying that, he took the initiative and punched Wang Yang. At such a close distance, he attacked from behind. If Wang Yang wanted to turn around to observe and then dodge, it would obviously be too late. So just when Shenfeng Huang thought Wang Yang would be knocked to the ground by one punch, a miracle happened. Just when his men's fists were about to hit Wang Yang on the back of the head, Wang Yang seemed to have eyes on the back of his head and actually lowered his head. The opponent's fist hit the air directly. Without waiting for him to retract his fist and attack again, Wang Yang jumped up, turned around, and kicked the opponent in the chest. The whole action was extremely fast. Even in less than a blink of an eye, the man flew backwards and hit the wall directly. Seeing this, several thugs immediately surrounded them. But at this time, Shen Fenghuang, who was sitting on the sofa, said, "Wait, everyone, get out of here." Wang Yang looked at the other party and said in a cold tone, "Phoenix girl, what do you want?" Although I, Wang Yang, don't want to cause trouble, I'm not someone who's afraid of it. If you insist on fighting me, then expect to be killed together. But the next second, Shen Fenghuang suddenly changed her expression, smiled charmingly, and said gently, "Brother Wang Yang, look at what you said. Sister never thought of hurting you. My men were ignorant and attacked you without permission. I'm here to apologize to you, sister. Is that okay?" Wang Yang didn't know what this woman was up to, but he knew that if he spent one more second with a woman like her, he would be in more danger. Then he waved his hand and said disdainfully, "No need, if you have nothing else to do, then I'll leave first." "Wait a minute. I, Shen Fenghuang, always do things in a fair way. Since you are here, there is something that needs to be made clear to me in person, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future." "What is it?" At this time, Wang Yang also learned the other party's name for the first time. Shen Fenghuang. But whether this name is real or not, probably only she herself knows. "Liang Xiaofan said he was your subordinate. Is that true?" Wang Yang's face darkened and he said unhappily, "I guess so. He owes hundreds of thousands to our casino. Can you help him settle this debt? How about this, I'll give you 50,000 every month until the debt is paid off. But before that, you are not allowed to lend him a penny, how about that?" After Wang Yang proposed this, Shen Fenghuang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Wang Yang, you blood demons can't even come up with a few 100,000, right? It's not impossible to pay in installments, but the interest rate in our casino is different from that in the bank. If you pay back 50,000 yuan a month, you may never be able to pay it back in your lifetime." Seeing that Shen Fenghuang was completely unforgiving, Wang Yang also became angry. Although he didn't have much money on him, he still had a system store. After thinking that this was a casino, Wang Yang immediately came up with a plan. "Woman, you'll be in trouble soon." Then, he quickly activated his mind. The next second, a system prompt sounded. Ding, the host successfully redeemed the cheating gambling technique, and the reward will be issued immediately. Immediately afterwards, countless gambling skills related to chess and cards flooded into Wang Yang's mind like a tide. After receiving the system reward, Wang Yang stood even straighter. "Miss Shen Fenghuang, I heard that there is a saying in your casino that gambling debts should be paid at the table, right? Why, you also want to try your luck in our casino? But I have to tell you in advance that we don't sell on credit here." Shen Fenghuang laughed jokingly. "That depends on whether you have the ability to take all the money out of my pocket. Okay, since you want to play, I'll play with you myself. Tell me, what do you want to play? Just keep it simple, don't have too complicated rules. It's the same result no matter how you play it doesn't matter." Wang Yang spoke domineeringly. Shen Fenghuang naturally thought that the young man in front of her was just bragging. And she has been in the gambling world for so many years, it is impossible for her to be afraid of the other party. Then Shen Fenghuang said, "Then it's simple. I'll deal 2 cards, and then you place your bets on which card is bigger. This gambling method doesn't require any technical skills, and even I can't cheat. So it's a very fair game for both of us." "No problem." Although Wang Yang had never played this kind of poker before, he had just learned all the knowledge and information about chess and cards, and was very clear about how to play this kind of gambling game. To put it bluntly, this game is entirely based on luck to win. "Someone, bring a deck of cards." "Yes." A moment later, one of his men handed Shen Fenghuang a brand new deck of cards. At this time, Wang Yang suddenly said, "Don't think about cheating, otherwise, even God can't save you today." Wang Yang's eyes were sharp, like a sharp blade piercing directly into Shen Fenghuang's body. Shen Fenghuang's body trembled slightly, and she really didn't dare to act rashly at that moment. But after a moment, Shen Fenghuang smiled again. "You can rest assured about this. My Fenghuang Hall has been running the casino business for so many years, and no customer has ever complained about cheating in our casino. Besides, would I, Shen Fenghuang, cheat others for just a few $100,000? If the news gets out, where will I put my face? That's good, deal the cards. Wait, where's your bet? How much do you think my life is worth? Your life? Brother Wang Yang, are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm kidding you? At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became weird. The two people who were talking and laughing just now had tense faces. After looking at Wang Yang's determined eyes, Shen Fenghuang took a deep breath and finally gave in. So if you lose, your life will belong to me? Wang Yang nodded. That's right, you name a price. You are the boss of Blood Demon after all, and Miss Lin's gigolo. Otherwise, I'll consider you to be worth 1 million. Anyway, if you really lose money, I can go to Miss Lin to get it. You even found out this clearly. Okay, then 1 million is fine. Although it's a little less, it's enough for me to make a profit. Ha, you are so confident. Then Shen Fenghuang asked his men to bring chips worth 1 million and hand them to Wang Yang. If that's okay, I'll start dealing the cards then? Hair. Shen Fenghuang snorted lightly, then placed 2 cards on the table. How about it, brother Wang Yang, which card do you think is bigger? Before Wang Yang could reply, all the information about the 2 cards suddenly appeared in his mind. The King of Hearts on the left, the 7 of Diamonds on the right. At this moment, Wang Yang was suddenly shocked. This isn't some cheating trick, it's simply X-ray vision. With this thing, wouldn't he be invincible at the gambling table? But he is not a fool. Even though I have X-ray vision, I can't show it too obviously. So he immediately threw out a chip worth $1,000 and placed it in front of the whole card of the 7 of Diamonds. That's it. Good. Then Shen Fenghuang turned over the 2 cards one by one. I'm sorry, brother Wang Yang, your luck seems to be a little bad. But it's okay, after all, it's just a bet of $1,000. Ha, luckily I didn't rush to go all in. Let's continue. Okay. Then, Shen Fenghuang dealt out 2 more cards. The 5 of clubs, and the J of clubs. Wang Yang didn't think too much and just threw 10,000 on the 5 of clubs. Open. Good. But when all the cards were revealed, Shen Fenghuang's smile became even brighter. Hey, brother Wang Yang, it seems that your luck today is as bad as that Liang Xiaofan. Why don't you just stop playing? If you continue, I'm afraid the 1 million chips in your hand won't be enough to lose. Are you panicking? I didn't panic even after losing 2 games, why are you panicking? Wang Yang looked at Shen Fenghuang and asked calmly. Ha, why should I panic? Anyway, this is just a game of luck. Only people who are in debt will panic. That's not necessarily true. If you knew I was sure of winning, you would definitely panic. Then I want to see if you are just good at talking. After saying that, Shen Fenghuang dealt the cards again. This time, the Queen of Spades is on the left and the 3 of Diamonds is on the right. Wang Yang stopped talking nonsense. The previous 2 times were just a trick. The purpose is to paralyze Shen Fenghuang and stop her from thinking too much. But this time, he decided to decide the outcome with one go. Then, Wang Yang pretended to ponder for a moment and then suddenly opened his eyes. You're done. My intuition tells me that the one on the left must be a big one. So this time, I'm going all in. After saying that, Wang Yang placed all the chips in his hand on the whole card on the left. At this moment, Shen Fenghuang took a deep breath. The expressions of several younger brothers around him also became nervous. After all, the stakes for this round are nearly 1 million, which is rarely seen on ordinary days. Are you really so sure? You'll know when you open the cards. Shen Fenghuang hesitated for a moment and finally said something shocking. Forget it, I won't open this card, just consider it as your win, how about it? Chapter 31. The baby is sick and Lin Ruoxue cries anxiously. Shen Fenghuang's words made Wang Yang hesitate for a moment, but he soon understood. After all, he was just a young man who had just joined the underworld, while the other party had been in the underworld for many years. If she let a nobody like him win $1 million in her own territory today, once the news got out, it would definitely have a certain impact on her reputation. So she simply didn't reveal her trump card, pretending to be generous and leaving a suspense, while also saving her own face. Whatever you want, I don't care what the trump card is, I only care about the result. Come here, deduct all the money Liang Xiaofan owes, and give the remaining profit directly to Wang Yang. Seeing that Shen Fenghuang had already spoken, his men did not dare to disobey and immediately went to the safe to take out the bound banknotes. I'll give you a bag. After all, there are at least hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. It would be too conspicuous to just take it out. Ha, thank you Miss Shen for your hospitality. But actually, I didn't gain anything this time. After all, you crashed my sports car this morning, so this money should be your compensation for the repairs. Ha, whatever you think, the money is yours now. What about Liang Xiaofan? It's all written off. I, Shin Fenghuang, keep my word. Okay, but I have to remind you again, if Liang Xiaofan comes to you again to borrow money for gambling, don't call me, just kill him directly. Wang Yang didn't tolerate Liang Xiaofan and directly made some harsh remarks. After all, he had already helped the other party once, it was impossible for him to help him a second time. By doing this, I have done my utmost. If Liang Xiaofan still doesn't repent, then let him fend for himself. Good. By the way, brother Wang Yang, will we meet again? Why, you won't tell me that you've fallen in love with me? Wang Yang snorted and asked back. It seems so, but I don't know if my brother likes his sister. Wang Yang knew that Shin Fenghuang was in her early 30s and was at least 7 or 8 years older than him. So the next moment, he blurted out sarcastically, "Sorry, I don't like women who are much older than me." After saying that, Wang Yang picked up the bag full of cash, turned around and left without looking back. After hearing this, Shin Fenghuang was stunned for 2 seconds, then she stomped her feet in anger. The high heel stepped on the floor, making a dong-dong sound. Wang Yang, just wait for me. I, Shin Fenghuang, will not just swallow this loss in vain. After walking out of the casino, Wang Yang saw Liang Xiaofan sitting on the opposite street. Although he had a bruise on his face, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. After seeing Wang Yang come out safely, he immediately came forward and said with a playful smile, "Boss, you are out." Did that woman embarrass you? Wang Yang didn't answer, but kicked him. Liang Xiaofan was kicked to the ground, groaned in pain, and quickly got up. Boss, I know I was wrong. Boss, please stop hitting me. I beg you. Looking at the useless Liang Xiaofan, Wang Yang grabbed his collar and warned him coldly, "I have already settled your casino account for you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. If you cause trouble outside again, you'll be on your own. Besides, I have a bad temper. If I find out that you have revealed what happened between us, I will make your whole family go down and be buried with you. Do you understand?" Wang Yang's threatening words made Liang Xiaofan feel a chill down his spine. However, after hearing that Wang Yang had helped him settle all the accounts at the Phoenix Hall Casino, a smile immediately appeared on Liang Xiaofan's face. I know. Don't worry, I will definitely keep the incident from last time to myself. But I still have to remind you. Recently I heard that the Viper Gang has been secretly investigating this matter. So you and brother Liang Feng have to be more careful. Wang Yang frowned when he heard this. What does this have to do with the Viper Gang? They are living well in Changning District, why do they want to come to Jinshan District to interfere? I don't know the specific situation. After all, I am just a marginal person. But it is said that Liang Xiaotang had already teamed up with the Viper Gang to do business before the incident, and the Viper Gang also invested a lot of money. But you beat him into a vegetable, so the business was ruined. After hearing this, Wang Yang finally figured out that the Viper Gang was planning to find the mastermind behind the incident and then use this to demand compensation for their own losses. Fortunately, the Viper Gang's sphere of influence is limited to Changning District, so Wang Yang is not worried that the other party will come to him immediately. If you have any latest news about the Viper Gang, tell Liang Feng immediately, okay? After saying that, Wang Yang opened his bag, took out a stack of $100 bills and handed it to the other party. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. By the way, what should I call you? After dealing with Wang Yang for a long time, Liang Xiaofan didn't even know what Wang Yang's name was. After all, without his instructions, Liang Feng didn't dare to reveal his identity and background rashly. I will tell you what you should know, but don't ask me about things you shouldn't know. Yes. When Liang Xiaofan saw Wang Yang getting angry, he quickly shut his mouth. When Wang Yang returned to the villa, he happened to see Lin Ruoxue holding Wang Muyo and playing in the living room. It's already past 10 o'clock, why aren't you sleeping yet? I don't know why, your daughter has been acting weird all day. I didn't drink much milk, and once I woke up it was hard to fall asleep again. Do you think she's feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately stepped forward and took Wang Muyo. As usual, Wang Yang only needed to hold her tightly and then gently rock her back and forth, and Wang Muyo would calm down instantly. But today, Wang Muyo was indeed a little abnormal. Not only did she not stop crying, but she began to struggle violently. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxue immediately became worried. Is she sick? Should we take her to the hospital for a checkup? Wang Yang shook his head. Don't worry, I'll check it out first to see what the situation is. Then she put Wang Muyao on the sofa and lifted up her clothes. When Wang Yang found that Wang Muyao's body was covered with small red dots, he suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? What happened to the baby? Why are there so many little red bumps on his body? Lin Ruoxue asked anxiously. The child is very healthy, there is nothing wrong with him. As for why she was crying and had so many red spots on her body, it's because her mother loves her so much. What? I love her too much, so that's why she cries and gets red spots? What kind of perverse logic is this? Lin Ruoxue didn't understand what was going on and showed a suspicious expression. Because you love her, you are worried that she will catch a cold, so you put thick clothes on her. But the temperature outside is already 25 degrees, and the baby already has a hot body. If you put her in winter clothes, how can she not get a rash? Is this because of the heat? Wang Yang nodded. That's right, let's quickly buy an external ointment for eczema, and then apply it all over the baby's body. Okay, I'll place the order online right away. Then Wang Yang changed Wang Muyao into a set of thin clothes, and Wang Muyao's crying instantly became much quieter. After the medicine was delivered to the home, Wang Yang personally and considerately applied a layer of white ointment on the baby. Seeing the ointment all over the child's body, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but start sobbing. You're crying? Wang Yang turned around and asked in confusion. Lin Ruoxue wiped her tears and snorted, What's wrong? Is it okay if my tear point is too low? No, what's there to cry about? Because I harmed the baby. She was so hot and kept crying, but I didn't know anything. I thought she was hungry. If you hadn't come back in time and discovered the problem, the baby wouldn't have had any problems with the heat. Wang Yang laughed and said, You think too much. This is everyone's first time having a child, so there are always things that are not well taken care of. Okay, stop crying, these are just small things. Look, after the baby applied the refreshing and anti-itching ointment, did he stop crying instantly? So the baby isn't crying anymore, why are you still crying? I know. Lin Ruoxue also knew that she was a little stressed just now, so she immediately stopped crying. Okay, now you can feed the baby some breast milk, and then pat her back gently. It won't be long before she falls asleep and plays chess with Zhou. Okay, I'll carry her back to the room and give it a try. And everything was just as Wang Yang expected. Less than 20 minutes after Lin Ruoxue carried her daughter back to the bedroom, she came out alone. How was it, did you sleep? Lin Ruoxue nodded, he fell asleep after just 2 sips. He must be exhausted. Yeah, this little girl is quite capable of making trouble. By the way, has nothing happened in the company during this period? Wang Yang suddenly remembered what Liang Xiaofan had just reminded him of, so he took the opportunity to inquire about the current situation of Xinghui Club. Currently, business in all venues is proceeding normally, and there is nothing major going on in the company. It's just that recently, people from the Viper Gang have frequently appeared in our place. But they didn't cause any trouble, so our people didn't chase them away. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately realized that the Viper Gang would definitely not let the Xinghui society go easily. In addition, Sui Bo's incident was a time bomb. Once the old guy from the Viper Gang finds out that it was me who killed Sui Bo, he will definitely launch crazy revenge on me and Xinghui. So Wang Yang immediately decided to target the leader of the Viper Gang, Shuiwei, as his next target. Chapter 32, The younger brother was beaten, is it too much to challenge the authority? The next morning, Wang Yang called Chen Daong over. Boss, how did your car get into this state? Can it be restored? Wang Yang asked. Of course you can. Just take it to a repair shop and replace it with some unknown brand parts. Anyway, this is a water truck, so I can't go to a special 4S shop to replace and repair the original parts. The Four Sons store is a rip-off. I didn't even think about driving my car there to exchange it. Well, help me deal with this car, the sooner the better. When the time comes, just tell me the repair costs directly. That's fine, how about I get you another one, boss? I heard that another batch of water trucks have been brought in from outside recently. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Although the water wheel business is very profitable, he is not interested in the profits, but the mastermind behind the whole thing. Is this business being run by the Viper Gang? Maybe, I don't know the details. After all, there are some things in our line of work that we can't ask, as it's easy to make people suspicious. Chen Daong smiled awkwardly and explained. After listening to this, Wang Yang understood that Chen Daong did not want to be involved in the affairs of the Viper gang. It's okay, I'm just asking casually. By the way, what are Qianzi and the others doing recently? Why haven't I heard from them in several days? Chen Daong is a pickpocket and is actually not well received in this circle. Zhang Chang and his friends all thought they were capable of fighting and could fight and kill, so they never liked to take Chen Daong out to play. Chen Daong usually likes to be sneaky and is used to being alone, so naturally he didn't think of trying to get close to her by force. Something seems to have happened to them. What happened? Why didn't anyone tell me? Wang Yang immediately frowned. I'm not sure about that. You know, they don't tell me anything. It's just that I went to see Liang Feng that day, and saw that he had a bruised face, and then we chatted for a while. It seems that a few of them went to a KTV to sing, and then they had a conflict with the people in the next room because of the hostess, and they ended up getting beaten up. Fuck, you didn't even tell me about this? Okay, take the car to get it fixed, the sooner the better. Okay, I'll drive the car to my friend's repair shop and have him check and repair it right away. After Chen Daong drove away the Ferrari, Wang Yang immediately called Zhang Chang. After finding out the address of his rented house, Wang Yang hailed a taxi and went directly to his residence. Since Zhang Chang made a lot of money after following Wang Yang during this period, he directly rented a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house in the community. When he entered the room, Wang Yang found that Liang Feng and Ma Wei were also there. The three of them quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Hello, boss." Wang Yang nodded, then took another look at the scars on their faces. Judging from the results, Liang Feng was beaten the worst, with bruises all over his face, and it looked like he had been beaten not long ago. As for Ma Wei and Zhang Chang, although there was nothing on their faces, they seemed to have suffered external injuries on their arms and feet. I heard that you guys were beaten up. The three of them looked at each other awkwardly, and then Zhang Chang was the first to speak. Boss, it was just a small conflict, and the matter has been turned over. Huh, you said it's over? When did we, the blood demon, fall to the point where we can be bullied by others? Wang Yang scolded. But at this time, Liang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and explained in a low voice, Boss, it's actually not a big deal. There is no need for us to offend Brother Cohen and his group for such a small matter. Brother Cohen? Why haven't I heard of this guy before? Which gang is he from? Boss, Brother Cohen is not a gang member, they all work at the docks. Pierre? How did you offend the workers on the dock? I was drunk at the time, so I had a little conflict with them over a trivial matter. But these guys are really strong. We are no match for them. Zhang Chang smiled bitterly. Wang Yang snorted, nonsense, he must have built up a lot of muscles from unloading cargo at the dock every day. Although you are more ruthless than them, you are definitely no match for them with your bare hands. Boss, let's not talk about this matter anymore. We are doomed. Ponytail also echoed. But Wang Yang said disdainfully, since you are following me, then I have the responsibility and obligation to help you settle the matter. Besides, are you scared by a little brother Kuan? Why didn't I see that you guys were all cowards? Wang Yang's provocation surprised everyone at the scene. Originally they didn't dare to tell Wang Yang about this because they were worried that the other party would blame them. But unexpectedly, Wang Yang not only had no intention of scolding them, but also wanted to help them get revenge. At this time, Ma Wei was the first to jump out. Boss, we will do whatever you tell us to do. Yeah, damn it, at worst we can just fight them, there's nothing to be afraid of. Liang Feng also became excited. Wang Yang then turned his head and looked at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang shuddered all over and quickly said, Boss, my life belongs to you. You can do whatever you want. Humph, that's more like it. It just so happens that the storm has passed, and we should go out and exercise to strengthen our muscles. So next, the rest of you go find out where Brother Cohen is hanging out at night these days. Yes, boss. That evening, Wang Yang had just finished his meal when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Chang. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not answer the call. But after all, he had something to deal with today, so Wang Yang still answered the phone in front of Lin Ruoxue and the child. What is it? Wang Yang covered the microphone with his hand and spoke in a low voice. Boss, I got news about those guys. They are going to sing at Yi Shanghai KTV tonight. Okay, let's meet in the evening and talk about it, that's it. After hurriedly hanging up the phone, Wang Yang pretended nothing had happened and continued to pick up food with chopsticks. But Lin Ruoxue, who was sitting opposite, frowned and trembled slightly. Are you so sneaky about answering the phone? Was it a call from a woman? And it looks like he has to go out tonight? Although the two of them didn't have much to talk about normally, Lin Ruoxue had unknowingly begun to rely on the man in front of her. After all, where can you find a handsome young man these days who is considerate and warm, capable of both housework and cooking, and can take good care of children? What's more, her identity is special and she has a child with Wang Yang, so if she really has to choose a man to spend the rest of her life with, the other party must be the only choice. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but ask, "Are you going out tonight?" Yes, my friend called and asked me to go out. Male or female, why are you so mysterious? Although Lin Ruoxue pretended to be nonchalant, there was a hint of sourness in her tone. But Wang Yang didn't think too much about it at the moment. He just laughed and said, "It's a man, it's just that a few buddies haven't seen each other for a long time, so I thought about having a couple of drinks tonight." Then why hide it? It's as if you're afraid I'll know something. Besides, we don't have any relationship, we are just good friends, so it's okay even if you have a date outside. Just don't bring strange women home. Ha, you think too much. How can I bring a woman home? After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue suddenly looked up and glared at Wang Yang. I was thinking, do you really want to find a woman outside? What's wrong with me? You still don't like it? When Wang Yang was glared at by Lin Ruoxue, he was immediately frightened. At the same time, I also realized that I seemed to have said something wrong just now. Did she misunderstand something? Then, in line with the principle of not easily provoking women, especially those who had just given birth, Wang Yang explained again, I just went out for a drink with a few friends and will be back later. Well, when you enter the room, be quiet and don't wake us up. Wang Yang thought to himself, you guys sleep so soundly every day, I guess even beating drums and gongs won't wake you up. But on the surface, Wang Yang still smiled and said, no problem, you can sleep well. After dinner, Wang Yang hurriedly washed the dishes and then slipped out the door. Looking at the other persons hurriedly leaving back, Lin Ruoxue's heart was inexplicably tangled. What on earth was he doing? Soon, Wang Yang reunited with Zheng Chang and others. Because there was action, Shen Daong also came. How's the car repair going? Boss, it will probably take 3 days. After all, the spare parts need to be shipped from other places, so it will take some time. What accessories? Boss bought a car? The other people didn't know that Chen Daong had gotten a car for Wang Yang, so they became curious. So much nonsense? Is everyone inside? Wang Yang cursed in dissatisfaction. Now they all immediately became much more obedient. Then, Chen Daong said again, I just went in and took a look. They are all in a box. There are about 7 or 8 people. But I didn't look at it carefully. After all, I pretended to go to the wrong door, so I didn't dare to stay. There are only a few of them. Today is the day they die. Have you got all the stuff? We've got them ready. Boss, I'll listen to you. We didn't bring any machetes, we only brought iron pipes and steel rods. Zheng Chang replied. That's enough. It's not a blood feud. Do you still want to hack him to death? Besides, this nightclub is also the territory of another gang. If you cause a murder here, won't you cause yourself some unnecessary trouble? Wang Yang reminded. Boss, we understand. Today we are just going to teach them a lesson and vent our anger, and that's it. Wang Yang nodded, come on, let's go meet that brother Koan. Chapter 33, A Brawl in the KTV Box, Conquering Brother Koan at the Dock. Afterwards, a group of people came to the KTV. A waiter immediately came up to greet them warmly, have you booked a private room? We are from Brother Koan's box. Oh, come in please. The waiter naturally recognized who Brother Koan was, so he quickly led the way inside. Alright, there's nothing for you to do now. Also, tell the others not to come in unless they have something special to say. We need to talk about something inside and don't want to be disturbed. When he arrived at the door of the box, Wang Yang did not forget to remind the waiter. Okay. After sending Wang Yang and others into the room, the waiter closed the door. At this time, the men and women who were singing and playing finger-guessing games in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at Wang Yang and his companions at the same time. Then, a burly, fierce-looking man stood up and asked in a domineering tone, what are you guys doing here? Why are you coming to my box? Humph, Brother Koan, you are such a forgetful person. You just beat up my people a few days ago, and now you've forgotten what they look like so quickly? Wang Yang said jokingly and sarcastically. At the same time, he also pulled the steel rod out from his waist. Seeing this, the man called Brother Cohen's face suddenly changed, and then he shouted, "Brothers, grab your weapons and do it. Superior. Hit me hard. Ion, you stay here and guard the door. Don't let even a fly out." "Yes, boss." The next moment, Zhang Chang and several others followed Wang Yang and rushed into the crowd. Brother Cohen and the others didn't bring any weapons, so they could only hurriedly pick up beer bottles and ashtrays to fight back. Wang Yang rushed to Brother Cohen in one step. The other party picked up a beer bottle and wanted to smash it at Wang Yang, but Wang Yang kicked him in the abdomen and he fell directly on the sofa. Before the other party could stand up again, Wang Yang hit the other party's right arm holding the beer bottle with a club. Ah! A wailing sound suddenly rang out. After being hit hard by the stick, Brother Cohen, whose arms were full of muscles, had a rapidly distorted expression and collapsed on the sofa, covering his arms and groaning continuously. Zhang Chang and his men also took iron rods and waved them wildly at the enemies rushing towards them. Although the dock workers were extremely strong, they were like babies in front of the iron bars and had no power to resist at all. After 2 simple rounds, Brother Cohen's men lay down one after another, spreading all over the box. Standing in the crowd, Wang Yang pressed his foot on Brother Cohen's chest, put the stick on his shoulder, and said with disdain, "Brother Cohen, do you know how powerful we are now? I, Jiang Dingcohen, am not someone who gives in easily. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if you run to the ends of the earth." After saying that, the other person spat on the ground. "Damn it, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die? Boss, why don't you just cripple his hands and see how he's going to make a living in the future?" Ponytail on the side said viciously. "Come on." Jiang Dingcohen immediately started shouting again. "I really give you face?" Wang Yang originally wanted to communicate with the other party in a nice manner. But when he saw that Jiang Dingcohen was still arrogant and looked down upon him, he could no longer bear it. He simply picked up the iron bone and smashed it down on the opponent's arm again. This blow almost knocked Jiang Dingcohen unconscious. He clenched his teeth and tried to stay awake. But cold sweat still kept dripping down from his bald head. "Your bones are about to break. If I hit you with one more blow, it will definitely turn into a comminuted fracture. Even if this kind of injury is healed, you won't be able to do any heavy physical work in the future. At that time, do you think you are still Brother Cohen?" Every word Wang Yang said was heart-wrenching, and now Jiang Dingcohen was also panicking. After all, the reason why he has such a status in the hearts of the brothers at the dock is entirely because he is strong and powerful, so others dare not provoke him easily. But once his hand is disabled, not only will he be unable to do any physical work, but other people will also no longer be willing to follow him. Thinking of this, Jiang Dingcohen gradually put away his arrogance and showed a helpless look. "Brother, killing is not enough. I beat your brother before, and today you have taken revenge. I think we should just let it go, right? Never mind? Do you think things can be solved so easily?" Wang Yang retorted coldly. After hearing this, Jiang Dingcohen was also stunned. He thought to himself, this was just a fight, could it be that the other party wanted to kill him? Then, he plucked up the courage to ask directly, "What do you want?" "I'll give you 2 options. One way, continue to oppose us blood demons. If you do that, you and your brothers will be prepared to be destroyed. Another way is to bring your brothers to join me. I promise that you will be able to eat and drink well by then, and you won't have to get up early and go to the dock to move goods every day." What? Not only was Jiang Dingcohen shocked when he heard these words, but even Zhang Chang and others around Wang Yang were dumbfounded. After all, no one expected that Wang Yang would beat someone up and then run off to collect the person. Jiang Dingcohen felt like he was being fooled, and immediately responded viciously, "Do you take us for fools? Besides, if I dare to promise, do you really dare to trust us?" "Huh, why shouldn't I trust you? I believe that you must have something special to become the boss of the dock workers. As for me, I always trust people I employ, and I don't employ people I don't trust. Since I am willing to accept you, of course I trust your character. Besides, what ability do you have to betray me?" After hearing this, Jiang Dingcohen realized that Wang Yang was not joking with him. At the same time, his brain began to work rapidly, thinking about the pros and cons of this matter. Seeing that the other party was still hesitant, Wang Yang turned around and shouted to Chen Daong, "Go to the bank's ATM machine and help me withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash." "Ah? What? Hurry up, or I'll beat you up too," Wang Yang said angrily. "Well." Chen Daong immediately slipped out of the box. A few minutes later, Chen Daong walked in, sweating profusely. Boss, I withdrew 50,000 yuan from the ATM next to the KTV. The main reason is that these machines can only withdraw 50,000 yuan a day, so I have no other choice. Chen Daong said awkwardly. Moreover, this money was withdrawn from his own bank card, so even though it was only 50,000 yuan, he still felt a little distressed. 50,000 is 50,000. Jiang Dingkuan, right? If you decide to follow me, this 50,000 can be regarded as my medical expenses for you brothers, or as a meeting gift. It's up to you whether you want to accept the money or not. After saying that, Wang Yang loosened his feet and threw 50,000 yuan in cash directly onto the table. At this time, Jiang Dingkuan, who had regained his freedom, became serious. After all, although 50,000 yuan is not a lot of money, the fact that Wang Yang was willing to pay it after beating him is enough to show that the other party is not a stingy person. But after hesitating for a moment, he said helplessly, "Brother, even if I am willing to follow you, my brothers will not agree. If we give in just because you guys attacked us by surprise, how can we brothers continue to work at the docks?" What Jiang Dingkuan said makes sense. It was because of their ruthlessness that they were able to gain a foothold at the dock and carve out a name for themselves. But now he was just ambushed and surrendered after being hit twice, and even became the opponent's disciple. If this matter were to be spread, wouldn't his colleagues laugh their heads off? But after listening to this, Wang Yang waved his hand and said, "Who told you to go back to the dock? In that shabby place, how much money can you make by helping others move a few bags of cement and sand every day? If you brothers are willing to follow me, you won't be carrying sand and gravel at the dock in the future. Instead, you can sit in an office and collect protection fees comfortably." What? Hearing this, Jiang Dingkuan was shocked. The younger brothers lying on the ground also got up and looked at Wang Yang. How about it? Do you feel that the future has suddenly become brighter? But the next second, Jiang Dingkuan asked sarcastically, "Why do you do that? Do you really think that you can force those companies and businessmen to pay up with just your fists? If someone calls the police, we'll all go to jail." Jiang Dingkuan is not a fool either. He knows the specific situation of the dock better than anyone else. The reason why they are willing to do hard labor is simply because they cannot afford to offend the various forces at the dock. If it was true as Wang Yang said, that he just sat in the office and collected protection money, then it would probably take a few days for him to be taken away by the police, or be found dead on the street for no apparent reason. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I, Wang Yang, can't do it. If you want to change your life, this is your only chance. Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've been wanting to get involved in the dock business for a long time. If you don't want to follow me, then pack up your things and get out of the dock of Jinshan Port. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude when we meet again some other day. If I beat you to death or cripple you, I won't have any medical expenses or gifts for you." Faced with Wang Yang's naked threat, Jiang Dingkuan was once again in a dilemma. He didn't know where Wang Yang came from, but since he dared to say such harsh words, it meant that he must have some ability and background. "I am just a coolie who came from another province to work hard. How can I possibly fight against the local forces? Now that the other party thinks highly of him and is willing to help him and his brothers make a fortune, what reason do he have to refuse?" After thinking it through, Jiang Dingkuan gritted his teeth and looked at the other brothers. "What do you think?" "Brother Cohen, whatever you say, we'll listen to you." "Brother Cohen, promise Brother Yang, maybe you can really enjoy a few good days by following them." Chapter 34 Shen Fenghuang takes action and the war between the two women begins. Seeing that his subordinates all agreed, Jiang Dingkuan stopped talking and simply stretched out his left hand to pick up the money on the table. "Brother Yang, we brothers will follow you from now on." Wang Yang nodded, then looked at his arm and said, "You were a little too aggressive just now, you should go to the hospital right away. Although the bone is not broken, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. You need to rest for at least a month." "Okay, how can I contact you next time?" "This is my contact information, call me directly if you have any questions. Also, if I need any help from you, I will contact you directly. Also, let me introduce you to these people, they all follow me." Afterwards, Wang Yang introduced them to each other. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Just now, both sides were fighting to the death. But in the blink of an eye, everyone was sitting together singing and drinking beer. When the hostesses who had just witnessed the whole process saw the two groups of people happily gathered together in the box, they were dumbfounded. An hour later, Wang Yang was the first to say goodbye because he was worried about Lin Ruoxue and her daughter at home. And Zhang Chang took the initiative to send him out of the KTV. After leaving the KTV, Zhang Chang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yang, are you really going to recruit them to work together? I always feel a little out of tune with them. I wonder if we can get along with each other in the future." Wang Yang glanced at Zhang Chang. Of course, he knew the other party's little thoughts. It's simply that Zhang Dingkuan and his gang have never been to jail and have a clean record. If they knew the past of Zhang Chang and others, they might look down on them from the bottom of their hearts. In addition, Zhang Dingkuan brought many subordinates with him, and they were very powerful. Naturally, Zhang Chang was also worried that his position in Shueisha would be squeezed out after this group of people came in. Then Wang Yang patted Zhang Chang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry, they won't threaten your position. As long as you work hard for me and make contributions to Blood Evil, I will never treat you unfairly. Besides, do you know why I invited them in at this critical moment? Why? Humph, do you really think that I just want to recruit soldiers and horses to win them over? Actually, I'm interested in the dock business. Think about it, Shanghai is a financial center, and the sea transportation is extremely convenient. And if we can really take control of the dock, will we still be worried about not being able to make money in the future?" At this moment, Wang Yang knew that more and more people were eating with him, and he couldn't shamelessly ask Lin Ruoxue for money all day long. So he had to find a way to make money as soon as possible. The appearance of Zhang Dingkuan and others made him immediately interested in the affairs of the dock. "Ah, boss, are you really going to the docks to collect protection money? Those companies are not easy to mess with. Some of them are even state-owned enterprises. If we dare to speak up, as long as they gather evidence, they can immediately ask the police to arrest us all," Zhang Chang reminded hurriedly. After all, he is not a fool. Since Zhang Dingkuan and others don't dare to collect protection fees easily, then these outsiders will naturally not dare to act rashly. But Wang Yang didn't care and said, "Humph, who told you that I'm going to ask those state-owned enterprises for protection money? Who are you going to ask for the money? I'm looking for the Viper Gang and every gang with a mafia background." After hearing what Wang Yang said, Zhang Chang took a deep breath. Only then did he understand what Wang Yang's real purpose was. In fact, from the beginning, he had no intention of collecting protection fees from regular businesses at the dock, but instead targeted the smuggling criminal gangs. Gangs like the Viper Gang that are involved in the smuggling of water trucks have to dock at the pier to unload their cargo no matter what. And while they're clearing up the white world, they also have to clear up the black world. If they don't obey and are unwilling to pay, we can teach them a lesson. I believe that by that time, even the Viper Gang will have to pay the protection fee. Wang Yang had already thought of a plan in his mind at this moment, which was to force the Viper Gang to surrender by controlling the dock. Then look for an opportunity to completely destroy the Viper Gang. However, the Viper Gang is very powerful at the moment. It is said that the Dragon Hall and the Tiger Hall together have hundreds of people under their command. Therefore, Wang Yang still needs to grow for a while before he can directly attack Shuewei, the boss of the Viper Gang. "Boss, I understand your thoughts. Anyway, if you need me, just ask." "Okay, you don't need to do anything right now. At this stage, just help me take care of those brothers at the dock. Also, you have to be more careful when you're with them. After all, who knows if they are fooling us on the surface but are actually setting a trap for us in secret." Zhang Chang nodded seriously. "Don't worry, boss. I am very good at judging people. If those guys really have second thoughts, I will tell you immediately." "Okay, I'll go back first." Afterwards, Wang Yang stopped a taxi and took it directly back to the villa. But as soon as he entered the room, he found Lin Ruoxue sitting on the sofa in pajamas. "Hey, what time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Ah, nothing. I wanted to sleep, but I don't know why I couldn't fall asleep when I lay in bed." "Are you back from playing with your friends?" "Yes." Wang Yang nodded, then went straight to Lin Ruoxue and sat down. But when he approached Lin Ruoxue sniffed and then frowned slightly. "Why is there a strange smell?" It might be the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. I just went to KTV with a few friends to sing, so it's normal to have a little smell." "Wrong. It's the smell of a woman's perfume." Lin Ruoxue smelled it carefully again and immediately made a conclusion. "How is that possible?" Wang Yang didn't take it seriously at first. But the next second, he suddenly thought of something. Because he vaguely remembered that when he was drinking with everyone just now, a hostess with a hot body and strong perfume kept leaning towards him. Although Wang Yang doesn't like the drinking culture, his subordinates like it, so Wang Yang naturally can't show too much resistance. And the smell that Lin Ruoxue smelled now was most likely the perfume that the other person had rubbed off on her. Thinking of this, Wang Yang suddenly felt that he could never wash himself clean even if he fell into the Yellow River. After all, if Lin Ruoxue knew that he was still drinking with the hostess, then the good image he had worked so hard to build up these days would be shattered. Then, Wang Yang could only bite the bullet and say, "It's normal to have women in the box. After all, my friends are all old, and I can't say anything if they bring female companions with them." Real? Lin Ruoxue still expressed doubt. After all, men are unreliable these days. When Wang Yang saw this, he immediately smelled a hint of jealousy. He immediately narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Yes. If there really was a woman drinking and having fun with me, why would I come back before 12 o'clock? Also, why are you so concerned about my personal life? Didn't you say at dinner that it was okay even if I found another woman outside? I'm just afraid that you'll mess around outside and affect me and the child. After all, many people now know that you and I have a child. So if you are with other women outside, you must keep it a secret and don't let others find out easily. I can't stand people gossiping about me behind my back." Lin Ruoxue curled her lips and forced herself to find an excuse. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Besides, I also want to give Mumu a complete childhood. After all, a childhood without the love of a father or a mother would definitely not be good. After saying that, Wang Yang looked at Lin Ruoxue meaningfully. At this moment, even a fool would know what Wang Yang meant. In addition, she was obviously jealous just now, so Lin Ruoxue suddenly panicked. "Well, I have a meeting tomorrow morning. I'm going back to my room and sleep first. As for whether my child's childhood is complete, I think the current life is pretty good." After saying this, Lin Ruoxue ran into the house in a hurry, like a child who had done something bad and was caught. At this time, Wang Yang shouted in the living room, "Then it's settled, we will continue to live together from now on." After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue's face turned red instantly. Fortunately, she was not facing Wang Yang, otherwise she would not know what to do. "Got it." After casually replying, Lin Ruoxue returned to the room. Looking at the other party fleeing in a hurry, Wang Yang became happy. He knew very well that he had impressed this woman with his actions. However, the next day, when Lin Ruoxue arrived downstairs at her company, she found that a blue Lamborghini was parked in her exclusive parking space. Just as she was wondering what was going on, the Lamborghini's scissor doors slowly rose up. The next moment, a woman wearing black high heels with red soles and a short dress, who was extremely sexy, walked out of the car. Then the other person walked straight to her car window. When Lin Ruoxue saw this posture, she knew it was definitely aimed at her. Then she rolled down the window and looked over curiously. "You are Miss Lin Ruoxue, right?" "Yes, may I ask who you are and why did you deliberately occupy my exclusive parking space?" "I was afraid that I wouldn't recognize your car, so I took your parking space and waited for you to come over to meet me." "So you came here specially to see me?" Chapter 35. Let us go and collect protection money from the Viper Gang. "Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Shinfeng Wang, and I'm a woman who makes a living on the street just like you." As soon as she heard the other party's name, Lin Ruoxue instantly thought of a gang, Phoenix Hall. "Are you from Phoenix Hall?" "Yes, it seems you know more than your man." "My man?" Now it was Lin Ruoxue's turn to be confused. Although many people knew Wang Yang, how come even people from Phoenix Hall knew about it? What's more, the purpose of the other party's visit seems to be related to Wang Yang. Why, he didn't tell you about what happened between us." Seeing that Lin Ruoxue seemed unaware of the grudge between her and Wang Yang, Shinfeng Wang immediately started teasing her with a smile. "He didn't tell me, is there any grudge between you two? Festival?" "Not really." Shinfeng Wang's ambiguous answer made Lin Ruoxue a little impatient. Thinking back to the fact that Wang Yang went out for a drink last night, a woman came to his house to demonstrate today. So Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but ask directly, "Did Wang Yang go out drinking with you yesterday?" Shinfeng Wang was stunned for just a moment, then she revealed a smug smile. Who knows, why don't you ask Wang Yang yourself?" Since the other party had hinted to this extent, Lin Ruoxue naturally thought that Wang Yang must have been with this woman last night. I took another look at the other person's figure and appearance and found that he was not inferior to myself at all. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue felt a little flustered. She bit her red lips and fought back. It's okay for a man to drink a little outside. The important thing is that he will go home at the appointed time. It's no big deal to pick some wildflowers. These ironic words made Shin Fenghuang's eyes flash with a strange look. When had she ever suffered such a big loss in front of a same-sex person? But right now she really couldn't do anything to Lin Ruoxue. On the one hand, the other party is the daughter of the Xinghui club, and on the other hand, she is Wang Yang's woman. If I really did something to Lin Ruoxue, Wang Yang might really come after her. Then, Shin Fenghuang changed the subject and smiled charmingly. Sister, actually I didn't come here for anything else today, I just wanted to ask you, I heard that you and Wang Yang were just playing around? When did you, Phoenix Hall, start caring about matters between men and women? It's not that we in the Phoenix Hall want to intervene, it's purely out of my personal curiosity. What if I tell you? If you don't tell me, my sister will take action. After all, Wang Yang is not only handsome, but also young and promising. If I can be with him, it might be of great help to me in Phoenix Hall. Shin Fenghuang has a good impression of Wang Yang. Although to a certain extent, his appearance is good, the most important thing is his skills and the mysterious background behind him. After all, in Shin Fenghuang's opinion, there must be some powerful force behind Wang Yang's blood evil organization. And now she urgently needs a new force to support herself, so she came to Lin Ruoxue to ask for clarification despite the stigma of being a mistress. This question made Lin Ruoxue completely furious. She said coldly, "No one can take Lin Ruoxue away from me." "Ha, then let's each rely on our own abilities." Shin Fenghuang also knew that today's talks had failed, but she didn't care. Instead, she was secretly delighted in her heart. Because from the conversation just now, Lin Ruoxue and Wang Yang don't seem to have a close relationship. It is even possible that, as rumored by the outside world, Wang Yang was merely invited by Lin Ruoxue to take over. She has good looks, a good figure, and is even the boss of the Phoenix Hall. No matter in which aspect, she can't be worse than Lin Ruoxue who has a child. Therefore, Shin Fenghuang is very confident about her charm. He immediately turned around and returned to his car. Then, in front of Lin Ruoxue, he drove the Lamborghini out. After parking the car, Lin Ruoxue immediately took out her cell phone and angrily called Wang Yang. "Wang Yang, what are you doing?" "I'm playing with the baby, what's wrong?" Wang Yang asked curiously. "Nothing, I just want to say that I hate you, you empty-headed man." After saying that, Lin Ruoxue hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Yang to speak. This time, it was Wang Yang's turn to be dumbfounded. He listened to the beeping sound on the phone and was suddenly confused. Then he turned to look at his daughter and said to himself, "Baby, what happened to your mother today? Did she take the wrong medicine?" Lin Ruoxue had no mind to deal with anything in the company the whole day. Although she kept hinting to herself that she didn't really like Wang Yang that much, she was only willing to stay with him for the sake of the child. But when she recalled every moment they had spent together over the past month, Lin Ruoxue still felt as if her heart was being pulled apart, unable to extricate herself. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoxue decided that she must go back tonight and have a showdown with Wang Yang and make everything clear. If he had another woman outside, or was still thinking about the woman in Phoenix Hall, she decided to let go, let Wang Yang leave here alone, and then raise her daughter by herself. On the other side, Wang Yang was still thinking, how did he offend Lin Ruoxue again? But before Lin Ruoxue got off work, Wang Yang received a call. "Boss, I'm Jiang Dingkuan. According to the clues provided by my brothers, a batch of water trucks may dock at Jinshan Wharf at 3 a.m. tonight. Do you know the origin of these water trucks?" "I don't know, but the person who received the goods is from the Tiger Hall of the Viper Gang." "Are you sure?" "Of course we are sure. We have brothers all over the dock. As long as there is cargo docking, we will definitely find out what is in the container as soon as possible. If it needs manual handling, we will gather there first and grab the business. But this kind of car smuggling business doesn't require us," Jiang Dingkuan explained. "Okay, gather all the brothers and find a place near the dock to wait for me at night." "Okay, no problem." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yang called Zhang Chang and others. After giving all the instructions, Lin Ruoxue just happened to rush back from the company. Seeing Lin Ruoxue, Wang Yang immediately picked up Mumu and came to her and joked, "Baby, smile. Mommy has been working hard today, and all this is for you to have a bright future." Lin Ruoxue forced a smile at her daughter, then turned her head and looked at Wang Yang coldly and said, "Wang Yang, are you free tonight? I want to sit down and talk to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately thought that something was wrong. What happened to Lin Ruoxue? Why did her attitude change so drastically? Well, I have an appointment with a friend tonight and need to take care of some things, so I'm afraid I won't be back until very late. If you have something to say, just tell me now. Mumu can't understand what we are saying anyway. Knowing that Wang Yang was going out again in the middle of the night, Lin Ruoxue immediately asked, "Where are you going and who are you going with?" "Well, it's better to be with friends." "The group of friends who were drinking last night?" Lin Ruoxue's expression became serious. "Yeah, these guys want to discuss something with me today. They said they want to join forces to do some small business, so I have to go over there." "Humph, your friend is really loyal. He even wants to get you to join his business. But you're not going to sit there and go sit in the hotel room, are you?" "What is that?" "We are discussing things outside." "What does it have to do with the hotel?" Wang Yang quickly explained. "Where are you going to discuss this? Can you tell me the location? After all, if I'm free at night, I'd like to go over and listen to see what big deal you guys are talking about." Wang Yang quickly waved his hand. "No need, we are just talking about things between men. Why would a woman like you join in the fun? Besides, we are just talking about some small business, and Yu Xinghui will not look down on us." "Ha, you mean, there won't be a single woman at the scene?" "Of course not." "Okay, since you've said that, I won't say any more. Just go and get busy. Also, let's sit down and talk about the matter I want to talk to you about next time when we are free." Since Lin Ruoxue was sure that Wang Yang was going to find Shin Fengwang, she naturally had no intention of sitting down with Wang Yang to talk about their relationship. Although Wang Yang was very curious and wanted to know what Lin Ruoxue wanted to say to him, the other party refused to say anything, so he did not dare to continue asking. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes, Wang Yang hurried out the door. Seeing the other party so anxious, Lin Ruoxue cursed in her heart, "Scumbag." Soon, Wang Yang drove the newly repaired Ferrari sports car to a food stall near the dock. At this time, Zhang Chang, Zhang Dingkuan and others had gathered together. When they saw Wang Yang, everyone immediately made way for him. "Boss, you're here." Wang Yang glanced at everyone, then slowly said, "Tonight, we have to show our strength. No matter how many people from the Viper gang come, we have to outshine them in terms of momentum. Only by making them feel afraid will these old foxes pay their protection fees." "Boss, what if they don't agree? I heard that the Viper gang members are not easy to mess with. If a fight really breaks out, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat them." One of the younger brothers brought by Zhang Dingkuan whispered. Wang Yang glanced at the other person, then quickly scanned everyone present. Then, he warned in a cold tone, "Humph, if anyone is scared before the fight even starts, get out of here now. We are the blood demons, we don't want people without courage." Chapter 36, Successfully Extorted 400,000, the Viper gang was cheated again. Seeing that Wang Yang was angry, Zhang Dingkuan immediately hit his younger brother's head hard. "You don't want to live anymore? How dare you question the boss's decision? If you're really scared, just pack up and get out of here. Don't let me see you at the dock again." "Brother Cohen, boss, I'm sorry, I won't dare to talk nonsense again." Seeing that the younger brother had a good attitude in admitting his mistakes, Wang Yang's words just now also had the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, and his tone instantly softened a lot. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. We are not going to fight the Vipers to the death, and they know that it is not worth it to fight us to the death. Escalating the conflict for the sake of the smuggled water truck business will obviously do more harm than good to them. We have nothing to lose. As the saying goes, those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes, so we just have to go against them boldly. I believe that no matter how stupid the Viper gang members are, they wouldn't dare to fight with us on the dock." After listening to Wang Yang's analysis, everyone's worries finally settled down. "Boss, you are absolutely right. Come, let's toast to you. Come on, cheers." After eating and drinking, everyone came to the dock a little drunk. By this time, it was already dark and late, so there were almost no people on the pier. According to Zhang Dingkuan, it is easier for smuggled goods to reach the shore at this time. After all, as long as the managers on duty at the dock are taken care of, the ship's containers can be unloaded quickly overnight. When the container door is opened, the driver in the car steps on the accelerator, and the sports car that's smuggled in from outside will disappear in a flash. Even if the relevant departments learned the news and rushed over, they would not be able to find any clues. "Boss, look, the group of people gathered over there are probably members of the Tiger Hall of the Viper gang." After arriving at the dock, Zhang Dingkuan pointed at a group of people in the distance and spoke. Wang Yang took a look and saw that there were only about a dozen people in the group. In terms of numbers, they are not at a disadvantage. So the key to victory lies in who is braver. Go tell my brothers, if anyone dares to be a coward, I will tear his head off and kick it like a ball. Yes, boss. After boosting the morale, Wang Yang waved his hand and led his men directly to the enemy. At this time, the members of the Viper gang were still smoking and waiting for the container on the ship to land. Suddenly, a group of unidentified men came over. The young man in the lead immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand and shouted alertly, "Brothers, don't worry about the container, there seems to be something wrong." When the others saw this, they immediately gathered around. At this time, Wang Yang and others also came to them. "Who are you and why are you here so late at night?" The other party asked first. "We are people who make a living around here. We heard that your Viper gang is going to unload a batch of goods tonight, so we wanted to come and see if we can help." The other party took a look at the people behind Wang Yang and immediately recognized that some of them were indeed porters at the dock. At that moment, he mistakenly thought that Wang Yang and his gang were just here to ask for work. When facing this group of workers, he naturally would not indulge them. "After all, I am a gangster." Then, he said with disdain, "We don't need your help with this batch of goods. Go back to where you came from. Don't gather around here, okay? You." When Zhang Chang heard this, he wanted to explode immediately, but was stopped by Wang Yang. "Brother, since we are here, we can't go back empty-handed. We don't care what's in your container." "What do you mean? Do you know who we are?" "I know. Aren't they from the Viper gang? But this is not Changning, this is our Jinshan wharf. So if you don't pay some protection money, don't even think about unloading your goods." After Wang Yang said these vicious words, his men behind him immediately surrounded him. The two groups immediately confronted each other at the dock. And because the news had been arranged in advance, no one at the dock noticed what was happening here at this moment. Now, the leading man suddenly began to panic. After all, the other party immediately revealed their identities, and even the time and place of their delivery were clear, so it was obvious that they must know what this batch of goods was. "Brother, what kind of gang are you from? It's against the rules to do this." "Us? Have you heard of blood evil?" "Blood evil?" The other party frowned, and then suddenly thought of something. "You are the guys who killed Liang Xiaotang." "Humph, I'm glad to know. Are you willing to pay now?" This. After learning about Wang Yang's identity, the other party became even more cowardly. After all, Shueisha even dared to beat a big shot like Liang Xiaotang into a vegetable, let alone a small minion of his level. After swallowing, the other party continued, "I can't make the decision on this matter. Why don't you give me some time and I'll call my boss? Go ahead and fight me. Just fight me in front of our brothers." Soon, the other party made a call. "Brother Lei, something bad has happened to the cargo at our dock. It's not that the police are investigating. It's that a group of guys came here to cause trouble. They want to collect protection money from us, otherwise they won't let us take the goods away." "Ah? They said they were the blood demon." After mumbling a few words, the other party looked at Wang Yang again, and then carefully handed over the phone in his hand. "Our boss, Brother Lei, wants to talk to you." Before this, Wang Yang had learned from Zhang Chang that the current boss of the Tiger Hall of the Viper gang was called Hu Lei. Good. Wang Yang picked up the phone. "Hello? Humph, boy, you blood demons are really brave. You actually come here to take over our Viper gang's business?" "Brother Lei, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Your container is still floating in the air, so you don't plan to pay some protection money to keep it safe? Damn it, you're threatening me? Do you believe me? I will bring people to the dock to settle accounts with you right now? Then come on. Remember to bring more people with you, but before that, your brothers on the scene will have to bear with it." After saying that, Wang Yang pretended to hang up the phone. This time, Hu Lei on the other end of the phone became anxious. "Wait a minute, brother, don't hang up, we can discuss anything. Brother Lei, I don't have that much patience. In short, I want 500,000, and this time your cargo can be unloaded here safely." 500,000? After hearing this, Hu Lei almost vomited blood. After all, from a business trip, I can only make 1 or 2 million. But now he was asked to give 500,000 to the other party, and Hu Lei was naturally not happy about it. "Brother, are you asking for too much? 500,000 is not a small amount of money. Since you think that 500,000 is too expensive, I'll give you a new plan. Either a monthly or annual package is fine. What is that? Hule almost thought he had heard it wrong. Are there so many ways to collect protection fees these days? But now his cargo is stuck at the dock again. The most important thing is that the origin of this batch of goods is not clean, so even if he has more people under his command, he dare not take his men to the dock to cause trouble. After all, once things get out of hand and the dock management or the police get involved, there will be big trouble. At that time, it will not be a matter of losing millions, but you may even go to jail for smuggling. After weighing the pros and cons, Hule gritted his teeth and said, 300,000. No nonsense, the price is 400,000. If you pay $1 less, you can't take this thing away. Okay, then 400,000. Hule felt as if his heart was cut by a knife, and at the same time, he hated Shueisha to death in his heart. I'll have my men take the cash to find you now. In order not to waste time, please let my men unload the goods first. Okay, no problem. It's still early anyway, I'll give you an hour to collect the money. But if I still don't see the money after an hour, don't blame me for calling the police. Okay, it's a deal. After saying that, Hule gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. Seeing that the matter was settled, both parties in the confrontation at the scene immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being able to solve the problem without fighting is naturally a win-win for everyone. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Hule sent someone to deliver a bag of cash. Boss, it's all real money, a total of 40 bundles, but I don't know how much each bundle is. Jiang Dingkuan said honestly. How about you bring a money detector next time? Wang Yang joked. Ah, that's fine. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and collect the money and leave. After saying that, Wang Yang waved his hand and left the dock with his men. They got 400,000 on their first try, and everyone was in a good mood. Boss, how do we divide this money? After finding a safe place to sit down, Jiang Dingkuan's new men couldn't wait to ask questions. Why, if I take the money myself, do you have any objections? Wang Yang gave the other person a joking look, then asked calmly. No, no problem. Boss, you have the final say on everything. The other party quickly smiled and replied. In the future, if there are things you shouldn't ask, don't ask so many damn questions. If I'm going to give you money, just take it with both hands. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it away even if you try to snatch it away. Do you understand? Wang Yang suddenly raised his voice and shouted harshly. This action frightened everyone present so much that they dared not even breathe. After seeing that this trick worked, Wang Yang opened his wallet with satisfaction. It wasn't that he wanted to scare the other party on purpose, but the team was too big, and if he didn't show some deterrence, how could he lead everyone to conquer the world in the future? In addition, Wang Yang also knew that as long as he could bring benefits to these people, they would have to endure any grievances. Chapter 37, Jealousy makes Lin Ruoxua lock the door. 400,000, I'll take 100,000, Jiang Dingkuan and Zhang Chang will each take 30,000, and the rest of the money, you can divide it among yourselves. Thank you, boss. Thank you, brother Yang. The scene immediately burst into cheers. Among them, the happiest ones were naturally Jiang Dingkuan and Zhang Chang. After all, it can be seen from the matter of dividing the money that Wang Yang still values both of them very much. Soon, everyone got their share. And this money was earned without any effort, and you don't even have to worry about the other party calling the police. Ha, it turns out that making money is so easy. If we had known this earlier, we wouldn't have to work day and night to move cement, sand and gravel to the dock. One of the younger brothers couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if I follow the boss in the future, I will definitely be able to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Yes, that's right. Seeing everyone looking so happy, Wang Yang stood up and poured cold water on them. Do you really think it's so easy to make money? We were sure they wouldn't dare to do anything, so they handed over the money obediently. But don't forget, they are the Viper Gang. These guys have been in the underworld for a long time, and they have always been bullying others. Now they are being bullied by us, and once the news gets out, their reputation will definitely be affected. At that time, do you think they will still swallow their anger? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly became nervous. Jiang Dingkuan, who had never experienced such a thing, couldn't help but ask, Boss, what should we do next? Humph, if my guess is correct, Hule must be thinking of a way to get the money back and beat us up to vent his anger. Shit, boss, what should we do now? We can't just sit there and wait for death, right? Ma Wei became anxious and immediately suggested. Yeah, I think we should take the initiative and wipe out the Viper gang in one fell swoop, so that we can become famous. When other people come to the dock to do business, they will have to come and pay their respects to us in advance. Liang Feng also spoke in agreement. Do you think the Viper gang is so easy to deal with? There are less than 30 of us in total. But they have hundreds of people. If they really mobilize, even if we fight 10 of them alone, it's still far from enough. Besides, they have a lot of places and territories, but we have nothing. If we really fight, what can you use to fight them? Wang Yang snorted. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent instantly. But Zheng Chang knew in his heart that since Wang Yang did this, he must have a backup plan. After all, the last time Liang Xiaotang was beaten into an idiot, everyone was able to escape unscathed. So this time, he believed that Wang Yang would also have a way. Then, Zheng Chang came up to Wang Yang and handed him a cigarette. After lighting the fire, he said with a smile, "Boss, I know you must have a trick up your sleeve when you do this. Don't keep us idiots in suspense. Just tell us what your plan is. This way we won't have to worry so much." "Yes, sir, just tell me what you want to say." Others also echoed. "Of course there is a way. But we still have to get the other party to cooperate. If they don't take the bait, my plan will be ruined." "What's the plan?" Everyone was once again aroused by Wang Yang's words. Aren't they looking for us? Then we will take the initiative to appear in front of them and ask them to come in person. After having a secret conversation with everyone for a long time, Wang Yang dragged his tired body back home. But just as he was about to turn the doorknob to enter the room, he found that the door was locked. Puzzled, Wang Yang immediately sent a text message to Lin Ruoxue. "Wang Yang, why is the door locked?" A moment later, he received a WeChat notification tone. "Lin Ruoxue, the baby hasn't been waking up at night lately. Even if he does, I'm the one feeding him and taking care of him. So don't come into the room and disturb us. I've already prepared a guest room next door for you. You can sleep there." Wang Yang knew at a glance that Lin Ruoxue was angry. But what he wondered was, what was the other party so angry about? "I'm fine, but I haven't done anything wrong." And to be honest, everything he has done recently was actually for Lin Ruoxue and Xinghui Club. But the other party didn't appreciate it and instead locked him out. After thinking about it, Wang Yang smiled bitterly and went to the next room. The next morning, Wang Yang was still in the kitchen making breakfast for himself and Lin Ruoxue when he heard a burst of light footsteps. Turning around and seeing that it was Lin Ruoxue, Wang Yang took the initiative to greet her with a smile. "Good morning, why are you up so early today? Isn't it the weekend?" "Nothing. No one disturbed me yesterday, so I slept soundly. So I woke up early today, didn't I?" Lin Ruoxue's words were full of meaning. She was obviously telling Wang Yang that she slept soundly in his absence. That's good. By the way, I fried an egg for you, eat it while it's hot. These are eggs laid by chickens in the mountains. They are very nutritious. The eggs laid by free-range chickens are good eggs. Domestic chickens are well behaved, but they are still not valued by their owners. It seems that domestic chickens can never be as good as free-range chickens. Wang Yang felt a little strange after hearing this, but he couldn't tell what went wrong. "Your conclusion is correct, but your tone of voice is a bit weird. Ruoxue, did you encounter anything or hear anything? If there is anything, don't keep it in your heart, tell me immediately. After all, I am now the most trustworthy and intimate person around you." After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue rolled her eyes instantly. "I'm afraid that after I tell you, you'll turn around and tell 2G. Wouldn't I become a clown then?" "What a chicken, clown. I don't know what you're talking about." Wang Yang was speechless. I wondered if Lin Ruoxue had reached menopause and it had started decades earlier. "I'm just kidding, let's not talk about these things. This egg looks good. I'll try it." Lin Ruoxue didn't want to complain to Wang Yang. After all, wouldn't that be tantamount to showing weakness? If Shen Fenghuang knew about this, wouldn't she laugh herself to death? So she secretly made up her mind to use her charm to conquer Wang Yang and make him change his mind. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue first sat down and slowly peeled the eggshell, then she stood up and walked directly to Wang Yang. "Come on, open your mouth." "What?" Although Wang Yang was very confused, he still opened his mouth obediently. But the next second, Lin Ruoxue actually put the peeled egg directly into his mouth. "What are you doing? Eat it. You work so hard to cook every day, you need to supplement your nutrition. Lin Ruoxue smiled sweetly and spoke in a very gentle tone. This tone is completely different from Lin Ruoxue yesterday. Wang Yang even thought for a moment that Lin Ruoxue had been bewitched. Why did she cruelly shut him out yesterday, but today she took the initiative to feed him? Ruoxue, don't scare me. If you have something to say, just tell me. Wang Yang mistakenly thought that Lin Ruoxue must have known something, or something happened in the company, otherwise why would she be so nice to him for no reason? Nothing, I just felt like I didn't take care of you before. So from now on, I will consider you more when I do anything. Consider me? Wang Yang was confused again. Why, do you not want me to be nice to you, or is there someone out there who is nice to you? Lin Ruoxue continued to ask coquettishly. Wang Yang hurriedly shook his head. There is a ghost outside who is kind to me, and besides, you being kind to me is of course a good thing. It's just that I don't know why, I always feel like something is not right. Hee, it's okay, you'll get used to it slowly. Okay. Seeing that Lin Ruoxue didn't seem to want to frame him, Wang Yang felt much more relieved. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ruoxue asked, nothing to do during the day, right? Nothing, what's wrong with you? Well, I was thinking of buying some new clothes for the baby. After all, she is almost 2 months old. I'm going to take her out for walks and shopping more often, so of course I can't wear the same monotonous colored clothes that she wore when she was just born. Wang Yang thought about it and realized that he had very few opportunities to gain experience points from his daughter recently. If he took Wang Muyao out shopping now and bought her clothes and other baby products, would he also be able to gain a lot of experience points? Thinking of this, Wang Yang readily agreed, okay, no problem. After breakfast, we will wake Mumu up, feed her milk, and then change her into a new diaper. Then we can go out. An hour later, the two of them went out with the baby. Let's go to the nearby department store. There are several world-renowned baby product chains there. Lin Ruoxue ordered. Yes, as you command. Since Liang Xiaotang had been abolished, the conflict with the Viper Gang had ceased, and there were no more disagreements within the Xinhui society, so Lin Ruoxue naturally did not need Lei Zi and others to stay by their side 24 hours a day. So today, it's just Wang Yang, her, and their daughter, a family of 3. Soon, the car arrived at the department store. Seeing so many tourists strolling around, Wang Yang felt much more at ease. Even though he had just offended the Viper Gang, this was Jinshan district after all, and it was broad daylight. Even if Roulet had the guts of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to attack himself in such a situation. So immediately, he boldly took Lin Ruoxue and his daughter out shopping. Chapter 38. The relationship heats up. Lin Ruoxue takes the initiative for intimate contact. Afterwards, the two pushed the stroller to a maternity and baby supply store. As soon as I entered the house, the shopping guide greeted me warmly. Welcome to both couples and their cute baby. Although the other party was only aware of it and said some polite words of welcome, Wang Yang and Lin Ruoxue couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when they heard them calling them husband and wife. After all, they haven't even held hands until now. If it weren't for that confused night, the two of them would never have had any intersection in this life. Fortunately, the shopping guide didn't think too much about it. After all, the two of them brought their child to the maternity and baby store, so aren't they a couple? So he just thought that Wang Yang and Lin Ruoxue were a little indifferent, and then continued, excuse me, what do you need? We would like to see some baby clothes. Does your brand have any newest season baby clothes? Well, of course we have it, but your baby seems to be too young, so we have relatively few styles of clothes for children of this age each season. After all, children grow up every day, and clothes may not fit them after wearing them a few times. It's okay, just take us to have a look. Lin Ruoxue continued the conversation, while Wang Yang stood quietly by the side without saying a word. Okay, please bring the baby with you too and follow me. Soon, the two were taken to a baby clothes exhibition area. Looking at the baby clothes hanging on the shelf, Lin Ruoxue said excitedly, these clothes are so cute, they will definitely look great on my daughter. If you like them, just buy them all. I don't think there are many of them, so why not just pack them all up? Wang Yang firmly believes that as long as he buys enough clothes for his baby, he can get more experience points. What's more, he just earned 100,000 yuan, so buying brand-name children's clothing for 1 or 200 yuan a piece is no problem at all. Is it appropriate to buy so much at once? Lin Ruoxue asked. What does it matter? I'll pay for it. Where did you get the money? Didn't you say that you had spent all the 1 million? Seeing the other party asking, Wang Yang couldn't help but lower his voice and joked, "There are so many ways to make money these days, and I am very smart. Is it difficult to make a little money?" But although Wang Yang said this casually, Lin Ruoxue really listened to it. When she looked at Wang Yang again, the scene of Wang Yang being tortured by Shinfeng Wang emerged in her mind. After all, she had also heard that many women in the underworld had some sadistic tendencies. And Wang Yang's pretty face is exactly what this type of women like. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue trembled slightly, and then quickly dismissed the idea. At the same time, he secretly decided that he must find an opportunity to carefully check whether Wang Yang had any injuries. "Why were you shivering just now? Do you think the air conditioning in the store is too cold?" Wang Yang asked doubtfully. "Ah, nothing. Just do as you said and buy all the new clothes for the season." When the two came to the counter to pay, the cashier praised them directly. "You two are really a perfect match. Your daughter will definitely be very beautiful in the future." He. After hearing this, Lin Ruoxue could only smile awkwardly, and subconsciously reached out to try to hold Wang Yang's arm. After all, she had thought it through clearly. If she didn't take the initiative, it would be another woman who held Wang Yang's arm. Although she has never been in a relationship, she has watched many idol dramas and read many romance novels. So I know that as long as a woman takes the initiative, the boy will definitely not refuse, but will be secretly happy. Indeed, after Wang Yang realized this, he immediately felt secretly happy. It seems that my silent efforts these days have finally begun to pay off. But just as he finished paying the bill and had not yet taken his child out of the store, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Wang Yang hung up without thinking. But the next second, the phone rang again. Since it was the same phone number and it was a local number, Wang Yang had no choice but to answer it. "Who is it? Hey, you didn't even answer the phone. I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be in a lot of trouble, brother." Hearing this familiar and numb voice, Wang Yang was suddenly startled. Then he immediately turned his head and looked at Lin Ruoxue. At this time, Lin Ruoxue had not noticed anything unusual and was just concerned about the condition of her daughter in the stroller. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yang realized that his conversation with Shinfeng Wang must not be heard by Lin Ruoxue. Not only because the other party is from Phoenix Hall, but also a woman. Lin Ruoxue has been feeling inexplicably jealous lately. If she knew that he was having an affair with another woman outside and she couldn't tell her, wouldn't Lin Ruoxue turn the whole family upside down? Then Wang Yang could only reluctantly let go of Lin Ruoxue's hand and slip away alone. When Lin Ruoxue saw Wang Yang answering a phone call and hiding from her, she instantly became suspicious. Who is this guy calling? Mysterious? Wang Yang walked to a deserted place, then he said coldly, "Didn't we agree to write off the previous matter? Why did you suddenly call me today? Why, I miss you, can't I call you? Or you can just block my number, if you're willing." Shinfeng Wang seems to understand men's psychology very well. Every word she speaks is full of teasing meaning. Although Wang Yang was dissatisfied, he also knew that a woman like Shinfeng Wang would never call him for no reason. He could only patiently say, "Just tell me if you have anything to say." "I'm still busy." "Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore, I really have something to tell you. I heard that you guys recently extorted some money from the Viper gang, right? Huh, did this matter reach your ears so quickly? It seems that I really can't underestimate your Phoenix Hall. This is nothing. Not only do I know everything about the underworld, I also know everything about government departments. So what do you want to say?" Wang Yang was too lazy to listen to the other party's bragging. After all, she knew that any more of it had nothing to do with her. Now Lin Ruoxue was still watching him not far away. If he kept talking on the phone for a while longer, the other party would probably get angry again. "I want to tell you that the people from the Viper gang are looking for you everywhere now. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the daughter of the Xinghua Society. Take my advice and return the 400,000 yuan to the owner. If you really need money, just come to me and I can lend it to you." Wang Yang snorted coldly, "Sorry, I have a good tooth and don't like to eat free food. Also, thank you for your concern. I can take care of myself. Hey, don't let your guard down. Hule is no pushover. This guy already has a murder case on his shoulders, and you've made him lose face this time. If he finds you, he'll skin you alive." Originally, Wang Yang was too lazy to continue talking to the other party. But then he thought that Shin Feng Huang seemed to care about him a lot, and he also wanted to get some intelligence information, so he changed the subject and said slowly, "It seems that you are fascinated by my handsome appearance?" "Yeah, can't I?" "Humph, if that's the case, then why don't you do me a favor? Even if I, the blood demon, owe you a favor, how about that?" "Hey, you need my help?" "That depends on my mood." "Okay, stop acting with me. I don't know what you want me to do, but if you help me with this, we can be friends. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me directly. As long as it is within my ability, I will never refuse." Hearing this, Shin Feng Huang was immediately moved. After all, she had also asked around about Wang Yang and knew that he was a quite righteous man. Plus, she really needed Wang Yang to help her, so she replied directly, "Okay, what do you want me to do for you?" "It's very simple. Since the Viper Gang is looking for me, you can help them find me." "What? What do you mean?" But the next second, after Wang Yang told his plan, Shin Feng Huang on the other end of the phone took a breath of cold air. After hanging up the phone, Shin Feng Huang took a breath and then secretly sighed, "This guy's methods are more clever than mine. If I can get close to him, I might actually have a chance of survival in the future." When he returned to Lin Ruoshue's side, Lin Ruoshue immediately asked cautiously, "Who are you calling? Why are you so mysterious?" "He's a lunatic, ignore him." "Madman?" Seeing Wang Yang's absent-minded look, Lin Ruoshue felt jealous again, so for the rest of the time, she simply stopped holding Wang Yang's hand. Even Wang Yang took the initiative twice, but was rejected by her politely each time. As a result, Wang Yang had to give up the attack temporarily. When he got home, Wang Yang immediately said, "I'm going out tonight, and I might not even go home." "What? You're going to stay out all night?" Lin Ruoshue was shocked after hearing this. "It's not as complicated as you think. I'm just going out to discuss business." "You went to KTV to discuss business? And you're staying out all night? What kind of business is this? Why have I never heard of it?" Lin Ruoshue was anxious, and Wang Yang could only smile bitterly and said, "If I have the chance, I will definitely explain everything to you. But now, knowing some things won't do you any good. Instead, it will only cause you more trouble." Wang Yang really didn't want Lin Ruoshue to get close to what he was doing. After all, everything he did involved great risks. But after hearing this, Lin Ruoshue naturally thought that Wang Yang was just trying to fool her, so she picked up her daughter and returned to the bedroom angrily. After hearing the sound of the door being locked, Wang Yang sighed helplessly, "Forget it, I have to sleep in the next room for the next few days." At night, after washing up, Wang Yang quickly went out. After arriving at night Shanghai KTV, Wang Yang met Zhang Dingquan, Zhang Chang and others in a large private room. "How is it? Is everything arranged here?" Chapter 39 KTV Melee, Blood Evil vs Viper Gang. "Boss, our people have been arranged. The brothers I brought from the dock are hiding in the next box. In addition, the KTV's security guards have all been replaced by our people." Zhang Dingquan stepped forward and introduced. He is a frequent customer of this KTV, so he has a close relationship with the owner. The reason why Wang Yang chose to wait for the Viper Gang in this KTV this time was because he could come in and make arrangements in advance. Now, the stage has been set up, and the next step is for the Viper Gang to take the bait. Now that everything is ready, we should eat, drink, and wait for them to come," Wang Yang said calmly. But at this time, Zhang Chang asked cautiously, "Boss, what if the Viper Gang brings hundreds of brothers here at once?" Wang Yang glanced at the other party and said, "If he really dares to bring hundreds of his men to cross regions to kill people, then I will respect him as a man. But he can only be a brainless man. Should we confront them head on then?" Seeing that Ma Wei looked serious and eager to try, Wang Yang knocked him hard on the head. "What's wrong with you? If there are hundreds of people on the other side, there's no point in us fighting." Of course he slipped out the back door ahead of time. Oh, I see. Ponytail touched his head and expressed awkwardly. Now everyone understood that Wang Yang had actually made two preparations. If the other party comes, they will definitely know how many enemies there are at the first time. If the number gap is too big, they can retreat early and wait for the next opportunity. If there are not many enemies, they can catch them in a jar. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but admire Wang Yang again. More than an hour passed, and Chen Daon, who was guarding the door, had not noticed anything unusual, so he ran into the box to report. "Boss, could it be that the news hasn't spread?" Zhang Dingquan asked doubtfully. "Impossible. If I ask that woman to pass on the message, she will definitely pass it on to the other party. As for whether the other party will take the bait, or whether they have the courage to come here and take action, it all depends on Hulei's personal judgment. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes and replied coldly. Okay, then I'll continue to keep an eye on you. If I have any news, I'll call you right away. Just when everyone thought that the Viper Gang would really not come, just 10 minutes later, Jin Daong hurriedly called Zhang Chang. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chang immediately shouted, "Brothers, the Viper Gang is here." "How many are here?" "There are 5 cars in total, and there are probably more than 20 people." "Only more than 20 people? Has their boss arrived yet?" "Here they are, heading towards the KTV." I hung up quickly to avoid being noticed by them. After saying that, Jin Daong hung up the phone. "We have at least 30 brothers lying in ambush in this KTV, and they are all armed. We must make sure they never return this time." Zhang Chang immediately said viciously. "Okay, since we have the advantage in numbers, let's get ready and take action." At Wang Yang's command, his men all hid in the bathroom in the box. Suddenly, only Wang Yang, Zhang Dingkuan, and Zhang Chang were left in the box. A moment later, the door was kicked open from outside. Immediately afterwards, several men armed with machetes quickly rushed into the box. "Fuck you, you are the boss of the Blood Demon, right?" Although Hulei had never seen Wang Yang before, he knew that he was very young, so he recognized him at first sight after entering the room. Seeing that Hulei didn't seem to know that he was Lin Ruoshua's man and only knew that he was the boss of Shuasha, he couldn't help but sneer. "Boss Hu, your information is really out of date. It seems that you don't really know my identity. I don't give a fuck who you are. Anyway, no matter what, don't even think about leaving here today." Originally, Hulei had been trying to find ways to take revenge on Wang Yang. On the one hand, he wanted to get back the 400,000 yuan in cash, and on the other hand, of course, he wanted to avoid being robbed by Wang Yang again when he was smuggling again in the future. So after learning that Wang Yang and others were singing here tonight, he immediately rushed over with his brothers. In order not to attract too much attention, the confident Hulei only brought more than 20 confidants with him. After all, in his opinion, Wang Yang and those dock workers were just a group of rabble. How could they possibly deal with these ruthless guys who had been in the underworld for many years? So after saying these harsh words, Hulei shouted loudly, holding up his knife, "Brothers, chop them." But just as he finished speaking, the younger brothers guarding outside the door suddenly screamed. Immediately afterwards, the sound of fierce fighting was heard from the corridor outside the KTV box. "What's going on?" Hulei turned his head suddenly. "Boss, we seem to have been ambushed." A confidant beside him shouted anxiously. At this time, Hulei realized that he seemed to have really fallen into the trap. After all, how could the people from Phoenix Hall reveal the news about blood evil to them at the right time for no reason? "Fuck, are you cheating?" "But it doesn't matter. Even if I die today, I will take you with me. Brothers, keep going, kill that guy for me." But before his men could rush to Wang Yang, several bloody thugs hiding in the bathroom had already filed out and pounced directly on them. At the same time, Zhang Dingkuan and Zhou Qiang, who were sitting next to Wang Yang, also picked up their hidden machetes and rushed to Hulei. This battle is crucial to them. After all, everyone knows that whoever can knock down Hulei will be the one who has made the greatest contribution. Wang Yang has always been clear about rewards and has never been stingy when it comes to giving out money. So both Zhou Qiang and Zhang Dingkuan wanted to show themselves well in front of Wang Yang. Although Hulei has a muscular body and a ferocious face, he looks like a villain. But when he saw both men rushing towards him with knives in their hands, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. But after taking 2 steps back, he bumped into the younger brother behind him. Seeing that the retreat route was blocked, Hulei didn't care about anything else. He shouted loudly and picked up the machete to meet the enemy. Clang, clang, clang. After the swordplay, Hulei revealed a flaw. Zhang Dingkuan seized the opportunity and slashed at the opponent's thigh with a knife. "Ah!" Hulei wailed in pain and fell to his knees on one knee. At this time, Zhang Chang quickly stepped forward, raised his knife and chopped off his right arm. The next moment, Hulei's entire arm holding the knife fell directly to the ground. The scene suddenly became silent. Chapter 40, angrily beheads the boss and shocks all forces. When the subordinates saw that Hulei's hand was chopped off, they naturally lost interest in fighting. While the bloody man was stunned in place, he threw away the weapon in his hand and started running out. Ma Wei and the others were about to chase after him, but Wang Yang stopped them. "Don't chase him, the cops will smell the scent and come over soon." Seeing Wang Yang speak, Ma Wei and others stopped. Then, everyone returned to the box and surrounded Hu Lei, who was sitting on the ground with blood all over the floor. Although his arm was cut off, Hu Lei still had some consciousness. At this moment, he no longer had the domineering attitude he had just now, and he kept shouting, "Quick, call an ambulance, I can't hold on any longer." At this time, the boss also hurried over. Seeing that someone was about to die, he became anxious. "Brother Cohen, you can't turn this place into a murder scene. If this happens, we won't be able to do business anymore." Wang Yang said coldly, "Why don't you call the police and call 120 for emergency services?" Ah. Only then did the boss react and realize that it was Wang Yang who asked him to make the call. He quickly took out his mobile phone and hurriedly dialed the 120 ambulance number. "Alright, this guy is as useless as Swaybo, there's no need for us to torture him any further. Everyone, pack up and retreat before the police arrive. Also, boss, here is 100,000 yuan. It's our compensation for the loss of your KTV. But you won't take this money for nothing. When the police ask you questions, you should know what to say." "Understood, understood. But I'm just worried about this guy. Will he tell the truth to the police?" The boss pointed at Hu Lei, who was lying on the ground and dying. "This guy shouldn't have completely lost his mind. After all, he knows very well that if he cooperates with the police, he will never be able to leave the Magic City alive in this life." Wang Yang knew that according to the rules of the underworld, matters in the underworld had to be resolved in the underworld. If someone seeks help from the police because they cannot solve a problem, they will not only be ridiculed by outsiders, but will also be punished by the family rules. After all, no gang would allow traitors to appear. What's more, Hu Lei is the boss of a gang. The leader of the Viper gang would naturally worry that if he cooperated with the police, would all the things that happened in his gang over the years be exposed? Therefore, Wang Yang doesn't even need to worry about this matter, because there are many people who are more afraid than him. Soon, Wang Yang and others left the KTV. Immediately afterwards, several police cars arrived at the scene in time. Who reported the case? What's the situation inside? As soon as he entered the KTV, Wu Guowei, captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jinshan Police Station, shouted loudly. At this time, the boss hurried forward and reported the situation on the scene. After learning that someone was dying and was most likely the leader of a gang, Wu Guowei immediately signaled his men to cooperate with the ambulance that had just arrived at the scene to send the injured to the hospital. Then he asked his boss again, "Do you know who committed the crime?" "I don't know." "You do not know? Then let me see the surveillance footage from your KTV. Our surveillance camera broke down this afternoon, and we were planning to have someone come over to repair it tomorrow." The boss told the truth. As soon as these words came out, Wu Guowei frowned. "Humph, your camera broke at a perfect time. It shouldn't have broken down earlier or later, but at this critical moment? Boss, do you know that you will go to jail for making false evidence? After all, the KTV owner has been in the underworld for many years and has had a lot of dealings with the police." Although he did not know Wu Guowei, he recognized some other department heads in the police station. So in the face of Wu Guowei's intimidation, the boss just said seriously, "Captain, I am doing a legitimate business. I will definitely not collude with those messy social idlers. You see, after this incident, my business will definitely be affected. You said I have nothing to do when I want to shoot myself in the foot?" What the boss said makes a lot of sense. In addition, Wu Guowei cannot arbitrarily accuse anyone before he has any evidence. Otherwise, if the other party went to the police station to complain about him, he would have to write a document and submit it overnight and make a self-criticism. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Guowei spoke again, "Okay, this is my business card. If you know the identity of that group of people, or find out where they are, just call me directly." "Okay, no problem." At the same time Wu Guowei returned to the police station, the stabbing incident in the night Shanghai KTV box quickly spread throughout the underworld of Shanghai. "Miss, I heard that the leader of the Tiger Hall of the Viper gang, Hu Lei, had his hand chopped off in a KTV in our Jinshan district." Who did it?" Lin Ruoxue became curious after receiving the call. "It seems to be a new gang that just appeared, called Blood Demon." "Blood Evil? Isn't this the organization that injured Liang Xiaotang at that time?" "Yeah, but I don't know where they come from." "Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with us. But since they have appeared in Jinshan district, go back and tell your brothers to keep a close eye on them during this period. If you spot any suspicious people, report it immediately." "Yes." Next, in a casino. One of his men hurriedly ran to Shen Fenghuang. Sister Fenghuang, Wang Yang is really capable. He actually succeeded in his ambush and cut off one of Hulei's hands. Didn't you kill Hulei? No, it seems that I am still a little timid. But it's understandable. After all, in the Magic City, most people don't dare to cause a death. After listening to this, Shen Fenghuang's expression turned serious. After all, in her opinion, if it was really as she expected, a life should not be a big deal for the forces behind Wang Yang. What's more, the other party is a gangster boss with numerous crimes and a criminal record. But why did Wang Yang let Hulei go? Doesn't he know that we must remove the roots of the grass? Or does it mean that he actually has no strong backing at all? This guy, I really can't figure out what he is thinking. Shen Fenghuang muttered to herself. Sister Fenghuang, do you think that kid will attack Master Wei from the Viper Gang next? After all, Master Wei has lost his left and right arms, and his strength is no longer as strong as before. At this time, the subordinate asked curiously. Then we have to see if Blood Demon's boss Wang Yang has the guts to go and compete with Shui Wei, who has been a gangster in the Magic City for many years. Chapter 41, Lord Wei comes to visit, as if facing a powerful enemy. The KTV incident continued to ferment, and Wang Yang asked his men to stay out of the spotlight for a few days. After all, at this critical juncture, the Viper Gang will definitely be asking around for their whereabouts. And it was exactly as Wang Yang expected. After learning that his most trusted confidant also had one hand cut off, Shui Wei suddenly realized that this group of guys of unknown origin were most likely the same group that crippled Sui Bo and beat Liang Xiaotang into a vegetable. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he understood that the other party was deliberately targeting him. Then, he asked the men in front of him, "Are you saying that the mastermind behind this incident was Lin Ruoshua's man? When did she find this person to back her up? What is the other party's background? Why have I never heard of the Blood Evil organization before?" The younger brother spoke cautiously. This organization has only recently emerged, and they don't have many people, no more than 50 at most. As for how they got started and what Wang Yang's background is, we haven't investigated it clearly yet. But what? But Shen Fenghuang from the Phoenix Hall seems to have a very close relationship with that kid. Well, is she involved in this matter? When Shui Wei heard Shen Fenghuang's name, he frowned instantly. He did not take the small Xinghui society seriously. After all, their influence was limited to the Jinshan district. But Phoenix Hall is different. She has opened casinos in almost all of the 16 districts of the Magic City. Although every casino pays protection fees to the local black and white gangs, if she doesn't have a strong white background, other gangs will not let her get involved in the casino business in their territory. After all, pornography, gambling and drugs are important sources of income for gangs. This guy is so lucky. Not only is he with Lin Ruoshue, he also has an ambiguous relationship with Shen Fenghuang. Then Master Wei, should we just go and capture that kid? We know where he lives. Finding him is a piece of cake. Shui Wei glared at his younger brother and said, "At this critical moment, if we rashly attack Wang Yang, and in his villa, wouldn't that bring trouble to ourselves? Do you really think that all the police officers in Jinshan district are vegetarians? Especially the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, Wu Guowei. He is a veteran who is not easily defeated by soft or hard tactics. I wanted to use him to take over Xinghui Club, but he didn't appreciate it at all. And I only did this because I had connections at a higher level and asked the leaders of the municipal police headquarters to give him a heads up. So what should we do now? Are we going to let this kid continue to be so arrogant? After all, the leaders of our Dragon Hall and Tiger Hall have been abolished. Rumors have been circulating for 4 periods that we will soon be replaced by other gangs." Upon hearing this, Shui Wei, who had originally had a calm expression, instantly became furious. He scolded fiercely, "Nonsense, nonsense! Is it so easy for my Viper Gang to be defeated? As long as I, Shui Wei, am here, the Viper Gang will not be easily replaced by anyone or any force. As for Wang Yang, I'm going to go meet him right now and see what he's capable of." After saying that, he immediately called several trusted subordinates and drove directly to Lin Ruoshue's villa. When Lazy informed Lin Ruoshue and Wang Yang that Shui Wei was going to visit them in person, Lin Ruoshue was stunned. What does this old man want to do? He doesn't really think this matter has anything to do with our Xinghui Club, does he? Lin Ruoshue looked at Wang Yang and Lazy in confusion and asked. Lazy spread his hands and said with a wry smile, "Miss, I also know what the Viper Gang wants to do. Do you want me to call some more brothers over right away in case something unexpected happens? Lin Ruoxue couldn't make up her mind and could only turn her head to look at Wang Yang. Although Wang Yang was not involved in gang activities and did not know what the Viper gang did, for some reason, Wang Yang always gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Wang Yang pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "It's okay, no need to call for help. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't have come to us openly and notified us in advance. So if we specifically call someone over, it will give people the impression that they are afraid of us. In my opinion, we should just act as casual as possible, and it would be best if we can completely ignore them. This way, the Viper gang will be even more afraid to act rashly." After listening to this, Lin Ruoxue immediately felt that this wave of analysis made a lot of sense, and then immediately praised, "Wang Yang, you are really too smart, why didn't I think of this level?" Wang Yang smiled strangely and thought to himself, "Of course you can't imagine that. You don't even know that the man next to you is the mastermind behind everything. Ha, we men always think about things more comprehensively. TSK, I praise you a few words and you get all cocky. Hurry up and get ready. I heard that old man is not a vegetarian. He has strong connections in the imperial capital." Wang Yang put away his smile and nodded in agreement. After a while, several high-end cars stopped in front of the villa. Wang Yang looked out through the glass window. A white-haired old man was found walking down from the back seat of a stretched Lincoln sedan. Although the other person was using a cane, he walked with great vigor and did not look old at all. When the other party walked into the hall, Wang Yang and Lin Ruoxue were the first to come forward. Although the Viper gang and the Star Society have always been at odds, they usually just engage in minor fights. Especially after Sui Bo's accident, there has been no conflict between the two sides ever since. And Shui Wei is of the same generation as Lin Ruoxue's father Lin Yong. At best, they are each other's juniors, so naturally they cannot sit on the sofa with their legs crossed to welcome guests. "Hello, Mr. Shui, welcome to visit, please come in," Lin Ruoxue said with a smile. Shui Wei just nodded kindly, and then turned her attention to Wang Yang beside her. When he saw the other person's appearance, Shui Wei was suddenly shocked. This boy doesn't look like an ordinary person. Otherwise, it is impossible for a young man in his early 20s who just graduated from college to remain calm when seeing me. After entering the house, Lin Ruoxue asked Lei Zi to make a cup of tea for Shui Wei. "You're welcome, niece. Your father and I are half friends. You can call me uncle." Shui Wei smiled, it was hard to tell that he was here to cause trouble. "Ha, then I won't be polite. So Uncle Wei, what's the matter with you coming here today?